So if I can invite people, please, to take their seats so that we can get the meeting underway. Thank you. And I'll open the meeting with a karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina ki uta. Kia mā tara ki tai. E hiake ana te atakura. He tio, he huka, he hohu. Tihei moriora. Good morning and welcome to our Finance and Performance meeting. I will deal with the agenda in the order in which it's set, but before we get into that, what I do want to do is just to note that item 11, the elected member update on Te Kaha, is withdrawn from the agenda today. There was information that was to be supplied as a part of that update, which isn't available today, will be available in the future. Obviously, the written items in the agenda, but in the absence of the update that we were expecting, that item has been withdrawn from the agenda. So just giving notice of that. Now moving back to item 1, which is apologies. I've got an apology from the Mayor for a late arrival and early departure. I've got an apology from Anne Galloway for a early departure, from Sarah Templeton for a partial absence. Those are the only apologies. Councillor Catherine Chu is attending by Zoom, and we see Catherine on the screen there. I'm happy to move those apologies. Do I have a seconder? Aaron, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Both Leanne and I are board members of the Christchurch Foundation. Therefore, we'll be sitting back from that item, and Sam MacDonald will take the chair for that item when we get to it. That'll come after lunch. Confirmation of previous minutes. I'm happy to move that the minutes of the previous meeting be confirmed. Do I have a seconder? Sarah Templeton. All those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. Phil, are you wanting to suggest something?
Sorry, Andrew, I've got a conflict of interest because Transwaste could be involved with the OPP, so I just want to make that.
Thank you. So noting a conflict for Phil Major on the organics processing plant matter.
Potential, yeah.
Thank you. So that's item 19. Thank you. All right. Resolution to include supplementary reports. So this brings item 19 onto the agenda. So the resolution is that the following report be received and considered at the Finance and Performance Committee meeting on the 26th of May. I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder? Sam MacDonald. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried. Thank you. Now we move to public forum and deputations. And our first deputation this morning is from John Gould, who's joining us online this morning. John, good morning. Your deputation is on 2 items, item 19, the organics processing plant, and item 12, the South Library. Thank you for joining us by Zoom. You have 10 minutes for the deputation, and that would include any time for questions if you wanted to allow some time for questions. So over to you. Thanks for joining us.
Kia ora koutou. Can you all hear me and see me okay?
Loud and clear.
And can you see the first slide, implications of organics processing plant closure?
Not as yet, but apparently it's about to pop up. So let's just wait for that to happen, and then we'll get underway.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know. Takes me one. Sorry.
If the slide's not ready, I can start speaking.
Yeah, all right. John, let's do that. And we'll let you know if and when the slide comes up in front of us. But yeah, if you'd like to start, that would be good. So if we can start the clock now, that would be great. Thank you.
Great. Yes, I want to speak mainly on the implications of the organics processing plant closure, and I will make a small comment about the South Library at the end, time permitting, and hopefully there'll be a bit of time for questions. The key points that I want to make are that while I greatly sympathise with the residents of Bromley and the affected suburbs in dealing with the odour issues, and I support moving the organic processing plant in the future, I strongly believe that the immediate or imminent closure would have some disastrous effects. The closure of the compost plant would be totally inconsistent with the Christchurch City Council's strategic priority of meeting the climate change challenge through every means available, and the Council's own policies on waste minimisation and climate resilience. Now, while there are several compelling reasons for keeping the plant open until the new facility is ready, the high cost to the ratepayer of the immediate closure and contractual obligations with partnering companies, the key reason I want to highlight in this deputation are the climate change implications. Now, in the details in the agenda on this item, it is pointed out that just transporting 55,000 tonnes of green waste every year would generate about 274 tonnes of CO2 annually. But the main source of greenhouse gas emissions would come from the methane that would be generated, especially when the green waste is mixed with regular waste and landfilled. And I've done a little bit of research on this item, and I understand that we would be looking at the equivalent of about 3 tonnes of CO2 per tonne of organic matter. That would be because methane is a far more potent greenhouse gas than CO2. Now, I am aware that Cape Valley has a methane capture system, and that's used for energy generation. But I also understand from reading the papers on this item that it may be near capacity already, and that excess methane would be flared off, so it would be producing CO2, another greenhouse gas, in any event. And the problem with all methane capture systems is that they are significant to considerable leakage of methane to the atmosphere. So if this option were pursued, there would be serious climate change or greenhouse gas emission implications. Now, I'd like to sort of just explore the possibility of some ways forward, and clearly a new composting facility needs to be established as soon as possible, and in the interim all steps possible taken to mitigate and reduce current odour issues associated with the existing plant. But I do make this plea to council and urge councillors to consider the wider and longer term implications of a decision to close the current composting plant before the new facility is ready. Now, finally, I'd like to make a few constructive suggestions to try to perhaps look at this issue not just as a problem, but also as an opportunity. And of course, the most sustainable and economic and climate-friendly way to deal with organic waste is to compost it in your own backyard. So I really would appeal to councillors, when you're looking at arranging funding for the new composting plant, that you consider including in the budget funds for vigorously promoting home composting providing information, community workshops, etc., to households, and even providing composting bins to some households if required. The second thing I would ask is to be considered is to support a citywide campaign to reduce food waste, as this will both reduce the issue of dealing with organic waste, but also help households to save money in these increasingly difficult times, as well as the environment. So that's all I wanted to say on the organics processing plant. I've just got one comment to make on the South Library, but I don't know if it's better to deal with any questions on the composting plant if there's time.
I think
and
probably
then I'll just make
possibly best that we complete the whole deputation, the whole presentation, and then come to any questions on both matters after that if there's time.
Are you able to see the slides or
Yes,
not?
we've been able to see your slides since very shortly after you started speaking.
Well, you will see that I've just got a very brief comment on the South Library earthquake repair options. To me, $25 million seems a huge amount to be spending on a library that has been functioning for the last most of the last 10 years or so, with the temporary steel support members and so forth that are in place. I'm a regular user of that library, and I would just really appeal to the council to explore to see if there aren't some cheaper alternatives than spending $25 million, which I feel are funds that at this time of a climate emergency and an ecological emergency, and with people sleeping on the pavements of Christchurch, could be utilised more effectively elsewhere. If the library has to be rebuilt because you're locked into that by the bureaucratic processes, insurance payouts, etc., then I would really appeal that it is built as a model of sustainability using locally sourced timber with passive solar design, rainwater harvesting, etc. I just want to make one final comment that isn't on a slide, but that is that we are facing an issue that is bigger than COVID, that it will be more disruptive than the earthquakes and more deadly than all the wars that we've ever faced. And that is climate disruption. And the time to act on this issue is now. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that gives us 2 minutes to move to any questions. I'll take a question from Tim Scander at first. Thank you.
Thank you. And just two quick ones on the South Library. Are you aware that in that price is about $3.5 million to cover any possible cost escalation? And the second question, with regards to the building being at 34% NBS, if it fell below that, we would have to close that. And what would your thoughts be if we suddenly had to close it, and its importance with the community, and what would be the alternatives unplanned?
I have to admit that this issue with the library has only recently come to my attention, and I have not had time to look myself into a lot of different options. Obviously, with the rebuild and so forth, if the facility is closed for 18 months, the community could potentially be deprived from that. So I hope there will be some temporary solution. I do appreciate it's not an easy problem, but I just wonder if it needs a little bit more work and research to consider possible alternative solutions.
Thank you. We've just started the conversation, so thank you.
All right. Look, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. Thanks for the presentation, and we'll obviously move to those items later this morning as we move through the meeting. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I would call our second deputation this morning, Alexandra Davids. who'd like to address us on item 7, the wastewater treatment plant matter. Alexandra, if you'd like to come to the table, please. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. You definitely know the drill, 10 minutes, and if you wanted to allow time for questions within that, please do.
Thank you so much. Kia ora, everybody. Thank you for having me this morning. I'm here to speak to you all as the chair of the Waikato Linwood Central Healthcare Community Board, but today I'm here in a personal capacity and not on behalf of the board. I say this because our board unfortunately has not been briefed as of yet by staff, and we have not had discussions leading into today's meeting. It's important for elected members to be advocating on behalf of their communities, and while all communities across the city are affected by the wastewater plant, the community I represent is definitely the most effective. I would like to start by thanking the Mayor and councillors from Hallsville, Harewood, Waimari, Burwood, Coastal, Innes, and of course our local councillor Yanni for attending at least one of the community meetings that have been held in recent weeks. I start by mentioning the different areas of the city that have attended the meetings, as this community has felt neglected in recent months and prior years by council as a whole, and I hope the interest and concern shown by elected members from right across the city can help to start rebuild a feeling of trust in being part of Ōtautahi as a whole again. I've attended both meetings held in Bromley and have been following social media pages associated with the Christchurch wastewater treatment plant, and through these channels many themes, concerns and issues have arisen. I would like to outline some of these today, as I believe the support package for affected residents needs to be something well thought through and have both tangible and useful outcomes. The community's health obviously came out as a top concern. The community have discussed having a health register set up for those that are suffering health issues associated with the plant. These mainly being respiratory issues. People have made comments like, if you're feeling unwell, just go see the doctor, get it logged in the system. For a lot of people in our communities, popping down to the doctor is unfortunately something that, unless they were really ill, is not viable. $50 for a checkup, then the cost of follow-ups is unobtainable, and I have concerns that we will be making people leave their ailments till they are in a far worse state. We all know this ends up costing a lot more and can lead to an overwhelmed healthcare system and worse long-term health outcomes. We need to make visiting a medical practitioner more available to the community, and having one located in the community of interest would lead to having a more collated and informed idea of how the community is coping and what the main issues are that we are seeing coming out of this event. To give you an idea of some of the issues the community are reporting, we have terrible headaches, breathing difficulties. In our schools, they are reporting the same issues. Children are not attending school due to parents having to keep them at home because they are so sick. Most shockingly, it has come to light that some children have been having seizures that until recently have not been a health issue. Schools are told they must keep their classrooms ventilated for our tamariki, and at the same time they're told to keep their windows closed due to the ongoing issues with the plant. If we do not have a system in place that can adequately collect data and assist aiding these issues being experienced and witnessed, we cannot rule out that these issues are a direct symptom of the demise of our city's wastewater treatment plant. A suggestion has been made, as our children are our most vulnerable, we could have hubs set up at schools for a register of health concerns. I would like to pose the question, what will the long-term health effects be for this community, and what will the implications be for ongoing healthcare costs and well-being if we do not address them now? This is not just an issue for humans. This, as we all know, is a massive environmental issue, and I appreciate the council have made note of assisting vet pills for our furry friends. I would like to add a few extra points that have come from this discussion. Pets are now having to be kept inside more often. While their health is the number one priority, there are also issues of wear and tear on residents' home and extra cleaning costs associated with pets being kept inside constantly. continuing with the costs associated with residents' homes, obviously, is the issue of damage that is being done to the outside of the properties. Residents are reporting rusting at rates that they have never seen before, and a film has settled on the property. There needs to be a plan set out on how this is addressed, including support with insurance and remediation and repairs. The issue of air filters and purifiers has arisen and has been noted that they are expensive. There are some that work, and unfortunately, members of the community that have purchased them have found out there are some that don't. Questions have been raised. Can there be funding for ones that do actually work? And can council look at potentially purchasing bulk purifiers to keep prices down? It has also been noted that HRV air socks do not work. I want to thank the members of the community that have made themselves available to run social media pages and hold community meetings. They have been really valuable and to the community. And we are thankful for the time and energy that has been put into keeping everyone informed as much as possible. A great suggestion has been put forward, though, that the council should be resourcing a community governance group who are there to meet with staff on a regular basis to find out progress and relevant information, as well as have the opportunity to share any new issues the community may be dealing with at any one time. The group will then report back to the community and be there to field any questions they may have with direct links to appropriate staff that can help. This is what the community need to help make sure council are held to account and are transparent. We must remember every move council makes with this issue in particular, our communities are watching. An example of an issue that has arisen recently is the timing of workers arriving and leaving the plant. A 12-hour workday has been promised and it appears that's not been happening. But perhaps there is work happening off-site for preparation for the day. This, however, is not communicated back and thus creates a lack of trust, again with the community wanting to trust their council, but are really struggling to do so when they are told one thing and then they witness another. The community governance group would be able to help the communication progress with the relevant questions being asked in a more timely way. Having a detailed timeline and a plan that is visible would also be a huge help keeping our community involved and informed. And if there are changes to the timeline and the plan, those are made apparent as soon as possible to avoid confusion and more mistrust. An initial thought is that the group should be made up of both community members, elected members, and staff that are regular liaisons. I would like to give a big shout out to the Student Volunteer Army for stepping up and helping with our community with their laundry service. This is one on a list of many practical solutions that will be fantastic for so many in the community. As I said earlier, I'm here in a personal capacity. The Linwood Central Heathcote Board do have a joint briefing with Coastal Burwood locked in for the 30th, so thank you for that. While I understand staff time is being used to work on the issue and communicate with the community, this has not been useful for elected members that are being fielded many questions by the community regularly. Apart from the information we read online, the media and social media, we have had no official face-to-face contact from council. We are part of the Christchurch City Council and have a responsibility to be informed and give correct information to our communities. Elected members need to have all information that is being shared with the community shared with them, and better contact and information sharing with staff so we can all help each other. This is a Christchurch problem that is affecting our whole city, but hitting our closest residents the hardest. We can't fix this on our own, but if we work together, we can get through this situation faster and in a way that helps the well-being of those most affected.
Thank you. And you've left a minute for questions, if indeed there are any questions. Jake.
Thanks for that, Alex. On the closely related subject of the OPP in your ward, obviously you're aware we've got a paper before us today about closure and the effects of a closure. Do you have a view on that one?
Personally, obviously this has been something that's affected this community for a very, very long time. I know this community want the plant moved. It's been affecting their health for a lot longer prior to the wastewater treatment plant. So I know this community want to see that plant moved. I think the closure of it is another conversation that you will obviously will need to have today. I do worry about the environmental aspects of closing the plant, but I think we need to be looking at it in a really holistic way for the community affected, but also the effects that we will be having on our environment.
All right, look, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us this morning with the deputation and the answer to the question. We appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed.
Yes.
Now we move to our third deputation of the morning, and we've got Bailey Perryman on Zoom. Have we got Bailey there?
Kia ora.
Kia ora, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Now, you've got 10 minutes, Bailey, to speak to the committee, and again on item 19, the organics processing plant. So thank you for joining us, and your 10 minutes starts now.
Ka mihi tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Bailey Perryman, Bailey. Last year, I presented to you the localised organics processing trials I have been leading. We had to move quickly to get on the agenda today, so I speak here today in a personal capacity. I want to update you on our progress, given this opportune moment to revisit the original message to you last year, and that is there are alternatives to centralised industrial scale organics facilities, and these can be scaled across a network of sites to achieve a significant portion of the annual tonnage required of the current organics processing system. These localised systems support a host of additional benefits that are also public goods and services, aligning with the existing iwi, council and central government strategies, policies and plans. The staff have identified these for you in their supplementary report. In the meeting last year, you resolved to recommend the 2020 composting initiative to the Sustainability Fund, to liaise with staff and to update you all in 6 months' time. Thank you for this. Our intention was to test the system as if it were operating on an ongoing basis. We've done that. We're making lots of compost, and I have some high-level data to share with you quickly today. With the land we have access to currently, a full-time equivalent of our system would meet 5 to 6% or 3,000 tonnes of the current annual tonnage expected of the OPP. The end product is contributing to broader ecocultural system restoration, and this is the outcome of piloting one methodology. There are other methodologies we have lined up to trial as well. Crucially, we aren't annoying neighbours or losing the community-based feeling despite receiving commercial volumes of food and garden organics. With over 400 unique site visits from local residents to commercial trucks, we've found the plant, equipment and personnel we need to manage these materials appropriately according to the natural and built environments we're operating in. ECAN consent staff were approached at the beginning of the trials through the pre-application process. They have visited along with council solid waste staff. They support what we're doing, didn't have a box to put us in, but determined that our operating system is otherwise consistent with a permitted activity and that it could achieve a global resource consent to operate anywhere in the region. Remembering our trials are all within the permitted limits of planning rules for organic composting. It's close to 50 metres to residences on one site, within a school at another, and a public open space with our third series of trials in the Opakaro Avon River Corridor. Our scale means we are considered as a commercial composter, despite not having commercial intentions for the compost output. This stays on the whenua, or for the operation to be, it's not solely focused on profitability. That's not to say the economics don't stack up, however. In receiving commercial scale volumes from commercial operators, we have a clear understanding now of the revenue the system attracts and the additional support we require to scale rapidly. Where you can continue to help is by matching the basic co-investments being made by whānau in the community It certainly won't cost in the realm of 28 plus million. That brings me to the other half of the revelation maybe, made by Council last year, which was to consider a partnership with us to continue developing localised organic systems. Organics processing is a matter you're clearly considering acting on with extraordinary urgency. You have the ability here today to back your staff to develop our partnership and to report back to you in a couple of months with a detailed program to scale localised organics processing. This would allow the OPP to remain open at a reduced capacity, would diversify your options in the interim while the future of organics is still being decided. The methodologies we can develop and implement relatively quickly are systems that are proven in their own right, and I can evidence this, but they have yet to be pulled together as a comprehensive solution for organics processing at the scale of a city region. In real organic systems, there's no such thing as waste. A tragic state of where we are today, the tragic state of where we're at today is the direct result of the separation we've created between people and the environment. Again, this is an impossibility, and we must transform the way we govern ourselves in relation to natural cycles. My deeper concern today is whether you recognise that there's 100+ year legacy of irreparable damage to the ihutai created by waste infrastructure choices of this city, including the wastewater treatment plant and the OPP and the land that was confiscated from iwi in the 1950s. To send all organics to landfill not only fails to recognise the value of this material, it is a continuation of this extremely poor legacy. In the context of the ongoing damage being done to this culturally significant landscape, sending organics to landfill today would look like a knee-jerk response to a relatively short-term problem. I do not support closing the OPP immediately. I do believe there are ways you can move quicker to empower alternatives that are already operating and possess transformative potential. I believe we have a game-changing system for the city and for the whenua. I support your staff on this one. I want to acknowledge the good people you have working on this, and we can help, because the reality is we're dealing with generations of bad decisions and systemic problems beyond simply the odours of the OPP. And all residents are complicit today, just looking at the plastic contamination in your composts alone, coming from the curbside collections. We don't have time to cover this today. Because localised alternatives are emerging innovations, they don't fit in the usual boxes where you look to for solutions. The future of organics report does not cover localised alternatives, all but presuming that one large industrial processing facility is the only option. We can join in the procurement process forthcoming and wait for that to roll out over the next 3 to 5 years, but we'll probably be missed or fall through the gaps. You can use the powers you have today to authorise continuing support for our operating systems and provide immediate relief for local communities. In choosing to develop partnership-based localised solutions, you would be choosing to transform organics processing for our region as a whole, take a leadership role nationally, potentially even globally. You'd be acting on your responsibilities as treaty partners to support the participation of iwi Māori communities in waste management decisions, and you start on the long road towards addressing the legacy problems of this city's waste infrastructure impacting on te ihutai, as well as the issues before you today. I look forward to hearing what you come up with, but rest assured there are passionate people out there today working tomorrow on their weekends and for the foreseeable future to provide solutions that restore a correct balance to our relationship with organics in the whenua and with communities. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Now, you've left time for certainly one question. So, Aaron, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, thank you for that, Bailey. That was fantastic, and you actually spelt out some of the issues, long-term and short-term, really, really clearly. if the city was to flip its entire operation on its head and move to what you're suggesting and doing a lot more localised, what's the fastest you could see us as a city moving to a system like that?
Well, that's a big question. We need to do like a detailed design and programming on that. However, we've achieved this latest series of trials and hit that sort of 5 to 6% capacity in the last 6 months. So I would hazard a guess if we could do it a lot faster than 3 to 5 years, for sure.
Okay, that's very helpful.
All right, thank you very much indeed. That's all that we've got time for, unfortunately, in terms of questions. But thank you very much indeed for joining us, for making the presentation. Thanks for your time. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you. So now we move to our fourth deputation of the morning, and I would invite Bruce King to the table to speak to item 19, the organics processing plant. Bruce, thank you for joining us, and you have 10 minutes, and that would include any time that you might not like to leave for questions.
Good morning, and thank you. This morning I would like to take a few minutes to comment on the latest report to the Council about the OPP. The CCC can break its contract with Waste Management New Zealand at any time for breaking conditions of consent. ECAND have issued numerous abatement notices. A question: what has happened to the 22 million budgeted to upgrade the plant on its present site? The health hazards that this plant produces have been totally ignored, especially the mental health effects on residents living in the vile localised stink, being unable to enjoy the outdoor areas of their property, entertain friends and family around the Christmas summer holiday time in particular, when the stink is usually at its highest. The excuse there is no suitable site or operating partners in place is a weak one. Three Waters and Waste have had at least a year to sort out a site and approach suitable businesses to build and operate a new plant. Does the Council want to go down the history as one of the worst in New Zealand because of its inability to protect its citizens from known health hazards? Three Waters and Waste were denying in 2020 that the plant was not compliant, even though Arlene Edwards, the previous CEO, commissioned an investigation by the Becker Group, whose report is titled Christchurch City Council Organics Processing Plant Odour Reduction Options Assessment, dated the 9th of July 2015. If you need a copy, I'll lend you one of mine so you can read through that report. The CCC, Three Waters and Waste Division, has done all it can to stop the relocation of the OPP for at least 12 years. What is a concern is that the councillors are having to make a decision based on financial advice prepared by the same staff who got the figures wrong back in November 2020, when they advised that the OPP should be upgraded on its present site for around 20 million. Well, we all know what tenders came back in at double that. So can you believe any figures they've put in that report today? I don't think so. That's my opinion. This report states that it'll cost $8 million a year over a 5-year period to transport green waste to Cape Valley. But that does not mention the fact that the council is already paying Waste Management $7 million a year to process the waste at its present site. This would reduce the cost to taxpayers of only $1 million a year. Again, figures. I ask you, please, close this plant now and stop delaying the inevitable. This will give residents some relief from the toxic atmosphere we are currently living in. I have no time for the new designs, as the previous speaker talked about, to come through. We've had enough of it. 12 years of continuous stink is 12 years too much, and totally inappropriate of a council that's meant to help its people and has not provided anything in the way of relief for what we've been going through. And John Gold, his presentation, he doesn't want it closed. Obviously, he doesn't live in the stink odour that we live in, even though the wastewater treatment plant stinks. But we know that that's going to be fixed. It's had an insurance policy. But the OPP can be fixed by relocating and not putting anything back on that site. It is 12 years is far too much, and I'm sick of the place and sick of what's been going on. I think we're going to have to take proactive action if that plant is not closed, at least before the next green waste collection season, which starts in spring. Thank you for the opportunity. And by the way, this is the 5th presentation I've done to council on this plant over the years, and that's 5 too many.
Thank you. You've left plenty of time for questions. Are there questions? Celeste.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and thank you for coming to speak today. I think it might be the first time I've heard you because I'm relatively new. But in terms of what kind of relief, because you talked about the relief outside of the technical issue of moving the plant, what things would actually help day to day, in terms of supporting the community? What is the other things that you need to happen to feel like you're being listened to by council?
Well, at present, they're dumping the the compost around the sewage ponds, and that dust is actually phenomenal. It comes around the place. Even though ECAN did a report of dust collected from my site, which was after a major rainfall, and the footpath and the gutters were running black from the dust that's been coming from that composting plant with the relocating of the dust. Last week, I took my dog for a walk down in Ruru Lawn Cemetery, which I do quite often, and he came back black from the dust, from just the dumping of the compost, which is at present is being dumped by the South Brighton Bridge roundabout. And on social media during the weekend, there was reports of the vile stench that the South Brighton school was experiencing during their cross-country, and that was coming from the compost that was being dumped right beside the roundabout, because I was down there on Thursday in the South Brighton domain, and the stink from the compost was absolutely vile. And when compost stinks, it is actually creating a health hazard, because the bacteria is escaping that is harmful to both animals and humans and the environment. And I would like it gone tomorrow, even though I know it can't be done because there's still stacks of windrows there on what they call tailings, which are the two coarse particles from the composting plant to be moved. It actually covers about a quarter of the ground area that was covered previously. I'd like it gone now. And at present, they're operating at night time, doing all their turning and stuff and sorting the compost to try and cover up the smell. But we can smell it. It seeps into our house. It's bloody vile. It's got to go.
Absolutely disgusting.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yep, thank you for your deputation again, Bruce. And I'll ask the same question of staff when the time comes. How many households do you believe are affected by this?
Well, it depends on the way the wind's blowing. The majority of the wind blows, or it's about 70 to 75% of the time it blows easterly. So it's all those in the wind shadow to the east, which includes Linwood, some of Aranui, some of Wainoni, some of Avonside, when it's at its peak. But then again, it can blow northwest, which it does normally in November. It affects people up on the Mount Pleasant, which they do smell it. People in Ferrymead smell it. People in Brighton and South Brighton smell it. They will be smelling the wastewater treatment plant today, seeing it's blowing southwest. So it depends on the wind, but 75% of the time, we live approximately 750 metres from the composting plant. So 75% of the time, we're in the prevailing wind.
So would you say it's mainly your block, that Maces Road, St John Street, Linwood Ave, Dyers Road block would be the worst affected?
Well, it would get the most intense smell, but the people, you can smell it down at Eastgate frequently. And I asked for a smoke test to be done just to show how effective the blowing through the biofilter was, and everyone's refused to do it for me because it blows the air straight up. It blows the air that goes through the filter straight up in the air. But when it hits the northeast and it loses its force, it comes down in a wave formation and spreads for miles. We don't know. A few years ago, there was a fire in South Brighton Beach, and the smoke from that spread from South Brighton Beach to Hallsville. So there's the site where how far people can smell it if they know what they're smelling. A lot of people don't realise it is the OPP that's stinking because they don't know what that smells like. Drive down Dyers Road just about any day of the week, you'll smell the OPP.
Thank you. Further questions? Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the deputation. I just wanted to check with you Since the 1st of February, when the abatement notice period ended, how many times would you say that you've had to complain about the odour, and what sort of impact has it had?
I would say I needed to have complained at least once every second day, if not more. But I've given up complaining because I find that the smelter doesn't always work. And I've also found that ringing up, well, you know, another complaint. They don't seem to have any great enthusiasm for us anymore. And yeah, I would say basically every second day it would be vile at some time of the day, whether it's during the night, and I know they're working because they're the only ones who work at midnight, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. You can hear the motion sensors on the loaders and stuff going around. The sound travels that easily at that time of the morning.
Unless there's other questions, just a quick follow-up.
Yeah, one further question. Go on.
Yeah, you've lived in the area for a number of years, and so you would be able to distinguish between what was coming from the wastewater treatment plant fire versus what was coming from the organics. Like, it's really clear in your mind that it's the organics plant that's causing the odours that you're talking about to us today.
It is. That's my main concern. I've got a wind vane and everything on top of my garage, and when it's blowing northeast, we are right in the wind shadow of that plant. And I know what the wastewater treatment plant smells like, especially the burnt one, because you still smell a burnt smell when it comes across. And northerly wind, we've had too many northerlies this summer and autumn, and we've had too much of that stink. Normally, in the previous 20 years that we lived in that place, we would not have had sewer smell on more than 2 occasions. But northerlies blows it straight into us.
All right, understood. Look, thanks very much indeed for once again taking the time to come along and talk to us this morning. And obviously we'll get to that paper on the agenda. Once we've got through the deputations, we'll do the wastewater paper first, and then we'll come to the organics processing plant paper. So it'll all be dealt with this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Please, may I have a point of order, sir?
I can't take comments from the public gallery, I'm sorry.
Question about the number
I can't take comments from the public gallery, I'm sorry.
Could be heard.
Can I please call our next deputation?
I recorded 190.
I'm going to bring this to a close.
Odour complaints in 365.
To invite the next deputation, who has booked a deputation to speak to this meeting, to join us at the table. And once again, it will be Don Gould. Welcome back and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Andrew.
So I notice you've got a presentation here. You've got 10 minutes. And as with everybody else, if you wanted to leave time for questions, that would be within that 10-minute period. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I seem to be back again on this issue. Certainly a lively sort of meeting this morning, isn't it? Again. Social media update again. I'm not going to dwell on this. There's a bunch of graphs, there's a bunch of pictures. There's more people getting in, showing more public interest online about this issue. Public meeting update. I think Alexandra Davis really did cover out the key issues from the public meeting. So again, I won't dwell on that. Environmental impacts and concerns about the ponds. I am going to dwell a little bit on this one this morning. Some of the feedback from the public meeting is that the smell isn't coming from the trickling filters anymore, it's coming from the ponds because they're dead. They're supposed to be an alive, living organism processing our sewerage. When they don't do that, they're just a massive, great big bath of raw sewage that then emanates its odours and its content out into the atmosphere. It is a massive environmental disaster as far as I'm concerned. That's an opinion. I'm not an expert in the field. We simply don't have enough technical information on the table from the City Council or from ECAN at this stage in the public domain for me to hold any different opinion, and that is concerning. It concerns me that we have... I'll go back a slide because I thought I had something else there. No, it's actually on this slide, I think, somewhere. Sorry, guys. Don't remember what I wrote myself. We've got some pumps coming from Sweden. We need to find out where those pumps are and get them on a plane. And the response I'm getting back is, they're sort of booked for tomorrow, they were booked for yesterday, they're sort of going to be in transit, don't quite know when. We need an invoice and a master airway bill and a pre-clearance from customs to know where these things are. We need to know the flight numbers that these things are booked on. We need to get them in the network, and we need to know if the pipe work is in place ready to receive them. That's what we need to know. I will move on. The Organics Processing Plant Report. What a grenade that was to throw into this, but that needs to go. John Gould, if you're still listening, what a fantastic presentation this morning. The environmental issues are definitely a concern. They've been discussed around my breakfast table as well as lots of other people's. I don't agree with John's presentation, a lot of the facts and figures. Say, for example, composting at home versus taking the compost and sticking it in Cape Valley. The methane comes off those organics wherever they're located. The difference is with Cape Valley, we can capture it. I do agree that taking it 140 kilometres out of town is a concern, but we do have to get it out of this community, because the other concern I have is that all of this organic material, coupled with the hydrogen sulfide from the wastewater treatment plant issues, is going to break down the heavy metals in the paint that is protecting the homes of thousands and thousands of people across the city. And from an environmental disaster point of view, that's a bigger disaster when we have to get out the diesel van that I have parked outside my house, drive the petrol water blaster across the town, wash those buildings down, get out my electric sander and sand off the existing paint, repaint them with new paint, probably something that's got a bit more in it than the normal acrylic paint to withstand the organics and the loading that we're throwing at them, and then rinse and repeat that every 3 years instead of every 7 to 10 years. There is more to the calculations on the table, folks, and we need to get you guys looking at those things. Talking of calculations, Andrew, thank you for an invitation to talk at finance and performance. Let's have a look at something else on the agenda today. I read through the reports. I don't normally read through these reports, but now I'm diving into them. There is a massive underspend on the budget in the IT department. One of the biggest criticisms that this community has made about the organic stuff and with the wastewater treatment plan stuff is that the communications is poor. Well, communications comes from technology, folks. These things and computers and that sort of stuff. If we're underspending in the IT department, then and not getting those jobs done, the Waikato DHB went offline because they didn't have their servers updated with the latest software. I've just highlighted one example of things that are on your agenda that says that they need to be upgraded by March. We are in May. These reports are not up to date, and that's been another criticism that we have of the reports coming back to the community. The Council's been issuing apologies this week for information that was in today's report that should have been redacted before it got there because the situation has changed. Yes, I'm criticising it, and I'm sorry I have to come here to criticise it, but as a community, it was made quite clear at the second public meeting earlier this week that the community is still particularly unhappy about comms. Techno jargon. What is GEMS? What does an update text actually mean in that? So there's a bit of a summary. You can read it. I'll take questions if we've still got time.
Yep, and we've got around about 4 minutes left for questions, if indeed there are questions. Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Don, for coming in and for your deputation. Look, one of the things I'm going to tease out with the staff later on today is around, I guess, there's obviously the delivery and actually fixing the problems, but also there's a lot of time being spent interacting with individual members of the community, which is fine and fair enough. I'm just wondering if you had any ideas on how we streamline that process so we can get the staff actually focusing more on fixing the smell and the problem, and in terms of that communication. So, I mean, I watched back your public meeting last night, actually, that you had earlier this week. Can you just maybe talk through some of the key deliverables that the communications need to change on, or what we could be doing better? So what are some tangible things?
Absolutely, Sam. Actually, the system that we've got in place works. We just have to use it. If you actually consult with your own information team, Sean Rennie, if you're watching Sean, good morning. I'm not sure he's actually a real person and not a bot.
So what I'm
but
not
the
being
point,
clear. What I'm meaning is that is there easier ways for us to communicate on a more regular basis to stop people having to make individual queries to the council, so that we can actually have the staff fixing the problem as opposed to dealing with one-on-one queries? So do you have a view on that?
Yes, of course. Provide the updates back to a mailing list, which you've got a mailing list already in place. As I said, use the systems that you've got in place already. We shoot in inquiries to Sean, which he triages and then sends that information back through comms and back out to the media, and through your own newsline team, through your own newsletters that are already online, and people need to subscribe to the platforms that the council provides. We obviously provide a Facebook platform where we publish everything we get back, but the council does actually have official channels for this stuff. They just have to use them, and more proactively. We should be getting email updates daily, if not twice a day, as things unfold in the fast-paced moving environment.
Right, so the takeaway is you want more regular updates.
Absolutely. We don't want a 2-weekly meeting. We want a 1-weekly meeting, I think. I
don't know if we've got time, but just so I'm really, really clear, I'm talking about the proactive communications from the organisation so that we don't have to have individual residents coming through the team when they could be fixing the problem. So so you're talking about public meetings, or you're talking about emails from the organisation to you? Because if it's about doing it weekly, I thought we were, but we can tease it out with the staff. But I just want to make it easier in terms of how we communicate with you, so that the team can focus on fixing the problem.
Well, we have that in place. That's, as I said, that's the platform that you've got in place. Just use it. Send out daily updates. Answer the questions that come up online. You've got a comms team that are all over the questions coming out in our Facebook channels. They need to engage and actually answer the questions.
All right,
Possibly
I'll take
they
one
also need to
further
acknowledge
question
something.
from Anne.
Yeah. Kia ora, Don.
Good morning,
Nice
Anne.
to see you. I'm just thinking a lot of what we hear from people is that they don't actually, they can't communicate through virtual means because don't have devices and things. Have you got any suggestions about how we can better communicate with those people who don't have access to online communication?
Yes, I have covered that out actually with the manager at the Bromley Community Centre, and we've discussed also reaching out through the school in the local area to understand how many languages are spoken. We also understand that we have a large number of people who cannot read well or even at all, and English is not a first language. We have some deaf people following along with this. So posters at the community centre, flyers in the letterbox that are specifically targeted for multilingual communications, explaining to people how they can get access to information in their own language. It's also going to mean a community approach, and that's going to be covered out in today's briefing, I think, when we look at a number of welfare centres across the city. That needs to get established, that lot needs to get done, and then we'll have a second wave of seeing what's left to actually pick up the pieces.
All right, thank you very much indeed, Don. Thanks for joining us again. Just for the benefit of those who are remaining to speak to Council through deputations this morning, if we can avoid making comments about individual staff or naming individual staff, just as a matter of respect, that would be appreciated. Thank you. But Don, thanks for the presentation this morning. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. All right, so moving to our next deputation, Finn Jackson, to speak to us on item 12, South Library. Finn, thanks for joining us. Pleased we were able to make this work, and we look forward to hearing from you on the South Library. Like the others, you've got 10 minutes for your deputation, and that would include any time that you might want to leave for questions. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks very much for having me. Can everyone actually hear me? Am I speaking to the microphone?
Yep, perfect.
Yep, cool.
Yep.
I know I was just told not to make comments about individual staff, but I do want to thank David Corlett for arranging for me to speak on really short notice. With how many people there are here today, I think it's been probably quite busy for him. So yeah, thanks, David.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak, like Andrew said, about the decision due today on whether to repair or rebuild the South Library. There's really two messages I want to get across today. First, that the library is a core part of the local community and that I support the council spending whatever is necessary to get into top shape. And secondly, that the engagement process with the community about the decision, I think, has been pretty insufficient. So first on the spending, I've lived nearby the library more than half my life. That's maybe around 13 years. And I went to school in the area for another 10 on top of that. I got my first library card there when I was about 8. That was 16 years ago. So, you know, it's been my library for a long, long time, and I really love it there. Earlier this year, I'd regularly visit to study and spend time with my partner. I was living at my home, she was living at her home, so it was the only place we could really meet during the COVID pandemic. Every time we went, it would be full of people doing all kinds of different things, different kinds of people. You know, one really good example is I saw a large group of retirees exiting the building one time. They then hopped on their e-bikes and went off on a little cycle ride around the city, which is, you know, just really nice to see. People enjoying their time in their local facilities. Yeah, it's a real hub for South Christchurch, and it should stay that way. Basically what I'm saying is it's well used, it's well loved, and it's well worth the money. Now onto community engagement, which will be a little less warm and fuzzy, sorry. So I've been surprised and pretty annoyed, to be honest, that the first I or anyone else I know heard about demolition being an option came less than 1 week before the final decision was due to be made. We've all believed that a temporary closure for 18 months was what was on the card, just for repair. I don't know anything about the time frame really for a rebuild, but, you know, to have this come seemingly out of the blue with no chance to influence the decision feels a little bit insulting and a little bit like an attempt to ram it through before the community has a chance to form and express their views. I disagree with the classification under your significance and engagement policy, that the decision is of low significance. The library is a strategic asset. The decision affects a lot of people, as laid out in the report, and it's potentially irreversible. It's a highly significant decision to this local community. We should have had the opportunity to express our views in a timely manner. At least there should have been a public notice, a community meeting, or regular updates. Instead, what's happened is the kind of thing that erodes trust and confidence, which, according to resident surveys and the vibe of this meeting, isn't something the council has much to play around with anyway. I'm not going to ask for the decision to be deferred while consultation takes place because under the circumstances that seems unlikely. You know, we're living in an environment where there's cost escalations all the time. Delaying it again will probably just push the costs up. But what I am going to ask is that no matter the decision you make today, a real effort is made to engage the residents of the area in the new design, taking a co-design process. This is so that local residents can have their visions for the library reflected in the end result. It's our library, we live our lives there, and we should have some say in what happens to it. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for those comments. You've left some time for questions, if there are questions. Tim.
The way it's been explained to me, when we talk about repair, the only thing that will be left is the floor and the roof. So when we talk about repair, and that's where the discussion with the community will be, is when and I think there's a bit of confusion about repair and rebuild. Technically we are, either way you're looking at it, it's going to be rebuilt. So when that is going to be done, that is when we will liaise or bring in the community, because we've had some really good feedback already. So are you aware of that?
I wasn't. Actually, I was a little bit aware of that. Maybe not on all the details. Yep. Yeah, like I said, my main quibble is with the process around engagement. So it's not on which option is taken, because like you said, it's basically a full rebuild, whether there's a repair or not. Yeah.
And just if I may, two quick things.
Yep,
One
quickly.
is there's, as I mentioned before, $3.5 million in that budget with regards to protection against cost escalation. So hopefully that won't be used. And it is currently at 34% NBS. And if it fell below that, and it is, as you well know, it's been, as we've talked to, it's been kind of braced, etc. If it falls below that, we have to close it as an unsafe building. And that would be an absolute, would be horrendous for that local community, our community.
Yeah, that would be tragic.
So it's better to try and plan a way forward so we're all prepared for everything. Thank you very much, Finn. Cheers.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, thank you for your deputation. So just a question around, because $25 million is a lot of money, especially when you've got people sitting behind you that want organics plants moved and others that want the sewage treatment job fixed quickly. So when you go in and out of that building, do you feel that it's at its end of life, or do you feel that that community would be happy to keep using it as is for another 10 or however many years, as long as it's safe and minor repairs are done, i.e. air conditioning or chip paint, whatever? Do you think they would accept that or not?
I'm not a structural engineer, so I can't really speak to
I
it.
know we employ those to do the
Oh, I
reports to
know.
make sure that if it ever drops to a level that's unsafe, it would be closed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think people really love the library, obviously, like I've said. They like it in its current state. I think as a council, you need to really take a precautionary approach. And if there is a risk of it falling below the building standards, you should fund the repairs. I don't think deferring it's a good idea. It's been deferred several times already. Yeah.
Thank you. Anne Galloway.
Yeah, kia ora, and thank you, Finn, for a very considered and respectful deputation. There's a bit of a common theme coming through here about communication and engagement. You've obviously thought about it. What could council have done better in this situation in engaging with the community so that it didn't come out of the blue, I think you said?
Yeah, well, like I said, it came out of the blue. And like I said in the presentation, what I would have liked to have seen is some public meetings or a notice or something like that. I know you're doing public briefings at the moment in some situations, so a public briefing with the community board could have been good, because I'm not actually sure if they've even been briefed on this. Yeah, I think the communications of council do need to be fixed up a bit. Like you've said, the people sitting behind me have had real problems with them, and it's, a real disappointment, really sad, and they deserve better. I'm not a comms expert, I'm not doing a communications degree or anything, so I can't exactly point to solutions at the moment, but if I have any ideas, I'll let you know.
All right, Yanni.
Thank you. Given that we still have to make a budget decision as part of next year's annual plan or draft annual plan, do you think this is the sort of thing we should have put in this year's draft annual plan so people could make submissions? Because otherwise we're not really able to do anything quickly anyway. So we would have time to consult, around options now that wouldn't delay it. And I know you said you just want us to get on and not delay it, but I don't quite see how that would prevent us from consulting, given we still have to make the budget decision next year.
Gotcha. Yeah, so on the first part of your question, I probably would have said that's something that should have been involved in the annual plan this year. I'm not sure if that would have been possible, obviously, because, the report, it appears, was completed quite recently and only came for decision now. I'm sorry, I've forgotten.
So given that we're not making the budget decision until next year anyway, there seems to be plenty of time to consult. Like we could actually consult around the options with the community now, ahead of making the decision that we're being asked to make today. That wouldn't necessarily delay the project.
Okay. Yeah, if that's possible, then absolutely go ahead and do it. The reason I came here and said that I didn't think it should be consulted on was because I spoke to a few people and they said it would result in delays, which might impact on the project. I can hear some other people saying that there will be delays. So,
all right. I mean, that's a question that can be asked of staff when we get to the item, and we can get some advice from staff on that. Finn, look, thanks very much indeed for joining us and sharing your views with us this morning. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we move to the last deputation of the morning. Michael Williams, I'd invite you to the table, Michael, again on item 7, the wastewater treatment plant, and item 19, the organics processing plant. Thank you. And again, if you wanted to leave time for questions within the 10 minutes, that's open for you to do so.
Roger.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thanks very much again for the opportunity to speak on this hugely important issue for the community. Now, apologies for being late. It's a multitude of things happened today, but I did get here. So today, I don't have any fancy screens. I prepared a speech that took me several hours, and I sat there and I read it the other night, and I thought, no, I'm not going to bring anything today because this is an issue for me that's all about from the heart. Now, I really want everybody in this room to absolutely consider what's going on here today. We're making decisions today about people and communities. We're not making a decision about how many seats should go into a grandstand or what type of roof we should have or should we rip up St Asaph Street or whatever. This is a decision about a community, the Bromley community, and this decision you make today will have a long-term effect on these residents, potentially for 5 years. Now, I would describe it today, and I thought about this long and hard, as a watershed moment. It's a watershed moment for you guys, because the importance of it cannot be overstressed. You've actually got to me, reach into your hearts and have a serious think about how do we want these people in this Bromley community to live? Do we want them to go on experiencing what's pretty similar, to be quite honest, to the wastewater work treatment's odour? 90,000 people are saying they're up in arms about it. We have a huge amount of empathy at the moment going on for our community. I've never seen the likes of it before, because they've actually got a bit of a dose of what we've had to live with for years. Yeah. And so reach into your hearts and honestly ask yourselves, is money more important than the health and well-being of the community? And what is my primary responsibility as an elected councillor? To me, it's to look after the health and well-being of the community. Certainly you've got to manage the financial restraints, but it is the health and the well-being. So really please reach that when you make this decision. Now, I want to talk about it, lighten it up a wee bit. I was listening to John McDonald the other morning. I don't know how many people do here. I imagine you've got quite a few secret John McDonald listeners. And he's talking about moving the organics plant. And a guy called Leon came in. I recognise his voice and I've heard his name. And then Leon started to make some statements that were absolutely dumbfounding. And one of the things he said was, everything was going fine until we had some residents over in the Crescents start to create issues. Now, I would just very, very quickly like to ask these guys to stand up. Could you stand up, please? Could you stand up? Vicky, could you stand up? Have a look at these people, guys. Do they look like renegades, ratbags, troublemakers to you? Or do they look like concerned citizens with a high degree of intelligence who can actually get out there and get some stuff done and raise some issues? Bruce is a details person with a mind like a steel safe. Vicky is fighting for a husband who's extremely unwell and very concerned about the environment and the atmosphere in which they're living in. Jeffrey, well, he's our Rottweiler. He gets in there and he attacks because he has had an absolute guts full of it, and he's not the kind of person who's going to sit back lightly and just put up with it. So these are the people that were mentioned. I just thought I'd like to point that out. They are some of the best people in the community, and they, in my opinion, they deserve medals.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah. Right. This is a stumble, but on we go. The cost of relocating the plant. Now, when we sat down, we did the sums, and we had the meeting, and we come back with $21.5 million, I think it was, to upgrade the plant. When the tenders went out, that didn't even come within 50% of the cost. So for me, personally, when I look at the costings, do I have a lot of faith in those costings? I've absolutely none. Absolutely none. It's going to take a lot of work to convince me that 41 million or whatever it is, the cost of relocating that rubbish out to Cape Valley is an accurate and true representative of the cost. I'd also like to mention we have other assets in the community that could potentially be used. We have a railway line, the Main North Railway line, runs straight out to Waipara. We could set up a railhead out there and perhaps cart the rubbish by rail. Okay, so some rich fat cat who owns a trucking company is losing money. Big bloody deal. This is about reducing emissions, getting traffic off the road, and running an efficient system that works for this community. I mean, I don't know if that's been considered, but I think it's certainly well worthwhile considering. And the other thing I'd like to talk about and I did mention this at the previous meeting, was the apparent lack of a health register for the people, particularly at this point in time, in the Bromley community. Nobody appears to have gone around, and I'm not saying go to your GP. What I'm saying is we need to set up a party through the health board who can actually go out and door knock. These people may be incapacitated, they may not have transport, or just maybe disengaged from their community and unaware. But I think it is absolutely critical that we do long-term monitoring of the health effects. We're still a little bit unsure about these gases, we're still a little bit unsure about the effects, but we've got to have a register and have a starting point so we can go back and say, right, at this point in time, we had Mr. B at address such, had a little bit of light asthma. Now, 2 months later, he's having trouble breathing. But we need to have that starting point, we need to have that record. And I think it's absolutely critical. And I'm surprised we haven't done it. Because once again, your responsibility, people, is the health and care and the well-being of the residents of the community. Yeah. And it slipped a wee bit. It slipped.
A wee bit?
I'd just like to touch again about the importance of today. It's a watershed moment. It really is not about nuts and bolts. It is about a living community who have struggled for over 10 years, potentially now facing 15 years of the same odours. I had a discussion with them. They talk about the resource consent and they talk about the odour. It's not to exceed the fence in an unreasonable manner. I mean, this is quite a vague sort of statement really to have an operating resource consent, but it always exceeds the boundary line. Yep. So, I mean, resource consents. What is a resource consent actually worth? Yeah, I've been told by my colleagues that when the Living Earth was constructed, it didn't meet the resource consent. It's never ever met the resource consent. How can you guys as a local body, council, elected representatives, allow a commercial operation that's making money and sending this money back to the council as well, which is a terribly bad look when people understand the issues. Sort of, you're taking and giving of one hand and you're getting the money back. And this building has never met the resource consents. I mean, what I'd like to see is to go right back to square one with it and actually have a look at it and say, right, what is it? Get some of the local experts, like Bruce and, and have a look at it. Because if it's not meeting its resource consents in its construction, how can we continue to allow it to operate? Now, the other thing I'd like to touch on is Cape Valley itself. There's been a lot of talk about the location shifting to Cape Valley. I've never been to the site, but it does seem to make sense to have everything located in the same area, have your traffic flows, your logistics and everything working in together. If we were to do that and we start moving the green rubbish out at the same time as we get the construction underway, I don't know why can't we sort of be doing two things at once and dealing with the rubbish. At the end of the 5 years, instead of being left with a stinking problem, we've actually solved the problem. We've got an efficient flow of rubbish and we're actually dealing with it in a way that's fair and reasonable to the community. Honestly, I for one have had a bit of a guts full of the odour. And you talk to people, your neighbours and everything. I've got neighbours that can't walk. They'd love to come to these meetings and have their voice. So it is important that we actually stand up and speak for all the people in the community. But today is your day, guys. This is it. Be on the right course of history. Don't wake up one morning and think, I didn't do the right thing there, because your journey as a councillor, it's a cycle. Yep, you stand, you get voted in, you go through the motions, you make some really big decisions, but at the end of it all, you go out the door like everybody else, and the cycle starts again with maybe somebody else. And then you might have to wake up and ask yourself, what did I actually achieve? Did I do the right things? What did I achieve for that Bromley community? Did I on the day have the courage to stand up and say, no, we need to move that rubbish facility and we need to move it. We need to stop that stuff going through and we need to stop it tomorrow. There are ways I've thought about. Perhaps we could pull the green bin out of the system and use the red bin. So we stack everything into the red bin and then not collect the green bins, just collect the red bins on a weekly basis? I don't know. Would that potentially work? I don't know what the logistics and flows of that business are, but would that potentially work?
All right. Look, that brings us to the end of the 10 minutes for the deputation. Thanks for coming to talk to us once again about these matters that clearly are really important to you. The points that you've made are well received. So thank you very much indeed for taking the time. Thank you. And thank you to all of those who've taken time out of their day to come and make these deputations and presentations to us this morning. We know that a substantial amount of thinking and a substantial amount of work has gone into what you've prepared and what you've told us, and we can see how passionate you are about the matters that you've presented. So thank you to everybody that's been part of our meeting so far. Now, what I propose that we now do, it's 10 to 11, is break for 15 minutes for morning tea, come back at 11:05, and at that point, we'll deal with the wastewater report first. So the item 7, the wastewater treatment plant recovery update, we'll do that immediately after morning tea. And then we'll move to item 19, the implications of organics processing plant closure. So I'll adjourn until 11:05 when we come back for those matters. Thank you. Item 7, the Christchurch Wastewater Treatment Plant Recovery Update. So we've got staff at the table.
So we need to go back to the top slide.
All right, thank you very much. So let's now move into this item.
And start the,
and we'll start with obviously a presentation from staff, and then we'll move to questions and then discussion. So I intend to keep this quite structured. So let's receive the presentation from staff first, then any questions, and then we'll move into discussion after that time. So thank you for joining us. Let's move into the item. Thank you.
Kia koutou, councillors. This is the third, I think, of our fortnightly briefings to either this committee or the full council. Just to reiterate, the report that you received in the agenda, it was a summary of what we reported to the council 2 weeks ago, with a little bit of information about the social support or the community support package, which we'll expand on today. What the team's going to do is walk you through all the activities.
Sorry, just one moment. I'm going to stop you. We can't run this meeting with other side conversations going on at the same time. So I just want to resolve whatever's happening here first, and then we'll give you our full attention at that time. All right, apologies. Maybe if you could rewind by about 30 seconds, right, and our attention is fully upon you.
Okay, right. Thanks, Chair. So the written report was a summary of what we reported 2 weeks ago to the council meeting. What we will do now is present to you the activities that are happening with regard to the fire recovery project over the last 2 weeks and what is coming up. I've got the full team here. Not all the team will talk to you today, but we've got the full team here to answer any questions that you have. And so that on the screen is the outline of our presentation today. I think probably taking questions at the end, Chair, rather than as we go. I don't know what your preference is.
No question. I think let's take the full presentation and then questions at the end.
Okay, yep. Thank you. So I'll now hand over to Helen, who in Adam's absence is just going to talk you through the operational side of the plant.
So just a quick reminder that the plant is being reconfigured to compensate for the loss of those trickling filters, and the main job here is to convert 2 of our 4 clarifiers into aeration basins. Now, the other focus on the plant, of course, is the excavation of the trickling filter material. That's not shown here and be reported separately, and also a big focus on the performance of those oxidation ponds. So in terms of work done over the last couple of weeks, so we're plugging the trickling filter outlets. That's a permanent plugging of those, and wastewater is being overpumped from those trickling filters. And move on. And the big job that's underway at the moment is the trickling filter bypass pipeline. So we have a small bypass pipeline, but that's not big enough to cope with the full flow of the plant. So at the moment we're trenching and installing the main bypass pipeline that will allow us to fully operate those aerators. Excavated material from that trenching work is being stored in the lagoons just to allow us to test that before we dispose of it. We need to know whether or not there are any contaminants and what the levels of those contaminants are before choosing a disposal method for that. We have completed the installation of the power cables to those converted clarifiers, so the aeration basins and those new aerators are now running off the site power rather than the generators, and the generators are being used elsewhere. So it's really pleasing to see those running. So I want to move on to the oxidation ponds. So as you know, with the trickling filters out of action, the oxidation ponds have been receiving a much higher load of organic material than they usually do. They have performed well over the summer period, but with cooler temperatures and reduced sunshine hours, we're seeing those oxidation ponds deteriorate. So they're not performing as well, and the water quality is continuing to deteriorate. I want to go through some detail of that for you. So we'll come to some graphs and some detailed material. But that has led to an increase in odour from the oxidation ponds. So we have 2 main sources of odour on site: the trickling filters. Following rain and warm weather, we get odours from those, and the oxidation ponds, we're increasingly getting odours from there. And people have also noticed the reduction in bird numbers on the ponds, and that's followed the change in water quality and the fact that the habitat's no longer suitable for midges. So if we can move on. So it's difficult to see this graph, but what you're seeing here is the biological oxygen demand. So that's the organic load going into the ponds, if you like. And there's a line up the centre of that graph which shows the date of the fire. So you're seeing 12 months data, and you'll see it's a biological process. So the biological oxygen demand fluctuates over time. But generally, the oxygen demand on the ponds has doubled since the fire. So you can see that clearly pre-fire on the left-hand side of that graph and post-fire on the right-hand side. There's also a yellow line running across the top, and that's the guideline value in our resource consent. So our resource consent has a number of guideline values for a number of parameters, and the consent itself recognises that the process is a biological one, the quality of that water does fluctuate, and we have a number of results that may be above that line before we have some reporting requirements to Environment Canterbury about the quality of the water. So the guideline there is there for what we should be doing most of the time, but we don't breach the consent if we have occasional exceedances of these values. So if we move to the next one, this one's suspended solids, and you'll see there's a much bigger increase in suspended solids since the fire. So prior to the fire, very low levels of suspended solids in those ponds and going out the outfall, but post-fire probably 5 times as much suspended solids in those ponds. And you can see some spikes, and those spikes are generally related to rainfall events when we get excessive loads on the ponds because we have infiltration into our sewerage system and high loads running through the plant. So if we move on to the next one, this is ammonia and ammonium, so those are reduced nitrogen species. I'm actually quite pleased to see the ponds are responding quite well, and we're not getting high levels of these. So that's a very good sign in terms of the ponds continuing to function. And the next one. Here, fecal coliforms. So here we have, again, you see that fluctuation because it's that biological process. And on the left-hand side, performing very well for the 6 months prior to the fire, and in the 6 months following, the levels higher and greater fluctuations week by week. So for fecal coliforms, we have a couple of limits. We have a lower limit where we'd like to stay most of the time, and an upper limit where if we breach that, we are required to go and sample again within 24 hours, and if there's another breach, then we advise Environment Canterbury and the Medical Officer of Health that we've breached those limits. And we notify what we consider the reason for the breach and what we're going to do about it. So those ones that you can see there, the February one was indeed due to a storm event, and the notification to the Medical Officer of Health and Environment Canterbury went through, although it went through a couple of days late, which we apologise for, and the May one we've also notified. So moving to the next one, Enterococci. So Enterococci, so this is one of the pathogens that we monitor. Again, you'll see the fluctuations both before and after the fire, but since the fire, we're going above the guideline value more often than we would like. Again, these have been notified through to Environment Canterbury and the Medical Officer of Health. In the next one. So coastal water quality, so we take weekly samples also of coastal water, and we take those in 3 places along the coast. So our outfall goes out from New Brighton and it goes out 3 kilometres. So we monitor north of the outfall, roughly in line with it, and south down at Sumner. We're generally seeing that fecal coliforms and Enterococci over the past 12 months have stayed well within the guideline values. We have seen some high ones at New Brighton Beach and at Sumner, both of them in February following the storm, and we saw one high Enterococci in January, took that second sample within 24 hours and were within the standard for that one. So the coastal water quality has actually held up pretty well right through this, and that's indicative of the ponds performing well through the summer period.
Thanks, Ellen. Trickling filter work. Site establishment started on 12th of May. Southern Demolition have been undertaken the following work over the last 2 weeks. So they've got the delivery of machinery on site. So there's been 2 cranes, 2 excavators. They've also undertaken some earthworks on site, which is a spreading of gravel and compacting of that gravel. They've undertaken site clearance of some vegetation that was going to be in the way. And they have commenced the sheet piling for the first ramp. So that sheet piling, just some facts on the sheet piling, each of those sheet piles is 12 metres long, 700 kgs each, and it's 112 sheet piles per ramp. So they're about 40% of the way through the construction of the first ramp at the moment. We are on program. If anything, we're slightly ahead of program. While they're not undertaking 12-hour days on site at the moment, those 12-hour days will commence with media removal. However, they are doing 7-day weeks at the moment. So we are, I guess the key message there is we are on program, in fact, slightly ahead of program. Coming up next week, they'll be completing the piling for ramp 1, and they'll be starting to do the filling it with pit run or AP65. So that'll enable that ramp to be completed and the excavator to move to the top and commence removal of some of that media. We're hoping at this stage, as I said, slightly ahead of schedule. So we could be looking at removing media 2nd, 3rd of June. So that's before Queen's birthday. They'll also be looking at constructing the concrete pads for the chippers and compactors and also the loading areas. And the delivery of some more plant on site, which is a 100-tonne excavator as well. And I guess it pays a note too that while those sheet piles are being put in place, there will be some vibration created as they're rammed down into the ground. We have contacted a local resident who lives probably closest to the plant. Just like to acknowledge the fact that we realise those vibrations could trigger memories of events in 2010, 2011. So it's really just don't be alarmed. The vibrations won't go on forever. We should have the second ramp completed by 23rd of June, so there should be no more vibrations after that. So this was some drone footage that was captured yesterday around lunchtime. From there you can see the 2 trickling filters, and up to the top of the image you can see a green crane or teal crane, and that's the start of the sheet piling. Off to the right hand side, once it comes around a little, you can see the trenching work that's undergoing for the trickling filter bypass work, with a couple of yellow excavators there. If you look really carefully in that trench, you might see a couple of high-vis vests. That gives you an appreciation of the scale. They are quite big structures once you can see a person standing next to them. And on the right of the image there now, as it's coming around, you're about to see the sheet piling for the first of the ramps. As I said, it's about 40% complete. Nice view there too of the left of the secondary contact tanks. And coming into picture on the top left-hand corner is the converted clarifier tanks with the aerators on them.
Hi, Nigel Grant, Environmental Health, and thanks for the opportunity to present here, as always. So air quality testing, we're carrying that out to characterise the odour. As reported last time I was here, we were just continuing on with that monitoring. You can see there now that we've completed four sets of tests, and we're planning to continue those for at least 1, probably 2. Of the testing results that we've had to date, which is the first 3, we're expecting the 25th of May, probably later today, so we can begin reviewing it. But well, not predominantly, but the compounds of interest that we are seeing at times, depending on the weather conditions, are both hydrogen sulfide and mercaptans. Hydrogen sulfide, as we've probably said, or you've read plenty of times, is well known for its odour, and it can be detected by people detect it in differing levels, but it's certainly a driver of the odour that will be being experienced. And equally, mercaptans is it's detectable at very low odours, low levels, and it's commercially used as a stenching agent. So, and with our monitoring, we continue to review the sites, and in fact, we adjust them weekly, we expand them weekly as weather conditions indicate. And for example, yesterday there was more of a westerly influence, and so we samples were carried out in that direction. Cheers. So sorry, it's not a very good quality map. Just to give an indication at the moment of the spread of how far the sampling is going, and we'll, as I say, we continue to review it, and as I'll talk to in a minute, soon we'll also be taking a look at with our partners as to just how much further to expand that. So, thanks. So, collaboration with Environment Canterbury and Community and Public Health. So we have a small group that meet weekly, and of course we circulate the results to them, and we discuss those, and we also discuss the monitoring sites across the plant and into the community. And yeah, we're letting Community and Public Health know, the District Health Board, they're aware of the results as we receive them as well. Schools and early childhood centres, so Gary might talk about that as well, but we have meetings with them through the Ministry of Education this week and next week to talk to schools in the area, and also early childhood centres the following week. As well as that, we're in communication with at least one local school at the moment. We're doing sampling near there. There's been discussion around black discoloration, or mould, seems to be mould. So we've located a provider who can both analyse samples of the mould, and also, depending on what that shows us, we may put airborne spore traps out as well, if it's shown to be mould, of course. So that will be happening. That'll get initiated at the end of this week, and definitely continue on into next week. And so the next steps is we'll review the results to date with partners. We said we were going to do 4 to 6 weeks. When that's completed, we'll be taking an overview look of the whole lot and where we go to move forward, which will involve obviously confirming the ongoing sampling locations and define the parameters that we need to continue to test for. There's been questions, so these are all, just to clarify this, the samples that we do at the moment, they are just grab samples. The air is just collected into a bag and it goes away, and it's analysed through some very technical equipment. But it is a grab sample right at that moment when the guy opens the valve. So there's been discussion around that as to, can we get more real-time or 24-hour monitoring? So yes, we're accessing hydrogen sulfide monitors that we'll be able to locate in the community, and we have one of those, should be arriving tomorrow. Yeah, it's on its way to us in that type of time frame, and we're investigating also getting some more as well. So that will certainly narrowing down the compounds that we monitor for, and continuing that out for a longer period is certainly part of our program. So thank you very much.
Good morning. Firstly, I'd like to introduce myself to the people behind me and the people online. My name's Gary Watson. I'm the Partnerships and Planning Manager at the Council. I'd like to acknowledge, firstly, before I start, the people living close within this environment, the people living wider in all of Christchurch who are smelling this. We understand that everyone is being affected by it. I saw a comment on Tuesday night around this package and how it may be seen as being divisive because it's only a certain group of people. That is not our intention at all. So I hope it's not seen as that. So I will start through the package. So my overview, I'm going to talk about the context, the objective of why we've put this forward, the proposed package, and then the financials. So, proposed responses are based on the following understanding. We've listened to the community feedback when we've been designing this. Residents have been living with a horrible odour as a result of the fire at the wastewater treatment plant. There's no doubt about that. There are 3,380 households in the direct vicinity that we have identified. There are further properties experiencing a level of discomfort, and that goes far and wide. One of the main sources of stench from the plant will be eliminated by early September 2022 in 4 months. The map, unfortunately, well, hopefully I can describe it, and I think most people know, but if you have a look at the orange, the green and the grey, all of that is within the zone, and then as the state highway comes round and through the middle of the ponds. The area was chosen due to an assessment on the frequency of the odours, intensity of the odours, the duration of reporting, and the offensiveness of the smell and the proximity to the plant. So the objective is to alleviate some of the immediate financial impacts for local residents, to improve community access to information, and to work with community partners to increase access to referrals to other supports as we go. Proposed response package, financial support for households. I'll talk these through. Support package to the schools, referral process to other supports in the community, and some planned workshops to deliver guidance around livability. I wasn't sure if livability was a word, but I've put it in anyway. And that's this, the basics on some of those tips about how you live within this. So I'll start with the household financial support. The households who are resident in the most affected areas, so the 3,380, our contribution, we are not restricting that to anything in particular. We have heard many things that the community feel need covered. There's some examples up there. Extra power, dehumidifiers, air conditioners, purchase of appliances, contribute to the cost of specialist services, for example, GPs and other professionals. The vets were one that had come up with me as well. And a contribution for relief options around people that just would like to get out of town for a weekend or an evening, or take their kids to the other side of town. It's really not restricted. There are some restrictions, but I'll get to those, but not on that type of stuff. How it will be distributed. It's stuck. I'll just talk and it'll catch up with me maybe. It's essential that this is available as quickly as possible. There's no requirements for invoices. All we need is a proof of address. It has no impact on current financial support that residents may be eligible for, either in the future or at present. It's easy to access, flexible and responsive, and has minimal transaction costs, so the money goes to the community and doesn't go to the infrastructure of delivering it. We're really having trouble with these slides, but I'll carry on. Distribute in partnership with the community agencies. So we'll just click one more, Michael. That's right. No, they're not going. Okay. So the rationale for that was that it gives us 4 access points for people to go to receive the support. The community groups are in the community and so already have links to other supports. They know other providers within their community who they can refer to. Less cost of administration of setting up a totally different structure, a new structure. And there's relationships in place already. And places of comfort was one of those things I heard from people. This is our community, and we would like to not have to go to other places to receive support. I'll move on to the school support. So the objective is to provide relief to the schools, students and staff. So we've met with the Ministry of Education, we are meeting with the Ministry of Education and principals from 23 schools, including early learning centres. And I need to clarify, within that there's 7 schools and then 16 or 17 early learning centres. And we're meeting with all of the principals within the next 7 days, and we're working on a partnership model on how we can support them. The objectives of the community information is to ensure that the residents are informed and empowered. They know where to get support and what supports are available. We have practical options to minimise distress. So, and that's the workshops I talked about around heat pumps. I did mention DVS, and then the lady behind me spoke about her DVS issues. So things like that, though, how we can do to practically help live through this. And ensure other groups and agencies know what's available and can refer people to the supports. So we'll get to the financials. So the request is for $1 million from council. The budget is simply split in 2 splits. Household support at $200 per household for the 3,380 residents immediately there. Some allocation around discretionary allocations on medical grounds for people that may not live within the area. But those are quite tight, quite small. And then the community support and the administration, which is about running the meetings and providing the 4 communities, community providers, some administration assistance. And then the school support, it is $200,000. That's what we're looking at. And the schools aren't all within the zone. So the schools are, a number of the schools, a lot of the schools are outside of that initially indicated zone. So although it's not directly supporting families, and I understand that, the tamariki that go to those schools, hopefully, will be able to gain some support from this. The funding is coming from the underspend. Yeah, we've got the slides going, I haven't caught up. And I might be, and where to from now? So hopefully the report and everything is signed off today. If it is, finance released to the partner agencies available for distribution on the 30th, which is Monday. Community information workshop calendar published, and that's those workshops I talked about, by the 8th of June, partly because there's a public holiday in the middle and there's a lot of conversations to have. Ongoing conversations with Community Public Health, Ministry of Social Development and Ministry of Education to look at partnership support options going forward. We need to evaluate and monitor this support package and see what the impact has been. And there's an information booklet which will be, the comms unit will talk about it, but the information booklet will be delivered to all households within the area and will be available in our libraries and our service centres and other areas where people gather. So I will hand over to Katie.
Kia ora koutou. So just a bit of an update on communications, what we've done in the past 2 weeks, and then a look forward. So we've distributed start work notice. We've got that rolling blog established, and we're updating that at least 2 times, sometimes 3 times a day. And that's everything from wind forecasts and on-site updates to an opportunity for us to answer some questions that we're hearing either on social media, from the community meeting, or us directly. We're also going to have information up there about the community support package. We've got a weekly e-newsletter. Now, we're aware that obviously electronic doesn't suit everyone, so we're making that e-newsletter available in hard copy from locations, the community locations. We're updating the website regularly, again, 2 to 3 times a week with information, and we're updating our Q&As on a constant basis. So where to from here? Obviously, we've got a lot of communication out around the community support package. We're going to have a booklet going out to the 3,000 plus homes in the most affected area. Newsline story, social media. It'll be the feature of our e-newsletter. Again, that will be made available in hard copy and will be distributed to community hubs. We've got information internally for staff so that they know the details. And we've got the Q&As for providers and the customer service developed. We're going to be continuing that daily rolling blog with information, again, that updates at least twice a day. We've got information panels for the community hubs and for the library at Eastgate Mall. These things are three-sided, stand a bit taller than I, and while they contain static information on two sides, on the third side there's an opportunity for us to put up a weekly poster giving the latest information. We've got media opportunity on site after Queen's Birthday weekend. We're responding to questions and updates about the community support, and we'll be continuing to develop our Q&As on that. There's web video in development. We've got pump updates when we have the information. And again, that weekly e-newsletter, hard copy newsletter, I think I might have repeated myself there, and we're continuing to update the website. Now, I do appreciate we have come under some criticism for the communications, but we do have quite a bit going out there at the minute. If there's any other suggestions for things that you'd like to see, please do let me know.
Thanks, Katie. Just an update on what meetings and reporting is coming up. So we're meeting with the Ministry of Education tomorrow and Thursday next week. We have a joint community board meeting scheduled for the 30th of May. That will be via Zoom and be live streamed to YouTube. There's the Three Waters Infrastructure and Environmental Committee meeting on the 8th of June. Council meeting on 9th of June. Also got the Audit and Risk Committee meeting 15th of June. And the Insurance Subcommittee 16th of June we're reporting to. And there will be a community meeting planned for end of June. Exact date of that's known at this stage. And we've also got weekly catch-ups with Environment Canterbury and Canterbury District Health Board.
Just to finish off, so this is the last slide. It's a bit hard to read, sorry, but this is just an indication for you of how we've set up this project. So we've got a number of work streams happening. We have got a number of programs written up in terms of plans for each of the work streams. What we're doing at the moment is bringing all those together. So what we will do is publish a plan, a recovery plan, for all the work that we are doing. So apologies that we haven't published that to date. The team's been pretty much focused on getting things going on the ground and responding to requests for information and so on. But for the next briefing or the next presentation to the council, we will have that and we'll probably publish that before we get to the next fortnightly meeting. So it's really the reason that we want to put that slide up is really just to give you reassurance that we have got a lot of work streams happening. We are coordinating those work streams. We've got regular team meetings, weekly meetings for the whole team, and then meetings during the week for the subgroups. And Michael's doing a great job at coordinating the program. His role as program coordinator, and we brought him in quite early knowing that this is quite a complex project. We have significantly increased the resources supporting Katie and her team around the communications, recognising that that was an area that we could do better. So we're really pleased to be able to do as much as we currently are doing. But as Katie said, if there are other ideas that elected members have for what we can be doing, please let us know. And we are receiving some suggestions from the community, which we are considering and responding to as well. I just want to finish just before we open up for questions to just again acknowledge that the community is having to live with some pretty horrible smells. The team is very committed to getting those smells reduced as quickly as is physically possible. But this is a huge challenge for us and for the community. This was a major fire event. It was a catastrophic failure. Within our wastewater treatment plant, we've lost 60% of the treatment. And so the team is working very, very hard, knowing that actually the community is having to live with some pretty horrendous smells. Now happy to open up for question, Chair, and the team is here to answer any of those questions.
Great, thank you. So thanks very much indeed for the report and for what's been a very comprehensive update presentation this morning as well. And yeah, also recognising the huge challenges for the community, for the number of staff that are involved in this project across a range of areas, and we've heard from a number of different people across those areas this morning. So thank you for the report, the presentation, and for the work that you're doing. Now let's move to any questions, and I'll start with Jimmy Chen. Jimmy.
First question regarding to the oxidation ponds. Because based on our presentation here and also the Deputator, the Dongo mentioned earlier, I just want to know, because those ponds will create hydrogen sulfide, etc. But there's the source of the smell. So whether the a moment based on now, the update, the information, whether the council still consider to flush the ponds or not necessary.
So the oxidation ponds are one of the sources of smell from the site. In terms of the ultimate solution to that, the solution is to get the converted aeration basins fully online. So that needs the pipeline to be completed, which should be completed by the end of next week, and the pumps on site. Although we've got some temporary pumps that we can work around until those pumps arrive from overseas. We have opened the 2 wells that we've got on site fully. So those 2 wells are putting fresh water into the clarifiers and putting as much fresh water into the ponds as we can. We've also got 2 borrowed aerators on pond 1, and we're sourcing another 4 borrowed aerators that we will, if we can get them, upgrade them and put those on pond 1. And we're continuing to add hydrogen peroxide, and we've increased the dosing of hydrogen peroxide so that we can add oxygen into those ponds. So there's a number of things underway to get as much good quality water going into those ponds as possible and flush them out.
Okay, thank you. Second question regarding to the interim, the waste water treatment plant, the operation update. Because based on your information, particularly mentioned the pumps will be delivered from Sweden, from overseas. And the estimate departure date, 19th of May. Actually, today is the 26th of May. Whether already departure from Sweden or not yet. And also I'm concerned because in here, particularly mentioned installation, the end of June. Now it's COVID and also the supply chain, Those factors, whether can be arrived in the Christchurch install on time. This is my concern.
So we do have delays with parts from both Sweden and China, and then there's some assembly work that we have to do once everything arrives in New Zealand. And because of that, we've put some temporary pumps in place, and they should be online tomorrow. So there's some temporary workarounds out there to cope with those delays.
Sorry, last question.
Yep, no problem.
Last question, particularly regarding the communication with the public, because in East area, my understanding is quite a few, the multi-ethnic community and individual residents. I'm not sure all the booklet or even all the newsline online whether have the kind of major except English as some other major different language. Can they those affected residents fully understand what's updated status? Because we have the information, we know who are the residents in that area.
So we are getting some advice on that and what would be the most appropriate languages to translate stuff into, and we are looking into that actively at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So I've now got Pauline, Sarah, Anne and Sam. Pauline.
Oh, thank you. It's an ear question. I was going to ask a question about the Ministry of Education using air purifiers. I read somewhere. Does anyone know, and can you explain to me what they are, how they work, and if they'd be applicable in a domestic situation?
We can come back.
Well, no, not technically how they work, but, what they do.
We need to understand from the Ministry of Education and those particular schools what they've put in place, so we'll come back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. When will we know?
We've got a meeting with the Ministry of Education next
27th.
week, so yeah, we'll get the details on that and come back to you.
All right, thank you. Sarah.
Thanks so much. Mine's sort of on communications, and while we don't want to hold up any new information coming out, how we're communicating with the community is clearly one of the uppermost things for many people. After the really complicated and ongoing floods in 2014, we had a small group of residents that met with council, a couple of council staff, maybe 3 or 4 times, to talk about how the communications were going and what format and those kind of things. And some really useful stuff came out of that. And I'm just wondering if we would be able to actually, instead of elected members pitching in what they think might be useful for residents, actually have a small group of residents that meet with our communications staff over how that works. And I know that Vicky and Alex and others would be ideally placed to do that.
Yeah, so we've heard that suggestion and think it's a really good one. We'd want to work with the community board, as you said, to sort of set that up. But yeah, I think that would be really helpful for us because we don't always know how our communications land and where the gaps are. So yeah. Very good suggestion.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Anne.
Kia ora, this is a question for Gary actually. It's a wee bit to do with the booklet as well, so I'll ask Gary first, and then just as a resident sort of starts the process of accessing support, Gary, can you just walk us through how that would look, how the process looks, right from the beginning where they think, I need some help, where does that go from there?
Okay, so there's several options, and because we have options when people come in. So I would suggest that people ring their closest of these 4 providers to see how many people are there already, because the last thing you want to do is go and wait for hours. But if it's me walking in, I'm simply walking in and saying, this is where I live, this is my address, whether that be a power bill or whether that be something. I have a questionnaire, a 5-question questionnaire that will take about 20 seconds probably to fill out. It's very simple. With a signature. Some of the options available, if someone chose to have $200 credit on their power bill, then simply a copy of the power bill would be taken by the provider, the application form filled out. That would be, I was about to say faxed, scanned through to us, because council pays, has a relationship with all of the power companies, so we can pay that direct as we do through Mayor's Welfare. Firewood would be the same. If someone said, I can't use my heat pump, but I would a load of firewood, then we could do that. And then I'm taking the lead from the community groups who are saying to me that their relationship with their local doctors and their local pharmacies and providers within there, they will go and negotiate ways of being able to pay automatically if required. But I'm a bit of an old fellow, obviously, and Prezi cards have been the thing that have come up, which allows people to pay almost anything. And they could technically pay their rates with a Prezi card. So I think the providers are thinking that will be one of their main sources, which gives people the flexibility. But really, I'm hoping that's that's a sort of from woe to go, maybe 5-minute conversation at the most. I'd also like to take the opportunity, if I can, of those people that have elderly neighbours or people that it's hard to get. Like a power bill with something and maybe a quick note from someone saying, look, I'm Mary and I live next door and this is my power bill and I've asked Brian to pick it up for me. I'm sure that's great. One of the providers has mobile staff out. And so if people rang and said, look, I have difficulty with transport or whatever, then one of the providers hopefully would be able to go to the home and do that as well. So we're really trying to make it as easy as we can.
Thank you. That's very clear. In our comms, in terms of the booklet that's going out, obviously the 4 hubs will be identified, and I'm hoping that with the panels too in the malls, people will see where to go. In the booklet, what sort of information will there be, and how will it be presented? We've just heard about people's, perhaps English as a second language, those sorts of things. How are you expecting to communicate through those booklets?
So it's an A5 booklet, and it gives a bit of a current situation update. It has some of our frequently asked questions in it. It details the support at a very high level, and then provides the details of where people can go, who they can ring for more information. And it also has all of our contact information on there, and also points people towards where they can find out more information on our website by signing up to the newsletters, that kind of carry on.
All right, thank you. Sam?
No, just a quick one. In terms of some of the points Don and the team have made, I guess I'm getting particularly worried that a lot of staff time is going in to answer individual questions, when actually I think what we're hearing overwhelmingly from the majority of the community is that we need everyone out there doing the job. So I don't need an answer now, but what I'd like you guys to go away and think about is how we can, I guess, better communicate it, but also reduce the need for those specific queries. If you use the pumps, for example, could we have communicated that better earlier down the line to stop? I just worry we're clogging up the system when we don't. And just the other one, and it sort of just popped into my mind this morning around the funding package. Have we considered what the excess water charging will do that comes on the 1st of July to that community? Because you look at the impacts that could have. I just worry that we potentially haven't thought about that yet. So again, don't need an answer now, but I think we're going to need some good advice on whether there are adverse effects on the community and whether we need to revisit that for the annual plan. Thank you.
I've got Aaron and then Mike. Aaron.
Yes, I've got a couple of questions here. The first one's around the hydrogen sulfide. I didn't hear how much is being detected, how many parts per million? Like what's the worst sample we've seen?
Well, Nigel will come and answer that one for you.
The worst samples we've seen, working off the some California guidelines. I don't have the document in front of me at the moment, but close to the pond, just without quoting exact numbers, close to the pond, it's been close to the environmental limit for this California standard that our air quality specialist is working off at the moment. Coming out away towards the community, start of the residential areas, it's going at about quarter. That was on the worst day.
That's using the California measure, but WorkSafe have their own in this country.
These are much higher. The WorkSafe ones are for a working environment that relies on people working 8 hours and getting they're out of it for the rest of the time. So
what are you allowed to say what the highest you've seen is?
Oh yeah. It's on our website. The reason I can't is I don't have it off the top of my head. Just give me. I've got it. It's in the 300 to 400, isn't it?
So most of the results are expressed in parts per billion, not parts per million, because they're very low. And the highest ones that we've got are around just under 500 parts per billion, or half a part per million, adjacent to the ponds. But they decrease quite rapidly with distance from the plant. Yep. What we want to do, though, because hydrogen sulfide is the gas of most concern, is that we want to put the continuous monitors in and work out what levels they are over time and at different distances from the plant, particularly where the prevailing winds are in the northeast. Yep. So that's the work that we'll be able to do as soon as we get those new sensors, and we'll have a much better idea of those hydrogen sulfide levels.
Yeah, so that's good to communicate as well, is that they're nowhere near the WorkSafe numbers and stuff. I mean, they're miles away.
Yes, and we've done a lot of work around the plant, both to characterise where those odours are coming from and where the gases are coming from, and to make sure that the work environment is safe for our own staff.
Yes. Okay, and then the next one is that you mentioned the airborne spore traps. Why not just deploy them, just and capture, not wait for the other test to come back to say, yeah, we think we've found mould, because we may or may not, but just put the traps out and capture them.
probably will do that. First of all, I guess it's about doing the testing of what's there first to see what it is, to see what should be looking for on the spore traps. It's just about really a chicken and egg type process. We'll be guided by the specialist who's going to provide that.
And given that we've got 2 stinky items today, the other one's the OPP. Did we use the airborne spore traps around there?
No, I don't.
No.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. And then just a couple on the bits raised by Don earlier around the community requests. So I don't know, on the Swedish filters one, can we just get a forward-facing thing that just keeps, like, it's just an update every day on our own website that just says they're currently sitting there, they're now at this airport, because people get excited by that stuff.
We have that, yes. It's on the rolling blog.
So you can see it now?
We will see it, yes. So I think they've put the latest on that rolling blog, and we're keeping the comms people up to date every day.
Right, so that'll be clear from this way forward. And then the other one is that the public had been raising, so a lot of locals are saying the ponds are dead. And you did refer to that today. Can we make that really, really clear? And the question they're asking is, can they be flushed and brought back to life?
So that's the same question that we got from Councillor Chen. So the ponds are not performing as well now that the temperatures have dropped and the sunshine hours are less. So they are still performing, but not as well as they were in the summer. I would not describe the ponds as dead.
So can they be flushed?
So what we're doing is, so as soon as we've got that bypass pipeline in place, then much better quality wastewater will go into the ponds and we'll essentially flush them. And we've got the 2 bores, so the wells that we've got on site, we've got those fully open, and that's putting fresh water into the clarifier basins, and that fresh water is going into the ponds. So we're doing as much as we can to flush them now, and once those aeration basins are fully online and treating more of the wastewater, then the quality of the water going into those ponds will improve.
And then finally, hopefully the only dumb question of the day, can you, because the sun's gone or for the year till spring, can you use UV artificially? Can you add that anywhere?
UV won't help because there's so much water that would have to be a massive UV lamp, and we'd have to split it into a whole lot of different streams. And it also has quite high turbidity, so it's really hard to get UV in there. But what we are doing,
when you know,
what we are doing is continuing to do the peroxide dosing, so that will help. That adds oxygen because the peroxide breaks down into oxygen and water.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So I've got Mike and then Celeste.
Thank you.
Mike.
A question for Gary. Thanks, Gary. Just the $200 per household, is that a cap? Is it?
What I did, in all honesty, was the amount of money by the amount of people. It's just simple mathematics at the moment.
Okay. Because I'm just curious if we were to put a cap like that on or a number, why would therefore need people to explain why they need the money, and not just if they prove that they're actually a household within the area, just actually be granted the money straight away?
Oh, that's pretty much what it is. The evaluation more for me is about just what people are taking it for. Should this go forward? I'd just like to know how much we're spending on each thing. But if someone takes a Prezi card, there isn't too many questions about that.
Okay.
I don't think I've answered your question. Sorry.
So if somebody doesn't want to tell us how they want to spend the money, we're not going to force them to tell us.
Okay.
I guess. So it's really just for our own monitoring and reporting purposes that we're sort of interested in what people are saying that they want to spend the money on, but we're not holding them to that, and if they don't want to tell us, we will not force them.
Okay, no, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. And then I've got Yanni.
Hi, Gary.
Right.
I see in the recommendations about supporting residents who are most affected by the odour. Just wondering, what's the data that we're using? Is it the Clean Air app? Is it complaints? Is it geographically? Like, is there information that we can see where the spread is?
So I'm going to pass that sideways.
And just quickly, I'll quick follow up. Because I look at the Ministry of Environment Guide for Managing Odour, and it says that even at low levels, it can have a chronic impact on people, and also the sensitivity of people differs. So what affects one person quite close could also affect someone a bit further away. So I'm just wondering what options are there left for those if the money's being allocated to that area and there's nothing outside of that? What will be available for other people who might report issues and be able to show that there has been some other impacts?
So there is some room in there to move, but I'm hesitant to say that because at the minute I say that, the room to move can be quite big, you know. So yeah, that is the zone we are looking at. The community organisations, my conversations have been, there's some flexibility there, but someone who lives, and I'm sorry for this, but someone who lives 4 blocks out of that zone, it would be, I don't think they would meet the criteria. And I'm not asking the groups to make that decision. Someone who comes with an exception, unless it's a relationship that the group knows or they can see clearly that a small amount will help someone, I'm asking those exceptions to come here. And within council, we may be able to help with the different funding options we have, and Mayor's Welfare is one of those things.
Data?
You need to be doing something that's fair and equitable for all the people that
Yep.
are affected by this area, not
All
the
right.
people in the
All right, look, thank you. I can't take comments in public gallery, I'm sorry.
I know you might be able to answer this, Gary, but was there data what was the methodology for determining the impacts?
So determining the impacts or determining the area?
Well, I guess the area was determined by the impacts.
Yeah, so up on the slide, we've got the factors that were taken into account to set that boundary.
On the hub or somewhere.
Yeah, so on the right-hand side, we've got the considerations that were applied. So the frequency of the odours, the intensity of the odours, and we've got that information from the testing that we've done. The duration reported of the odours, so we are relying on, to some extent, on complaints, and the Smell It app's one of the data sources that we're using for that.
So is air testing happening, say, in areas outside of what I can see up there? So say in South Brighton and other areas?
Yes, there is air testing undertaken in other places, but what we've done is we have looked at the Smelt It app and we have looked at the prevailing wind directions. And I mean, you heard this morning, the prevailing wind direction out there is around 70-75% that nor'east. So it affects that community down to the southwest of the plant and the oxidation ponds. So that was the primary consideration. However, once we have those hydrogen sulfide monitors, we will be able to deploy those both within that area and beyond it to confirm or otherwise that is indeed the right area to target.
Look at the Clean Air app and it shows that there are a cluster of complaints in South Brighton in particular.
There are definitely complaints in South Brighton when the wind is from the southwest because that's where the odour goes, yes. So the issue for people in this area is that they get it much more frequently.
All right, thank you. Who have I got? Celeste, yep, and then Yanni.
Thank you. Several questions. I mean, obviously, hub, we've just got the presentation, half an hour ago. So just to kind of just check in on the Smell It app. Does that have any geofencing around where complaints can come from?
Kind of. So when people log a complaint through Smelt It, it does look at their rough GPS location and it sets a perimeter of about 150 metres around that. So we can kind of see where the clusters are happening. And from that we can also see the amount of people that are lodging those complaints within that sort of 150 metre radius of the GPS location.
Right. So fundamentally, if anyone in the city logs a complaint with Smelt It, it will track, and the data that we've used to ascertain where the complaints are coming from and the frequency of complaints is not just limited to a geofenced area, it's across the entire city. And that's the data that you've used to come up with the boundary.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to check the questions that came up at the community meeting. I understand staff, weren't at the meeting, but they were listening and have watched it. Is anyone in a position to go through the questions that have been raised?
Not right at the moment. A number of the questions we have dropped into the presentation today,
Right.
but no, we're not in a position. But we are aware of the questions that have been raised, and we are working on those.
Okay.
So to clarify that, we have gone through, we have listened,
Okay.
we are answering those questions, and they are forming part of the Q&As that are going up at the moment.
Right. And has there been any, just picking up on the point that was made previously around local residents or local community leaders being involved in the communications, who's seen the booklet that's going out, and is there an opportunity to work that through with the local community to make sure that it's kind of meeting the needs?
So obviously time is of the essence on this one, and we really do want to get it out and distributed. It isn't to print yet. We could have a window of opportunity to open up for more people to provide feedback, but that would have to be offset with getting the information out to residents and balancing that. So if you have anyone in mind that you think you would like to have a look at it, but in terms of setting up a wider group, that could delay this booklet getting out by a number of days. And I'd really like to prioritise getting it into people's letterboxes if at all possible. For subsequent communications, absolutely, and particularly if we set up a kind of a communications group as part of this. But I think we need to consider the importance of this landing and very quickly.
Yeah, totally. I have put a number of requests in the past to actually just have some visibility of the flyers before they go out, not to delay it, but just to try and add any concern that people have raised with me. And I know there'd be other people in the community that would want to give feedback. Just wanted to check in regards to, I put through a request that we contact NIWA and we work with NIWA on community air monitoring. I've sent through the program that they had in Rangiora from 2015 to 2017, where they have a community observation network for air quality, smoke and dust and air pollution. And I just wondered, given that NIWA has been one of the groups that have, commented in the media, what discussions have you had with NIWA? What support can they provide to getting monitoring? And one of the concerns that people have raised with me, and I hope that it's been raised with staff, and I've raised it with staff, but maybe others in the community have as well, is people want to know what's actually happening inside their home, not just what's happening outside, right? Because people are staying in their homes, they're putting up with it in their homes, and they want to have some understanding of what the impact is.
Yeah, so we haven't had communication with NIWA up to date. We note that the program that they ran in 2018 was around particulate monitoring, which is quite different to what we're using at the moment for detecting tiny amounts of chemical. But we're definitely going to communicate with them. We'll be using our air quality specialists to engage with them in the first instance and to see whether they can give us any further support around going to assisting with our hydrogen sulfide monitoring. And I think the external monitoring that once we get more data on that and we get more information, that will lead us, and we communicate with the public health unit, that will then probably lead us to whether we do some more work or whether other agencies want to do more work around what's actually in the houses. There's no work being done on that today. We're obviously aware of the situation though.
They've got these outdoor quality air sensors called Odins as well. And I think they put a weather station up in Bexley. We gave them consent, I believe, to do it. So we haven't contacted them yet. We can contact them. I mean, I've put the request in several times now. So we can do that and see what...
We'll definitely do that. I have that question now, so I'll be working with our specialist and that will be happening. We'll certainly be able to report back on that and then at our next briefing.
Okay. You've talked about a community meeting happening and there's some workshops as well. So just again, I guess if we've got the presentation to the community boards and maybe we can just have some thought around, get some bit more clarity around dates, locations, venues. Is that able to be done?
Yeah, we can look at doing that. Time frame might be a bit short. The joint community board meeting is on Monday.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can do our best to supply what dates we can before then.
And we've got a process now to regularly engage the community boards going forward.
Yes. So we will look at engaging with the community boards around a community group to help us with our feedback on our comms. We will. I guess we'll start doing regular reporting to all of the community board meetings. The community boards asked for a joint meeting or a joint briefing, which is why we've sort of set up the meeting on the 30th. We can start doing regular briefings directly to the community boards as well, if that's what the community boards want us to do.
So I've looked at like the flooding task force that we set up and kind of read through the whole community engagement, the social support. It's quite detailed and it's quite methodic. And again, just appreciate you've given us a chart, of quite, high level kind of just one word sort of things. But in terms of when, in 2 weeks when you come back, will the community be able to see what role the Medical Officer of Health is playing, what role MSD or the Ministry of Education are playing, possibly what role NIWA are playing, maybe what role ECAN are doing. And the other thing is we don't seem, like when we get our updates, we're not hearing from those people. And I don't know if the community's hearing from the Medical Officer of Health or from ECAN, but there just seems to be this kind of lack of visibility about what they're doing. And given what we've done in the past, where we've had more joint up approaches around different things, and I sort of, probably a bit concerned to raise the air quality for Bromley because that was a joint project to start with, and it, the start of it did actually finally, after many years, start to show a way of getting action in a local community. So, how did residents get, or even elected members get visibility of what the discussions are with ECAN and the CDHB?
So we will share with you the notes from the meetings that we've had once they've all been written up. We will talk to our partners, particularly ECAN and Community Public Health, about whether how they would like to talk directly to you, if that's an option. And if you want us to put that invitation out to them, we can't force them around the table, but we can invite them to come and talk directly with you if that would be helpful for you. They are. We're still, as Helen talked about, we're still developing that relationship around the response to these issues. And to date, they haven't been in a position where they have been able to put out definitive statements publicly, but we are working with them on that. So, the Community Public Health is the health authority. And so we will be relying on their information, and we'll talk to them about how they might want to communicate in the future.
Right. So do you think there's a need for us to go to the Ministry of Health and just stress the importance of this issue? And I guess because given it's a disaster and it's got a massive ramification around people's health and well-being, I'm just amazed that there's been such silence around central government and those other agencies that should be working together, particularly when we've seen in past disasters that those agencies have come in, provided support, been visible. So what's the best way for us to work with central government?
Can we come back to you on that? We'll take the comments back to our partners, and we'll come back to you about how we might do that differently.
Okay. Sorry, I've just got a few questions on the dust monitoring. So is the company that we're using the same one that we've used with the organics plant? Who's doing the air monitoring for us?
We're using Jacobs, which is a multinational company for doing this work.
For the air monitoring. And are they testing for formaldehyde?
No.
And do you know what levels they can detect H2S?
Oh, sorry, I'm confusing you. Sorry, it's we're using another company that's actually doing the analysis. Right. A laboratory's doing the analysis, but we're working with Jacobs on interpreting those results and working with us on the best sites So that the actual the analysis is being done by a laboratory in the North Island.
Okay. But do you
So
know?
that they're definitely not doing formaldehyde, and what they, as Helen spoke about before, the results that they're giving us are in parts per billion, which are very low numbers. They're able to detect down to very low levels.
Okay.
All right, Yanni, I'm keen to pick this up. There are a number of other people who've got questions as well.
Yeah. Can you come back to me? I've got 3 more questions, but let's go if you want to.
All right, well, let's deal with the 3 quickly now. And then
So
I'll come to
just,
the
I
others.
can confirm the hydrogen sulfide. So the detection limit for hydrogen sulfide with the grab sampling that we're doing is 8 parts per billion. So that's 0.008 parts per million. Although there's some uncertainty with that because it is just a grab sample, so we don't know what's prevailing over the full day. When we put the continuous monitoring meters in, they will detect 3 parts per billion. So they are more sensitive, and they will give us the change over time as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Just a question around the ramps. I mean, the sheet piling looks massive undertaking. I'm still struggling to understand in terms of methodology why they need to build these massive ramps rather than just take from just from ground level, and why they couldn't have done that. But also, I guess, concerned or just interested to know, in terms of the capacity issues and the constraints around why it will take 4 months, whether, what other companies have expertise in that matter and who's approached us, and whether we've talked to other companies like that are expert in that field to see if they've got resources that they could provide, recognising there's been a main contractor.
So we covered all this in our presentation last time, but just to answer the question about why put the sheet piling and the ramps in, that's so that they can get their equipment to the top of the trickling filters to remove the material. Otherwise,
Sorry, I understand that, but when you look at the disruption and the impact of sheet piling, these big metal things down the side, and then you kind of think, that's a huge, massive job compared to what, and we were told because there's stuff underneath and blah, blah, blah. But it just seemed, okay, you've made that decision, right? We're not going to change it, accept that. But just in terms of capacity to get the job done quicker, have you talked to other companies who have similar expertise in this field around what resources could be offered to get it done sooner?
Southern Demolition has done everything they can do and are continuing to look at their methodology to make sure that they do this as quickly as possible. They're very aware that the speed is of the essence. They've got a number of subcontractors working for them. As you would have seen in the drone footage, it's a confined space. There is not a lot of space around there. And so in their methodology, they are also thinking about their own workers' safety and our workers' safety, because it is still an operational wastewater treatment plant. If there was anything that the contractors or us could do to speed it up, we would be doing it.
Yeah. And just, do you know how noisy it's going to be at night when they start removing the material?
Oh, I can find that out. Sorry. No, I can find that out for you because they will be having chippers running. So what kind of noise that generates,
I think it was really good to get the first start work notice, and that's obviously for the whole project, but individual start work notices going out around different things, different stages would be really important.
Just on that though, we will be keeping that local community informed on the noise issues. So we will be, that will be focused on our communications once they start operating.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Just the final question from me, just in terms of what people, so people that are experiencing property damage or are concerned about what they're seeing in terms of the exteriors to their cars or their houses or even interiors. What's the best way for people to record those concerns? And to what's the best way of dealing with that? Should they be contacting council and letting us know? Should they be contacting their insurance company? What's the, has there been any thought given to how that's the concern is captured? And that's related as well to the idea, which I actually really support, of setting up a health register.
I think the first step is through their insurers.
So the resident would contact their own insurance company in the first instance?
No, so I guess there's different elements here. So if people think that they have genuinely suffered damage, then we would suggest that and it's significant, they should go and talk to their insurers. But we are investigating the complaints that we've had around black material, whether it's mould or whatever. We are investigating that. So yeah, I would encourage members of the community, if they think that there is some damage to their properties that we have caused, that is the likes of the black growths, to let us know. So we already know about that anyway, if there's other matters. But if it's significant damage to their property and they've got enough concern about it, then the recommendation is that they go and talk to their insurers if they think that they want to make a claim related to that damage.
Will that information and easy processes for people be in the booklet that's going out around that?
No.
All right, Yanni, thank you. So now I've got Phil, Sarah and Anne. Phil.
Hi, Helen, please. Sorry. And there is
Was
a
that
question.
the question? Because yes.
There is a question in here. Hey, it's an unfortunate situation we find ourselves in there, and to try and help the situation, is the water from the wells that you're putting into the clarifiers to try and put oxygen with the water, or just thin it, so to speak? Okay. So in theory, I know a sewage plant runs. It doesn't like infiltration, but when it does rain, we do get it, whether we like it or not. So when it rains, is in theory it help?
No, because it puts a whole lot more strain on the plant in terms of how much wastewater we have to move. So no, rain does not help. So if we get a significant amount of rain, we have to bypass parts of the treatment plant and put the wastewater directly into the ponds. So it'll still go through the primary sedimentation and the secondary contact tanks, but it'll go through much more quickly, clearly.
Right.
So no, rain doesn't help us.
Okay, so the suggestion I was going to make is everyone goes home and flushes the toilet 3 times. That will not help at all.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So Sarah and then Anne. Sarah.
Thanks so much. Hey, just going back to the communication, the community thing, I just really don't want us to have to go through a formal community board process with member selections and going through PX reports, all of that kind of long process. When the flood stuff happened, it was some members of the community who had been in communication with the council already, and in consultation with, I think, the community board chairs. And I don't want to slow down the process by making it something formal that needs reports writing and those kind of things.
Yep.
So just get some reassurance around that.
Absolutely, yep.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you. And Anne.
Yeah, a question for Gary around the support package. So you've done an amazing amount of work to kind of present something and build something really that we hope will meet the needs of the people who are most affected. How will we know that it's actually doing what we want it to do? What kind of evaluation will we have? How do we get feedback from the community about, yes, this is useful, this is not? And I know that you're really agile. You understand getting new information and you can change things. How's that going to work?
I guess in all honesty, part of my introduction this morning was this will be a long-term relationship for me, I would imagine. So some of that feedback will be hopefully myself, immersing myself somewhere within the community and being seen a bit more often and getting some feedback. I mean, I need to know if this works. Yeah. And if it's not reaching and it's not making a difference, then I'm sure we will hear. But yeah.
So what would that look like? What channels would people use? Would they just put through the blog? Was it question and answers, or would they give their feedback to the hubs that they're dealing with, or what sort of thing? How would that look?
Oh, look, if I'm honest, I haven't really got there at the moment. But thank you. You've now given me another sleepless night, which I will. No, it's fine. No, it's actually a very good point, and yeah, I'll do some thinking on that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I've got Celeste and Aaron, and then we're probably going to need to bring questions to an end at that point. And Leanne, so I'll come to Leanne as well. So Celeste, Aaron, Leanne, Celeste.
So Gary, I've just a very quick one. In that area, will it include, it came up the other night, will it include businesses? So for instance, eateries in that geographic area, so we've got households, will it include sole traders, say, and businesses?
Simple answer, no.
So for instance, if I was operating a little sole trader eatery and I was being impacted by lack of foot traffic, that's not covered.
Unfortunately, if you're running a business, no.
Aaron and then Leanne. Aaron.
Yeah, and I don't know if maybe there is something around what Celeste is requesting going forward to be looked into for our next update would probably be helpful. But my question is probably Helen again, because Helen's the solver of problems. At the meeting a couple of weeks ago at the Bromley Community Centre, the overwhelming thing they were saying is they just want the smell to stop. They don't really care about the timelines of fixing and doing and moving and pumps and stuff. They just want the smell to stop. And one of the solutions that seems to keep coming up is the one of disinfecting those trickle filters and then stopping the smell, so essentially killing it. Do we have a document, or did someone do the work that dispels that says that can't be done, that we can put out into the public so they can see why that does not work? Because I spoke to two scientists who are very qualified, and one works for the government and stuff, and they believed it could be, but we need something that I can show them and say, no, you're wrong. Your triple degree means nothing.
There was an options assessment done, and yes, we can provide you with a copy of that.
So you're saying options?
Yes, so they looked at the options, and they looked at the options of adding chemicals to the trickling filters to extinguish the source of the smell, if you like, and there were no viable options. The best one was to excavate the material and get rid of it, and that's what we're going with. But one of the things you need to remember is at the moment, we're also getting a lot of odour from our oxidation ponds. So the trickling filters, the work is underway, that's largely on track, and now the key focus of the team at the plant is improving the operations of the plant, getting that interim operation and the aeration basins online, and improving the quality of the water going into those ponds.
Okay, and this is one you might not want to answer, but is what would be everything going swimmingly well, what would be the soonest date they're not going to smell anything?
I cannot answer that.
If it goes
and
really
I certainly can't promise that nobody will smell anything ever. So we have a plant that will be operated as well as we can under the interim recovery plan until the permanent solution goes in place in some years' time. So that plant, while it will operate adequately most of the time, there will be occasions, probably due to equipment failure and maybe due to storm events, when we will have some interruptions to that ordinary operation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leo.
Just a couple of questions. Are you working with other agencies who can help? I remember Yanni raising the question of the Student Volunteer Army, and Anne Galloway took that and went and had a chat to them. And as a result, the stench-free same-day laundry service was launched, where they're literally picking up laundry through their volunteer network and delivering it back to them. They've entered into an arrangement with one of the big corporate laundry companies that has given them a good discount, you know. And I know that Gary, you've talked to some commercial providers about discounting so that we could get bulk work done in the dry cleaning area, for example. But you know, are we connecting the dots around all of these things and making sure that people know that all of these services are available through these new community providers?
Yep. So the Student Volunteer Army do what they do, and they started off and went, and it was great. The only thing they wanted from me was, because we fund them, can we put your logo on it? So they were away. There was I couldn't have said no.
I'm not saying that you should say
no.
I'm just saying,
yes.
Will people know all about that option when they go and visit the hubs?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Councillor McDonald has given me a lead with Maxwell's, and I've spoken to them. somebody, and I can't remember which councillor it was, talked about Orange Skies, which is a new portable laundry system, and I think it might have been Yanni, can't remember, but we're following that up as well, and people are starting to come forward.
Yeah.
So today's meeting was again a bit of a watershed moment where I can then go and build that. But certainly when people come to the hub, there will be as much support information as we can have for them.
Because I'm thinking that this is not something that the council needs to, finance in a direct way. We can partner with other agencies and organisations throughout the networks that we have within the city, and also the networks that our partners have. So I mentioned the Ministry of Education said that they'd already had a good deal on ventilation units because they'd got them in for COVID. So actually it wasn't hard for them to upgrade to, from a relatively small number in a classroom setting or in a school, from a couple, like to 10 in Bromley School. So that's the sort of, collaboration and partnerships that we want to be encouraging. And we need something that kind of sits over the top of it to make sure that that's... Sure. And that's the recovery strategy that Yanni's been raising as well. And I think that needs to be linked in. I mean, we've talked about the recovery strategy when we're talking about losing the 2 trickling filters out of our wastewater treatment plant, but we need a recovery strategy that focuses 100% on our community. So, yep. And the start work notices were delivered after the work had started. So I'm just saying that, good intentions.
Still here.
I don't know, you weren't responsible
no,
for
thank
the start work notices. But, that a friend of mine had theirs delivered in their letterbox on the 24th of May. I'd been round there on the weekend, and the next door neighbour had come in because of all the noise that was happening on Sunday. So even the stop work notice said that work would be Monday to Saturday, but actually they were in piling on Sunday till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Good on one sense, but on the other sense, when you're at home and you get the same shaking feeling that the earthquakes created, there are multiple layers of stress that need to be taken into account. The specialised pumps, you said in the report that they were scheduled to arrive in April, but you knew that they hadn't arrived in April. So how come you didn't report that the last time that you came to this meeting, that they were delayed?
Look, I can't answer that. Can I come back and let you know?
Yeah, okay. And on the blog it says that they're scheduled to leave yesterday, but they haven't left yet, have they? So
we're still trying to find out from the supplier when they're leaving, whether they're on the plane or not. So the latest update I had this morning is we still don't have an update from our supplier.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just that the current story says that they're leaving Sweden, but I think you said in your presentation that they're leaving China.
Yeah. So there is some componentry coming from China as well. Yeah.
Right. So, and what did you say about what's happening in the meantime? Because I really was left with the impression, and I accept that this is probably my misunderstanding, but others at the meeting misunderstood it as well, that the focus on the trickling filters would actually alleviate the really gross stench that pervades the atmosphere. But the oxidation ponds, I don't think that we had a very clear understanding of where that was up to, certainly not at the public meeting that I attended.
So there are 2 main sources of odour at the plant at the moment, the trickling filters and the oxidation ponds, and it depends on the weather conditions which one is dominating. I was out there on Sunday and the oxidation ponds were certainly dominating on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm more interested in knowing what's going to happen when the media is removed from the trickling filters. So I'm talking about the second week in September. What does that look like? What does that smell like for us?
Yeah, and we won't know until we get in there. So until they start taking off the top layer of material.
No, I'm not talking about the trickling filters. Imagine the media's all gone. what does the smell look like at the plant?
Oh, in September?
From the pond.
By September, those ponds should be back working properly by September.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yes.
Because that's what I understood the case to be.
Yes.
And then I've had doubts thrown into that mix. So
because of the delays, yes.
Because
So
of the
with the delays in the pumping, but we've got some temporary pumps in place.
Right.
So hopefully we'll turn those on tomorrow.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're done with questions. Mike?
Because I thought Aaron actually asked a question before about actually the timeline and when the smell would be gone. Obviously, there's exceptions, but you said you couldn't answer it. But it's very clear if looking at the timelines and what's happening that the smell should be gone by early September once the media's
The
gone.
really large smell.
That continuous, pervasive, horrible smell certainly will be gone by then.
And that's from both sources.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Andrew, sorry, I had another one. This is all about the levels of concerns that we're hearing from the community. So environmental health is one of them. So that's about the quality of the wildlife reserve ponds. And what's being discharged into the environment. But the other one's this personal health concerns, and I know that you've said it before, but I think this is a high priority. It's very easy to look up at someone's house and see where they've scrubbed it, so that you've got a clean bit and one bit that isn't. And you look at it and they say to you, if that's what it's doing to my house, what is it doing to my lungs? What is it doing to my health? And that's the question that we need to 100% know the answer to. And that requires a very in-depth collaboration and understanding with our health professionals, so that we can front, not as a council, but as a council who's taken advice, so that we can support our community. People want to know that they're going to be okay. At the end of the day, the primary focus has been on the odour. But when you go out and talk to people and hear people and what they're saying, they've got some underlying concerns about the long-term impacts that this will have on their health.
All right, so moving now from questions to...
Sorry, just one quick follow-up. I just wasn't quite clear. So the business support for local businesses, have we approached Christchurch NZ, given that that's kind of their core function, and they did it with Chamber of Commerce previously with other disasters that we've had? Like what's the, in terms of the support package, what's the consideration around impact on local business?
We'll come back to you on that. So we've heard the request.
Okay.
We will talk to Christchurch
Would
NZ and others.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you don't need a formal resolution
No,
to
you
do
don't.
that?
No.
You'll do it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Phil?
Helen, where are you doing? So is it fair to say that the missing link down there is oxygen? That's what you need the most of?
Yes, largely correct. So we need to remove the organic load from those oxidation ponds, and to do that we need the aeration basins working.
Yeah,
so
the aeration ones are introducing oxygen in as well as stirring up. Have we given any thought? And I know there's a firm in town that, because I'm a bit of a hydrogen nut, they've got a machine that makes hydrogen, but one of the byproducts of the hydrogen machine that they have, which makes 0.5 tonne of hydrogen a day, is 3.5 tonnes of medical grade oxygen a day. If we set one of those up, which could run off our power on site, and then you've got 3.5 tonnes of oxygen a day to be able to waste into your system somewhere, would that help going forward? I'm just
possibly
that's not going to happen tomorrow, I know, but
yeah, that's the issue. So possibly, but we'd have to look at the timelines. But we are in the meantime dosing peroxide in. So we have the facility to dose peroxide, and we've increased that peroxide dose. Mm-hmm. So that's from out of the clarifiers and into the oxidation ponds. So we are able to add oxygen there. Mm. But I think that the timeline for getting those aeration basins fully online would probably be faster than an alternative.
Alternative. I'm just thinking down the track, because we're going to have a rethink on how we do things, because it might be that if we can throw enough technology at things, we might not even need a trickling filter one day. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not.
We still have to remove the solids.
Yes,
so we still got a whole lot of organic load and solids removal that we need to achieve through some sort of secondary treatment technology. We don't want to go back to using the oxidation ponds as oxidation ponds. So the oxidation ponds for the last 20, 30 years have actually received very good quality water. And have just really acted as maturation ponds, and we get some UV disinfection as they pass through the 6 ponds before they go to the outfall. But now they're working as working oxidation ponds, which is not ideal for people who live close by.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Aaron, and then we must
Just a
move on.
really quick one, Helen, on the ponds. Do we harvest bloodworms from the ponds?
Sorry, do we
Do we
harvest?
harvest bloodworms from the ponds?
No, we
What
don't.
did we used to? You know, they're the fish food.
No, we don't.
So, okay. Did we used to?
Not that I'm aware of, but it's possible. I could ask someone who's been around here for a long time.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So, Celeste, you've been working with staff on some resolutions, which are what we've got in front of us. I'm assuming, in as much as you've been working on that, you're going to be happy to move that wording. Yeah. The only point that's been made is that there seems to be some duplication between 2A and 4.
So 4 was the one we added in.
So because this has been a bit of a work in progress, 4 was added in to pick up some comments that were made earlier, and your 2A seems to duplicate some of what's already captured in 4. So whether we can maybe amalgamate the two. All right, let's have a look at it. All right, so they're intended to mean two different things. Yep, all right. So, I mean, both can stay. And if there's crossover between the two, as long as we get back what we're asking for, then we'll review the implications of the support package. I mean, is it not just review the support package and report back on recommendations on any future, and make recommendations on any future measures? Maybe we just say review the support package and report back on any recommended future measures. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I wasn't suggesting we got rid of 2A. It was more whether we could amalgamate 4 into it. But it's there with both. It's fine. It's fine. All right. So Celeste, you're happy to move that as it stands? Okay. So somebody to second that. Sarah will second. So moved by Celeste, seconded by Sarah. So we've got this resolution in front of us. Now let's move into any debate on this. Any discussion?
Resolutions as well, amendments.
So amendments to this. All right.
Or
what
additional
are they?
resolutions. You can take out 4. Sorry, I thought they were all being done together, but obviously they've been separated.
Right. Okay. So we can take out what were you about to say?
So 4 can go, and Helen White's provided some staff revisions to just.
All right. So my first question would be whether the mover and the seconder were comfortable to incorporate these into the resolution. You might want to take a minute just to read
I'm
them.
going to just take 5 minutes to get these all tidied up.
Yeah, there's been lots of emails going around.
Rather than to establish a panel, just the council engagement for those communities through the municipal.
The boards haven't been briefed yet. They're getting briefed
Okay.
next week for the first time. I was trying to
All right,
get them
look,
more involved.
Yanni, what you do, let's run a process here. Yanni, what you need to do is to come up with wording that you're comfortable with, and then we need to check whether Celeste and Sarah are happy with that, or whether they're proposing any changes to it in order to incorporate it into the resolution. Otherwise, we would need to. Otherwise, we would need to deal with them as amendments.
Okay, thanks.
So when you're comfortable, Yanni, with the wording here,
Sorry, Helen's got some revised wording based on staff advice to my amendments, which are not the ones that are in front of us. They've been, sorry, I just can't say. I think they've been amended now. Are these the amended ones that you've put through to me, Helen? Yep.
Yes, there are, and my apologies because we did have a few sort of cross emails
Yeah,
while
I
there was
thought
other
these ones were
debate.
going
so my first
So-
question to Yanni then is, are you comfortable with what's here as the amendments that you want to put with staff advice?
Yeah, there was another one that Celeste had, which is around council requesting ECAN assist with collecting data on harm to health, pets and property and make this information publicly available. Is that?
Yes.
Well, we've got the resolution moved and seconded already. That's in the blue. So what you're doing is working out what amendments you want to make to that. And then once you've done that, I'm going to turn to Celeste and Sarah to see whether we can incorporate them.
Sorry,
Your job is to make sure that you're comfortable with what you're putting forward.
Can we just investigate that last register? Because I'm happy with 1 and 3. And 2 will delay things, but you can.
Well, no one wants to delay.
You can
So-
build it into 1.
Sure.
So that the council requests staff provide a response and recovery action plan of various updates involving the community. You know,
Sure, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. I don't want to delay it. I just want to be really clear that we do get some community involvement.
And 4 needs some work done on.
Four's gone.
The one that you were saying about getting a register.
With ECAN.
Property and pets and various other things. I want this health
All right.
register.
Just yeah, that's fine. So you can add 2 into 1.
Yeah,
Just
by referencing the community and the.
just add
Yeah, so Yanni, so just add.
oversight of the times, roles and outcomes of the various work streams dealing with the fire, the wastewater treatment plant, in conjunction with the local community or something.
Yep, all right. So then we can lose 2 completely.
Oh, and community boards.
In conjunction with the local community and community boards.
Yeah. And then when that comes back in 2 weeks, hopefully there's been a bit of a process around getting something.
Yeah, and it doesn't need to be overly formalised, as was teased out in the earlier questions, means we can get on with it and get it done. So now we lose 2. So on this basis then, Celeste and Sarah, are you happy to incorporate 1 and 2 into your resolution? You are. All right. So can we now incorporate Yanni's paragraphs 1 and 2 into the main resolution? And then I think we've got something that's capable of being
Andrew,
debated.
Andrew, can I just question the expectations for council staff working in conjunction with the community boards to prepare that plan? I think there will be elements of that recovery plan that we will work with the community board on, but there's a lot of other operational or technical work that we probably don't need to work with the community board on, and I'm just a bit concerned that this might delay us finalising that plan in time to come back in 2 weeks.
So the sentiment of the discussion that was happening just a few minutes ago at this corner of the table was very much, and the spirit of Sarah's questions earlier were very much, let's involve the community, let's get the communications and the inputs right, and let's be talking to the right people and working in partnership, but let's not be doing that in a way that slows things down.
Sorry, is it better to separate out the community engagement?
I think it would be
so
helpful if it was.
If we had a separate one under 6, so a different 7, just that staff work closely with the community and community boards on communication and wellbeing. And then you kind of know.
That would work well.
Is it okay?
If that's easier to implement, and you've heard the discussion.
Community and environmental wellbeing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well-being generally. Yeah. Because there's
All right, so
social economic.
the staff work closely with the community and community boards on communications.
Yeah, communications and well-being.
Yeah, on communications,
Yeah, well, well-being's
well-being,
We've got the
and
well-beings.
environmental considerations.
It's actually around the plan. It's progress on the plan.
We just need to go.
You've got your recovery elements
Yeah.
within there. So
But we also want them to be looking at the
Okay.
communications early and stuff.
We
And we'll do all of that.
need to move this on. So, Celeste, Sarah, you're comfortable with the wording here? All right, great. Yep. Communication, well-being, and environment. Yep. Okay. All right. So moved, seconded. Happy with the wording. Is there any discussion on this? Yanni.
Right. We are where we are today, right? And you know, I think today is finally an acknowledgement that there is a health and wellbeing issue of major concern, and we're doing something about it. And you know, it was interesting to go back through my old emails to see on the 2nd of November, I was putting requests in for what the wellbeing and the welfare response would be. And as I've been approached by local residents on a regular basis in November 21, December 21, March 2022, April 2022, it's become very apparent that this is what we need. We need a response and recovery action plan or program that clearly shows what we need to do, because it's a way for the community to look and see that the things that are important are being addressed. The only thing that will give this community hope, given what's happened in the last 7 months, is not words, but action. And that action needs to be transparent, it needs to be monitored, and it needs to be accountable. And so that's why I've proposed that we have this sort of program that gets developed, because we've been through these things before as a city. We've been through the floods, we've been through the earthquakes, we've been through the fires, we've been through the terror attacks. This city has had huge experience in dealing with disaster, unfortunately, and there's a whole bunch of lessons that we've learned from those things that we now must apply to this. And, you know, although I'm disappointed this has taken so long, we are where we are today, and the most critical thing going forward is that we get these things in place as soon as possible to address the health and well-being of our local community and our environment. I just want to say that, you know, what's really interesting to me on reflection is the tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of money and resource we've been forced to spend on chlorinating our water supply for a risk, a perceived risk, contrasted to this where we have a very real issue in our community where we're struggling to get the resources and support and the funding. And it's just such an amazing contrast, really, isn't it? That here we are being told by Ministry of Health that we have to do all this because of the risk to our water supply of chlorination, etc. But when it comes to something like this, which is having a huge impact on our city and on our community, we've hardly heard anything from them around support, around assistance, and around what we can do. And I appreciate that we're in the middle of a pandemic, but you know, we need to continue to work collaboratively with central government, local government, and the community to get the best outcome possible for our residents to address the serious issues that they are raising. And today is a start to do that. But again, as I said, we'll be measured in our actions, not our words. And this document that I'm proposing will be a way for the community to hold us to account.
Is there any further discussion? Leanne.
Thanks very much. Look, I want to pay tribute to Councillor Yanni Johansson, and I don't do this very often, but I am going to do it on this occasion. And the reason is that Yanni has raised the need to reach out into this community with letterbox drops, drop-in sessions and focus meetings, letting people know what was going on and responding to concerns as they arose. And it's not as if we don't know that's what you do after a disaster. It is simple stage 1 crisis management. It is communication, communication, communication. It is the be-all and end-all of how we get ourselves through really difficult and trying times. We did that during the earthquakes. We did that through the floods and the fires. And as Yanni has reminded us, we know this stuff. And for some reason, we didn't get that right. And that's why I stood up in front of the community and apologised to them. And it was a community meeting that I stood up in front of. And the reason I apologised was that if we had been out talking to them early, we would have been listening to them as well. And we would have been hearing the concerns. And the concerns are environmental and their personal health and well-being, and it's that stench that is just driving them to the end of their tether. And I think that Yanni took me out to, we were going to have a street corner meeting, but it actually started to rain, so we had a garage meeting with some of the residents of Shortland Street. And, one guy literally cleaned part of the bit under his eaves. So you could see the white against this black sort of kind of sooty thing that was there. And it's so obvious. When you stand there with somebody who asks you a question you can't answer, you know that that's the answer that we need to be finding. There are many, many more things. And I think what I like about the package that we have in front of us is that it's utterly and completely flexible. It can be built in to support other people who are doing work like the SVA, and I want to pay homage and tribute to them again, coming to the aid of the people of the East. I remember standing at the end of my driveway after the earthquakes and seeing them pour down the street to help, and now they're back. So that was a legacy of the earthquakes. Let this be a legacy of lessons learned. Let us learn this lesson finally. When something happens, remember to look out into the community and make sure we respond to their needs. And that's what this package is about.
Celeste.
I'll also acknowledge Yanni, Councillor Yanni, who's also Johansson, who's been working tirelessly on this issue. And also I want to acknowledge the work of staff who've been working tirelessly, because I know there's been no easy solution, and they're doing a great job, and it is a difficult situation. And then I also want to acknowledge the real lived experience of residents and the impacts of the offensive odours that are being felt by many. There's no question that the issues are real and we need to do better. Residents are tired from telling us that there's a problem. There's a lack of trust and want action now. This is completely fair and reasonable. We need to do better to protect the health and well-being of residents. The research shows that even low levels of smell can impact people, even when that event itself may not be offensive and objectable. Sensitisation occurs when people experience things differently, so it can affect somebody differently in one neighbourhood to another. So we know that these impacts don't end at a council-defined boundary, but today that's what we're looking at, and we have to start somewhere. So I'm pleased to see that we're looking at other options. I think we need to keep the support practical, easy to access, and make it available to those that need it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you very much indeed. That, is fair to say, has taken a little longer than we'd perhaps anticipated it would, but the questions and the answers and the detail in both, I think, really underline the purpose and the benefits of these 2 weekly updates. And once again, I'm appreciative of the level of engagement that we've seen from the community, from the people sitting around this table, and from our staff in making sure that it was such a good discussion. So thank you very much indeed for that. Now, what that has done is meant that our anticipated timing for the meetings have changed somewhat. We committed to a lunch break between 1 and 2, and we do need a lunch break. That means that now when we come back, the first thing that we'll do will be the organics processing plant paper, and then we'll move into the remaining papers of the meeting. So apologies particularly to members of the community who are waiting for the organics processing plans, but we will now start that item at 2 o'clock when we come back from lunch.
The only one I was thinking, and don't worry if it's not being helpful, I don't have any questions on the foundation report, so given we've bumped Amy, I'd be happy to just move it. If someone would second it. And we just
All right. Let's find out Amy's availability.
Oh no, if you're happy to move
Yeah,
it.
so there's been some...
No one's got any questions. Sam's moved it.
Yeah.
Mike seconded
Mike will
it.
second it.
Yeah, so we can deal with that quickly when we come back.
No, we do it now.
Okay.
Oh, because I haven't adjourned... Oh, right, okay. Yeah, okay. Because I haven't formally adjourned the meeting. All right, so this is item...
Please.
We can quickly do this and then we can stand Amy down, that's right. So this is the Christchurch Foundation item 14.
Item 14.
Yeah. So
Item 14. So the Christchurch Foundation budget, Sam has moved the recommendation, Mike has seconded it.
Is there any?
There are no questions, no. All right, so any discussion? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
That's carried. Thank you. And now I'll adjourn the meeting till 2 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. So if I can ask people please to take their seats. Now I've got quite a bit still to get through. So what I'm proposing is that we next do item 19, implications of the organics processing plant closure, and that then we move to item 12, the South Library earthquake repair options. And they're the two, what seem to be the two big items on the agenda that we're going to deal with next. And then we've got a number of reports and more regular items to deal with after that. So let's now turn to item 19, implications of organics processing plant closure. And let's start with a presentation from staff. And then obviously let's move as we normally would to questions. And then we'll get something moved and seconded, and then we'll continue from there. All right. So over to staff. Thank you.
Put your mic on, Jay. We're reporting back on the request to do some analysis on the implications of closing immediately the OPP as we look for and seek a partnership for a replacement organics processing plant. Lynette will make the presentation today, but we've got a team behind us, and Ross is here as well to answer any of the technical questions at the end of the presentation.
Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. I'll kick straight into the presentation. So as you're aware, we've been processing organics material, cube-side organics material at the Bromley site since 2009. And we've heard from the Bromley residents, and we've heard from them this morning, about the fact that the odour in the area is having an impact on their well-being. They've identified both this organics processing plant, as we've heard today, and more recently the wastewater treatment plant, as we've heard about. We have heard some conversations, statements today about working within our consent conditions and the type of the consent that's working. So I just wanted to clarify, the consent allows for indoor operations. So I'll get the words correct here. The processing and receiving hall is sealed and is under negative pressure, and that is where the material comes into. It is put into the tunnels to start the composting process. The screening process is inside a shed, but that is not under negative pressure, and there is outside windrows. So that is in the advice we've had within the bounds of our consent. So that's the process that is being undertaken, but over the last number of months, we have undertaken a range of processes to try and manage and mitigate the odour from the site as part of our transitional plan. So I just want to talk to that very quickly. We are looking to, and we have maintained effective treatment of all of the processing air, so it's running through the biofilters, including the air coming from the screening shed. We have also undertaken biofilter maintenance. That was done this time last year. We've ceased accepting pre-consumer food organics. That happened in December last year. We are now using a probiotic additive in order to accelerate the maturation of the compost. We've cleared the windrows of maturing compost. That's over 30,000 tonnes of compost off the site. We do acknowledge that there are still piles of tailings on the site, but all the processing does now occur indoors. It is the maturing out. It's the piles of tailings that are outside, and we are moving a lower maturity product off site within 48 hours. So we are continuing with our community liaison groups as we are required to under our consent. And we are looking at other options, and one that came up recently was the consideration of the removal of tailings from the site, or we need to consider enclosing more of the operation. So that is all about compliance and what we're doing right now. With regard to the request around the implications of immediate closure of the OPP, that would require diversion of organics to landfill. Now, terminology could get a bit muddled there, but we would be taking all the curbside organics that we collect in the green bin to a landfill site. The curbside organics would no longer be received at the Living Earth Organics plant, and they would need to be processed through some form of a transfer station. In providing this information, we have talked to a number of parties, including Cape Valley, Living Earth, Eco Central, Central Government, Ministry for Environment, and Waimakariri District Council. And I think we'll get into that as we go along a bit more. So if we were to take all the organics to landfill, that is taking 55,000 tonnes of organics that would need to be transported up to Cape Valley. It's a 140 kilometre round trip. There would be over 2,500 additional truck movements per annum. That is calculated at, so a return trip is 2 truck movements. And each of those trucks would have 2 of those big blue bins on them. We believe that, the advice we've had is that will trigger a change to the current resource consent for the Cape Valley operation, particularly noting around the truck movements. Now, the other thing that will occur is there will be implications of increased biogenic methane creation because there's increased organics in the landfill. So the other thing that the Living Earth site wouldn't be doing is taking the commercial waste streams, and they would no longer be taking, they process, that site processes 5,000 tonnes of organics from Waimakariri. That would need to be transported to landfill as well. So there is a cost implication of this decision for the Waimakariri District Council ratepayers as well. We have heard from the community. We have had our community meetings, and we've heard from them at these meetings, and we've heard from them in other venues, that this plant is affecting their quality of life. It is negatively impacting their health and well-being, and it is reducing their house and property values, and that this impact has been ongoing for a number of years. We have heard that, and we are working very hard to try and work through this. If the plant was to close tomorrow, they are clearly telling us that would give them some respite. So, the other considerations we've brought into this report are the cost implications. There are one-off cost implications that would be impacted in the next financial year, starting 1 July, and in the year after. There is also an ongoing 12.7 million per annum on the costs for the residual waste charges to go to landfill. That is the gross cost. What we then have considered as offsets is capital improvement changes in the capital improvement funding, but also the organics processing budget. So that's how we've offset it. Overall, the funding mechanism is an increase both in the general rate, but a decrease in the targeted rate. The net cost estimation, with one-off costs and 6.1 million per year, works out at 28.5 million if it takes us 3 years to resolve this situation. The rates impact for that is an increase of 2.7% on rates. I've written that down here. It's 2.7% on rates next financial year, starting 1 July. The year after that increase is slightly less, but it is 1.23% every year. So that stays on. 1.23% is on per annum until we resolve this. 1.5% on top of that for the one-off costs next financial year. What we haven't added and factored into this is the Environment Court costs should ECAN take enforcement action. We will come to this. Brent's online to talk to the ECAN situation. And the potential loss of the levy, which is in the order of it is $883,000. The other consideration we looked at was the policies that this is inconsistent with. There's a number. The Waste Minimisation Act is the first one sitting at the top, and our Waste Minimisation and Management Plan that was developed in 2020 and agreed in 2020. The Otatahi Resilience Strategy, which aims to maximise composting or organics and reduce transport emissions. And the recently released emissions reduction plan from the government, which really focuses on biogenic methane. Greenhouse gas emissions and the climate change impacts of this. This is the impact of the additional transport. Ross, this doesn't take into account biogenic methane? No. So it's an additional 274 tonnes, let alone any methane that may be generated as well. This is where I'm going to hand over to Brent if I can. Is he there? Yep. To talk to these two slides, a couple of slides.
Yes, I am. Thank you for that. Just give me a moment while I turn my screen on. Okay, so ECAN wrote a letter to the council, which the council received on the 23rd of May, which stated an ECAN staff opinion that odour from the activity at the Living Earth site is in breach of a resource consent condition that requires there to be no offensive and objectionable odour beyond the boundary of the site. And as a result, the ECAN letter suggests that the staff opinion is that the council's in breach of the abatement notice that ECAN issued at the end of 2020, which required the council to ensure that there be no offensive and objectionable odour beyond the boundary of the site. The council's own independent odour expert disagrees with that assessment by ECAN staff. So the council is going to be engaging with ECAN about this. The council still has that consultant and others engaged for proactive odour assessment and reporting. The letter from ECAN, it doesn't change anything in relation to the staff recommendation on the report. The council has known that ECAN has been actively looking at enforcement options for several years now, actually, and that included the abatement notice that I just referred to. What's new about the current situation is that the ECAN staff assessment seems to be that ongoing low levels of odour can amount to an offensive and objectionable adverse effect. So that's a new position that this council and ECAN obviously need to explore in some detail. We'll be engaging with ECAN on that at an operational level with a view to seeing whether those concerns can be resolved. What's the next slide, Lynette?
Legal considerations around termination of the contract.
So, as was highlighted on, I think, the title page for this presentation, it's about the costs and implications of termination of the contract without cause under the contract. Yeah. And there would be a cause to terminate the contract if the council considered that the operator was in breach of their contractual obligations. As the council doesn't consider that the current owners are in breach of the resource consent conditions, it would need to be a termination without cause. So that would require a negotiated agreement to terminate the contract with the current operator. And on top of that, referring to the final bullet point on this slide, not only is there an ongoing enforcement risk at the current site, but there will be, of course, if odour is generated at the transfer stations through the alternative proposal, being that instead of there being processing at this site, the organics are moved to the transfer stations. That means potential odour implications and further enforcement risk from ECAN in relation to the activity at those sites. Thank you.
Thanks, Brent. So those are the considerations that we've put into this report. And the process for decision making has been assessed, and any decision regarding this is deemed to be a significant one and have effects across the whole of the city. And the advice we've received is that we would need that to consider a closure decision would require citywide consultation and consultation with mana whenua. So in summary, this is a very complex project, just another one for you to consider today. The closure and transportation of organics to landfill would also impact Waimakariri district. The climate change impacts are considerable in what we're talking about, and a decision to close immediately does go against council's own policy as well as government policy. The OPP can't be immediately closed because we don't know the views and preferences of the general public and mana whenua. However, not closing the facility does mean the stress for the neighbouring community will continue. I do want to finally just point out that our recommendation is to, staff's recommendation is to continue as per your previous resolution, to work expeditiously to achieve finding a new solution. And staff are focused on that, and achieving that does take a significant amount of work too. So I'll put it out for questions.
All right, thank you. So now moving to questions. Jimmy and then Jan.
I have two questions based on your presentation. First one, regarding to external consultant engaged for proactive odor assessment reporting ongoing when? What's the time frame this report will come out?
It's ongoing. We're getting it all the time. So we've got it now.
We already received.
Yes. Yes, we get monitor. The monitoring is constant and we get it regularly.
Yeah, I know. But our view is different from ECAN view, am I right?
Yes.
To bridge those
Yes.
kind of resource concern.
Yes.
So still negotiate.
Our
view is different from ECAN.
I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't understand the question. Our monitoring,
Yeah,
our
monitoring,
expert is monitoring.
Yeah, it's different from there.
It's different from their monitoring,
Yes.
yes.
So not yet have a compromise. No, not yet get an agreement.
We're still working through the process with ECAN around the abatement
Yeah,
notice.
it's
Yes.
still. So when we'll get a result? When? We don't know.
Yep. No, we don't know. We're working through that.
Okay. Second is regarding to the community, affected residents, particular concern those health and the well-being, etc. But based on our medication, at the moment, is kind of a green light or it's a red light or a yellow light. At the moment, regarding to the health and the well-being.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Jimmy? Sorry.
I mean this kind of odor, actually, is create, those the kind of the health issue or not a moment, or just a psychological one.
So we don't have any evidence that the odour is causing significant physical health issues.
Yes.
But we do acknowledge that there is stress and psychological health issues, maybe if you want to call it like that. It's probably more stress related to the odour.
Yeah, but have any evidence, actually affect their health issue? Evidence.
Historically, we have had the medical officer of health, and this was a few years ago.
Yes.
And we received a letter from the medical officer that they considered there was no impacts on the health from the organics processing plant operation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yanni.
Thank you. Just want to check, because we've had reference to the letters. So, like, we've been told some of the content that's in them, are they able to be released? I'm just a bit unclear because part of what we've been presented with is information that we've got that the community hasn't seen. And given that staff have referred to them, I don't know how much I can refer to what's in them.
That sounds like a question for Brent to answer.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's probably okay for the letters to be released, but I'm not going to give any legal advice in the context of this public meeting about the council position on those letters.
Cool. So we can refer and ask questions about what's in the letter? Cool. Okay.
Councillor Hanson, I just want clarification. Brent, for both letters or just the original one from ECAN?
Two from ECAN.
There were two letters from ECAN and there was one reply that went from this council back to ECAN. I'd be pretty relaxed about them both being in the public domain. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and of course, if there are questions that are asked that are not able to be answered in the context of this meeting, you'd be making that clear at the same time. So, Yanni, does that lead to questions?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Thank you. Cool. Staff will be well aware, I did put these questions in ahead of the meeting when I got a copy of the two letters, but I haven't had a response. As local councillor, I asked if staff could keep me informed on a weekly basis of notices of non-compliance to kind of get a sense of how bad things were in the local community around people reporting and the ongoing enforcement and monitoring. What I didn't realise, that although I was being advised that there were 0 notices of non-compliance being issued and thinking that this meant that the problem was improving, that in fact council staff had asked ECAN not to issue notices of non-compliance and to simply report those instances to council when the odour was noticed beyond the boundary. So the question I have is, why were we not advised of this as elected members? And how many times did ECAN contact us? And I think the community would want to know as well, how many times did ECAN contact us instead of issuing a notice of non-compliance, but advising that the odour was beyond the boundary?
So just to clarify, there are some sections of the letters that we dispute, and we haven't had a chance to dispute them yet because they only came in yesterday. We did not ask ECAN not to issue notice of non-compliance, and in fact we can't ask ECAN to do that. We did have a conversation about the fact that it was how we were working was unhelpful. We've been trying to work together with ECAN, so we did not ask ECAN to not issue notices of non-compliance. They did say at the time, following the 1 February notice of non-compliance that they issued the day after the finalisation of the abatement notice period, they did start issuing weekly updates to us on when they have noticed smell. So what a notice of non-compliance would be, which is all that a notice of non-compliance is. It is an ECAN officer out in the community going, I've smelt a smell and I believe it is coming from the organics processing plant.
So, okay, whether or not, I mean, they say they were requested
So,
to ignore the notice of compliance, and then I agree, they advised that they did advise that they, the notice of non-compliance on the 1st of February was withdrawn because our staff requested to withdraw the notice of non-compliance on the 1st of February. And while ECAN said they advised that they would not be withdrawing the notice of non-compliance, they did agree to provide us with weekly updates of confirmed odour rather than issuing further notice of non-compliance. What I'm trying to understand is why no one informed the local councillor who had a request in to be told when these odours were a problem, and why when we go to a community liaison group that there's no information as to the complaints, because we get told that there's no notices of non-compliance as though everything's fine, when actually there was this agreement that I don't think the community knew about, and I certainly didn't know about as local councillor. Why wasn't that disclosed to people?
It was disclosed to people at the community meeting. All of the information about the complaints was given to the community ahead of the community meeting, and you as a local councillor were given a copy of that as well. as were the other councillors for the area. So all of the notices, and that is all in ECAN's report that you got as part of the community liaison meeting, and it's available on the web page. And as we read in that, there were 51 instances across the 3-month period when 51's right, isn't it? 51
correct, yeah.
instances across the 3-month period of when odour was detected. Now, this comes down to the conversation that Brent was having before about whether we agree that it is offensive and objectionable, and that's the difference in the conversation that we're having here between us and ECAN.
You're right, it was mentioned in that report, but that report was the 15th of May. Between the 1st of February and the 15th of May, when was the community or local elected members advised that notices of non-compliance were no longer being issued?
We found out they weren't being issued at the same time you did when we got the letter. Okay. We never asked ECAN not to issue notices of non-compliance. They went through a different path to work collaboratively with us. So we were issued with weekly updates of...
Okay.
Just to be clear, so the letter does refer to us asking them to withdraw the notice of non-compliance that they issued in February. We asked them to do that on the basis that our expert evidence contradicted the evidence that they were relying on for issuing that notice of non-compliance.
Yes.
Right.
And that conversation still stands, and we still haven't had... So they are still going through the process of understanding, but we still haven't had any formal update of the outcomes as a result of the abatement notice that ended on the 31st of January.
Yeah, but from now on, ECAN have said they're going to start issuing notices of non-compliance again.
Which effectively is no different to what they've been doing for the last few months by giving us a weekly update of when they've smelt an odour. Cool.
And just, I presume you've seen the time frame that ECAN have attached, where, March 2020, Bromley Odour Pilot started, 24th of April, Environment Canterbury present to CCC, findings of the Bromley Odour Pilot, findings show Living Earth is in breach of its consent, and that those offensive and objectionable odours were substantiated beyond the property boundary. Goes on to say CCC were initially reluctant to accept the findings and requested an adaptive management plan to be implemented for 3 months. September 2020, Environment Canterbury sends letter to CCC stating the adaptive management plan is now over, and that there was no noticeable reduction in odour, and that regulatory function would resume. November 2020, CCC was still reluctant to accept the odour issue and got independent research company to survey the residents. In December 2020, ECAN issues us with the abatement notice, requiring offensive and objectionable odour to cease. You read through it and it just feels like the council's just refusing to accept, reluctantly acknowledging that there's a breach of consent. And I get the letters yesterday and it still seems like we don't accept that there's a breach of consent, even though the ECAN evidence is really clear. Why do we not accept that there's been a breach of consent?
So since the abatement notice was issued last year, we have put in a transition plan and significantly changed the operations on the site. And we are still open to talking about further mitigation measures should they be required, all that come with a cost. So, we've got to be mindful of that because it's the city ratepayers that are paying for that. We're continuing to talk to ECAN and using independent specialists to monitor on our behalf odours. So what's changed since that history, and I don't know if I can confirm that history or not, obviously that's ECAN's view on it, but certainly in the last year we have significantly changed the operation in an effort to reduce any odours beyond the boundary and certainly any offensive odours.
Until February 1st, does council accept that we've been in breach of the consent?
We won't say that at this point. No.
despite all the evidence that ECAN's got and all the complaints that the community have raised.
You've asked the question, Yanni, and you've had the
We
answer.
accept that the community has believes that there is offensive odours. We accept that the community is quite right to have the views that they have found from time to time those odours offensive, whether they are offensive in law or not. At this point, as staff, we can't give you that advice.
We have had feedback from Environment Canterbury that through the period of the abatement notice, when we changed the operation, that there has been significant improvement.
But we had 6 infringement notices that were issued between November and December 2020 and January and May 2021.
Not infringement notices, I don't think.
Right. Okay. I mean, I'm just staggered that we don't accept that there's been a breach of consent. Really.
All right, have you got more questions, Yanni?
Yeah, I just wanted to check.
Oh, right, okay. Because we... Okay, so we've lost the Zoom connection. We've got...
Megan's going to do something fancy, hopefully.
So do we... Can we continue regardless?
Please enter the meeting passcode,
Okay.
followed by the pound sign.
So it was just notice of an interruption.
Yes.
Okay.
First time.
Does this indicate we're reconnected?
Just wait till we get Brent back.
Yeah, we're just keen to get Brent back on the call before we proceed.
Hi everyone, I can hear you.
Wonderful. All right, great. So Yanni, did you have further questions?
Just 2 more questions, thank
Thank
you.
you.
And it would be good just to, as an aside, just get an understanding of if the 6th of April letter was circulated to us or before yesterday, or whether that's the first that we'd seen it. Certainly the first time I can recall seeing it, but we may have had it in briefings before. But just 2 other questions, thank you. When I read through and I hear what you say around all these different policies and requirements to consult and we'd be going against certain things. But what takes precedent? Does the RMA take precedence over, being compliant with the RMA take precedence over all those other strategies?
Brent, do you want to answer that or do you want us to?
Can you just basically be non-compliant with an RMA because you're compliant with all these other things? What overrides what?
I'm not too sure whether I followed the question, Councillor.
Sorry.
But let me summarise what I think might be the situation you're addressing. The council's obliged to perform all of its legal obligations, and they often interrelate and overlap. So the council is obliged to perform its legal obligation to comply with resource consent conditions. And the expert advice to the council is that it is doing so. If in another area of council activity, if the council wants to make a decision and it doesn't know the views and preferences of the community, then it needs to comply with its lawful obligation to learn the views and preferences of the community. It needs to perform all of its legal obligations. Thank you.
So, sorry, just to be clear. So basically, you don't have to, like the RMA is a legal statutory instrument.
It's a really direct question, Yanni.
Yeah,
You
so
can
like-
ask that'll get the answer you're looking
So
for.
basically, you can be non-compliant, but you still have to go through a massive process to consult your community, even if the outcome was that you're still non-compliant. Like, why do you not have to comply straight away, or within a sense of reasonableness, with something that's a legislation of New Zealand? Like, why would a council policy or strategy override a New Zealand statute?
The question is, A little bit mixed, Councillor. Let me try and unpick it a little bit. First of all, ECAN has written a letter to the council saying that ECAN considers that the council is in breach of an abatement notice and that the council is in breach of a resource consent condition. And ECAN's letter says that ECAN is investigating what to do about that staff opinion. And ECAN has a range of enforcement options open to it. That's an expression of opinion by the regulatory authority. The council, as the holder of a resource consent, also has its own opinion, and its opinion comes from its expert advisors. And that opinion is that the council is not in breach of its RMA obligations. That's a matter that the two councils need to work out. And there'll be a lot of work at an operational level between the two councils to work that out. In the meantime, the council's still going through a series of local government act decision-making processes to do with relocation or potential relocation of the organics processing plant. And if the council wants to consider immediate relocation when it hasn't got an alternative processing plant set up, then the council's got a legal obligation to go through consultation requirements before making that decision. So the council is going to be performing all of its legal obligations. Thank you.
Final question from me is that in the community views, it states that 5.23, a closure decision affects the entire district. The closure of the OPP will also have an impact on rates. The views of the wider community have not been sought regarding a closure. And I'm just trying to align it. And this was one of the issues that was raised at one of the community meetings. Is I'm trying to understand in my mind how, for a cost less than the extra 50 million that we put on for the new stadium, where we didn't have to consult, which had an impact across arguably Canterbury, not just Christchurch, but certainly Christchurch ratepayers. Why is it that we don't have to consult on adding $50 million plus to the Christchurch stadium, but on this one we do?
I can't comment on decisions that I haven't been involved in, Councillor. I'll comment on this one, though. The decision to immediately close the organics waste processing plant here means that there is going to be no processing of organics waste, which has fairly significant implications for the council's waste minimalisation objectives and the council's obligations under the Waste Minimalisation Act. It would be appropriate for the council to obtain the views and preferences of the community about not only the costs to do with the closure, but also all the other social, cultural and environmental costs and benefits that flow from that decision.
Thank you. I've got Jake and then Pauline. Jake.
So if we're not in breach of the resource consent, why would we bother moving to an alternative location?
So that was a decision that you as a council made, and it's partly based on the fact that the residents around that area have made a case that the presence of the organics processing plant and the history of it has caused them stress and continues to cause them stress.
That sprung out of a decision, a report to upgrade, remember? And so it was
still a staff recommendation to move the site. So second question is around the costings. We were talking about the cost of compost to remediate the adjacent site. Did we look at that, and is that been factored in if we were to not do that for a period of time?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's part of the costs.
Right, that's been factored in.
Yep.
So just to clarify that, there was $2 million attributed to the cost of distributing compost to the wastewater treatment plants.
Yes.
And there was some informal discussion around whether the benefit of that arrangement was primarily as a disposer of compost, or whether the wastewater treatment plants actually needed to spend $2 million a year on compost for landscaping purposes. What was the answer to that question?
So both needed that. So we needed that to remove the windrows from the organics processing plant, and the wastewater treatment plant operations need that to establish vegetation around the ponds to deal with the midge issues.
So the implication of not spending $2 million at the wastewater treatment plant on compost would be that the midge issue would not be remedied and would be exacerbated.
That's right.
Correct.
And the $2 million figure was arrived at by looking at what the replacement cost of that compost would be if it was no longer available from the organics processing plant.
That's right.
Correct.
Thank you. Pauline and then Aaron. Pauline.
So, forgive me if I've missed this, and it's probably in the previous report, but we've got a report coming in February about relocation sites and relocating a
Yes, we
building
have.
new plant.
Yep.
When that report comes and we make a decision, do we then have to consult on that? Brent might be the one.
Helen.
Depends.
If I may, I think it would depend on what the outcome of that report says.
If we decided to relocate the plant and build a new one, so close it, basically relocate it.
It depends on that on what that looks like, and what we're trying. What the other resolution was that you approved at the last one was to move into a procurement process to have those conversations. So that report in next February is the outcome of that process. So it does depend on what it looks like, but it would be looking to achieve the same outcomes. So it has a lesser impact than immediate closure, and taking the green waste to landfill does now. So that's what we're
Potentially
trying to
not, but possibly. And then my other question is, Bruce King mentioned that the tailings that are on the site are such that they take up about 25% of the space that the windrows were, which seems to me it's a considerable amount of tailings.
Yeah, so yes, that's right. We do have tailings on site, and as we've mentioned, they do feed into the process. As you would have seen in the slides, one of our next part of the transition is looking at removing a lot of those tailings, and we're just working through what is the best options there. There is contamination with plastic in those tailings that have been through the screening process.
Yeah.
So we are limited as to options there, with the last resort being landfill, but we can move some of those tailings into the receiving hall, but not much.
So, could the plant operate with none of those tailings there? Just get rid of all of it.
It requires tailings as part of for the process. So the incoming food organics waste from your green bin needs that porosity of some material. So if it's not the tailings, we'd have to actually bring in other material, and it's also the carbon nitrogen mix for the composting process as well. So it is a requirement, but we don't need as much. So we're looking now as to how we reduce that amount of tailings on site.
Have you got any idea how much you could reduce it by?
They'd probably need about 2,000 to 3,000 tonnes on site as part of their operation, and that's one of the mitigations we've talked about. A couple of further mitigations, and one is enclosing the site more, and obviously with reduced footprint of the tailings, that would be a reduced cost in terms of the coverage that we'd need to look at enclosing that operation.
Right. So how long is that work going to take?
We're working through that now. We're looking for other options, but otherwise, it's like I say, it's most likely we're going to have to send some of that to landfill.
Yeah, but I mean that's not such a significant step as taking the whole 55,000 tonnes. It would be taking maybe 7,000 tonnes or something.
Correct. Yeah.
Yep. So.
And it'd be a one-off.
Yes.
Then we'd be looking to have
right.
a cycling process.
And so, have you got no idea of how long that piece of work's going to take? Could it be done in a month?
Oh, to move the physically.
No, to identify what you're going to do. Whether you're going to remove the tailings or cover them, or cover more of the area?
So we're working through that now. I suppose part of the why we haven't done anything sooner is because we've had the independent experts say that the operation that we're currently operating is compliant. So
Right.
we haven't seen the need to be shifting that. We understand, listen to the community. It
Yeah.
was brought up at the liaison group meeting last Tuesday that was a concern. So now we're looking at that. What can we do? So we're working through that now.
And so let's say we fast forward and in a few weeks' time you've got the tailings largely removed and what's left is covered. Are you confident that that will actually have an incredible effect on reducing the odour?
Look, all those things will further reduce, and as mentioned, we've been sort of looking at, there is a cost associated with that. Certainly, enclosing what's remaining won't happen in the next month or so. That's quite a significant investment if that's decided, but we can remove some of the tailings.
So if we just looking at enclosing that would mean obviously building a building over it or a structure.
Yep.
And then when the site has originally changed its use, so the organics processing plant wouldn't be there anymore, that would still be, would you think it would still be an asset for council? So we're not actually wasting money if we did that?
Yeah, and that's part of the consideration, that what we're building, if it's a temporary, then obviously that's not going to add too much value to the sale of the asset, but if it's something more significant structural wise, yes, that will be an asset that would be adding value.
Right, okay, but also in that consideration, I hope you're putting speed in there as part of the criteria, because if you went for a permanent structure but it was going to take 12 months to build it, that's no good to us. So I guess that you've been looking at this through a legal lens and a compliance lens, but we're now putting our governance political lens over it, saying, look, we have to do something. And
we do need you to know that we're trying to put every lens across it, and we are hearing what the community, as staff, we're hearing what the community, we're hearing it directly.
Yeah.
We're sitting there in those meetings, we're hearing what the community is saying, and we are trying really hard to expedite this process.
Yeah, good. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, a couple of completely different questions, because the ones come up around the moving the compost down to the water treatment. What's being planted there that needs so much compost? Because that ground around there's had thick green grass and cows for years. And the odd
I'm
peacock.
sorry, that's not our project.
Helen is here. Oh, Helen.
We've got a range of trees and shrubs going in there, and the compost both helps condition the soil and keep the moisture in there, because it can be pretty hot out there.
Pretty hot. Right, I would have thought a windbreak would be more benefit there than compost, but
The compost is being spread to 300 mils and helps enormously.
okay. And cool, so that's that one. Because I thought when we got told about that project, it was a chance to unload all the backlog of compost, not that it was going to have to go on for years and years.
In terms of the outcomes, it's a win-win. So it helps the backlog at the organics processing plant, and it brings forward the planting program at the wastewater treatment around the ponds.
Right. And so, right, okay.
But the answer to the previous question suggested that whilst there's a dual benefit, we would continue to need at the wastewater treatment plant the same volume of compost, regardless of the fact that there wasn't a dual benefit to the OPP if it wasn't coming from the OPP.
Yeah, it would either need compost or some other mulch, or use carpet squares, or whatever else you can do to help those new plantings.
And what's the area that we're spreading this compost over, the land area?
Sorry, I haven't got that at my fingertips.
Okay, no problem.
There's a number of areas around the ponds that we're doing it.
And have we considered what a lower cost option might look like if we didn't have the compost available from the OPP?
No, we'd simply do it on a slower program.
So then a clearer way to ask the question might be then, because the council currently plants around 1 million shrubs and trees and plants a year, which is considerable, and do we use this much compost everywhere else?
I'm sorry, you'd need to talk to the parks people. I don't know about the other planting programs.
I would have thought not. I've not
They
seen
do.
that
They
much.
do. They do use a range of
They
approaches.
do use it, yeah.
Depending on
Yeah.
what the circumstances are.
Yeah, as you can tell, this is an area that some people are keen to get a better understanding of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and whether if the dual benefit was no longer available, we would continue to do the same thing.
Yeah, thank you. And then the other question goes back to this morning with the why not use the airborne spore traps? How can the medical officer of health say that there's no negative health effect if something like those spore traps aren't out there to know? Because if you go to Oderings now, and there's a picture of the medical officer of health telling you to use gloves and a mask when you use compost.
So
You'd need to ask the medical officer of health that question.
So did they have evidence that there is no
there is in the report to the community liaison group, there's an update on the dust implications and a report that was done from EKEN. So that is all there. It showed there was no linkages between the compost and the
dust.
That was
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jake.
What would the effect of a slower planting program be? Sorry, I should have.
She's gone.
Yeah, so the midges will be gone slower.
Right.
All right, Melanie, I'll come to you next. Thank you.
It says in 4.2 about there's no current availability in other facilities to take our organic waste. Is there any capacity to take some of our organic waste at other facilities like Selwyn or somewhere else?
Not immediately, but potentially Timaru might be able to take some going forward.
So is Selwyn at capacity already?
Selwyn, their operation's just windrowing. So, and the discussions we've had with Selwyn that they wouldn't want to receive our material, it would complicate their operation.
Okay.
Yeah. So no other capacity for another operation to take our material at the moment.
Okay. And then the other question is, talked about a lower maturity product being moved off the OPP site within 48 hours. I was wondering, within 48 hours of what?
coming out of the tunnel.
That's been screened. So the process, it comes out of the tunnels and is screened, and that generally happens the same day. And the reason it's within 48 hours, if it sits any longer, there's a chance that it can start to go anaerobic. So generally it's removed the same day. So once it's screened, the trucks come in the next day and it's taken away.
So is it outside before being shifted off-site?
Yes.
So there's tailings outside, but there's also lower maturity product that's potentially outside for 48 hours as well.
Yes, that screen product that would sit outside as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sarah.
Thank you. I'd just like to flick to the potential for upscaling alternative community-based solutions, and the presentation that Bailey did both today and last year. And it sounds like the trials have been successful. And I think part of that was a report back on the potential for partnering to enhance and upscale that. And I'm wondering if that report back is coming soon, if we could give some assistance by way of resolution today, those kind of things.
Yeah. So Rowan's been dealing directly with them. Yeah.
Yeah, kia ora. So I actually went and saw the 2020 operation start of this week, into last week. Really positive stuff happening out there. They've just converted their land holding into a lease, and so they're really able to ramp up their operations. You know, as Bailey described, they've got capacity to take about 3,000 tonnes potentially. The issue with their operation is they need a pre-treatment. You know, if they were going to take curbside organics, it would still need to be treated before it was spread into those windrows. So we are working with them to understand if there are options there. At the moment, they're taking commercial food waste and blending that with public drop-off garden waste and public drop-off flax leaves and the like. So whilst there's opportunity to partner with 2020 and other community-based composting initiatives, it's not viable to take a significant portion of the curbside green waste.
Yeah.
And so I guess if we're looking at scaling back operations at the organics processing plant, we need more facility than just those existing opportunities.
Yeah, but it was clear that he thought that they could scale up over a relatively short period of time. It's not, the immediate closure kind of thing, but it's also something that we know that ongoing, even once we have a new facility, will still be of benefit to the community. And so I'm wondering how we're able to enhance that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the part of the procurement piece that we're about to enter into is to look at all of those opportunities. So not just to look at building a new facility or facilities, but also to understand if we can separate the waste stream, if a certain facility might take a particular part of the waste stream and those types of options, I guess. So rather than just us going to market and asking for a final solution, it's going to be that more iterative process where we are actually looking for how can we rethink how our organics, flow through.
Yeah. And is there any potential to, and I know that it doesn't solve everything, but as we know with the whole pile things, there are no silver bullets, and we need to do a whole range of things. Do more of the home-based composting. I know that well before I was elected at a pre-quake, council was doing a lot in the Wakashi space. All of those kind of things, that kind of stuff was readily available with lots of education. Getting those food scraps done at home rather than all going into the green bin and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And those points were raised, at the last councillor meeting and taken on board by our team. We've obviously got commitments in the waste management minimisation plan to promote the reduction of organic waste, and part of that is that at-home treatment. So, that's definitely a work stream that our team is putting together in terms of promoting home composting, making it easier for people to home compost, and addressing those inner city properties that don't potentially have gardens and want an option for organics processing at home.
Yeah, and so resourcing for some of that, will that come to us relatively soon for some of those things? I mean, we're clearly keen to work on this and not adverse to investing in ways of minimising waste and reducing odour and all of those kind of things. So in the past of those things, we've been told, there's no resource, we don't have enough kind of thing. So is that going to come to us?
You just said we're working on it.
Yeah, it's part of our action plan, so it's part of our forward program of work. So we've got waste minimisation budget to achieve those
Okay,
activities.
there is enough budget to do it. Cool.
Thank you. Tim.
Thank you. And you may have covered it, and it's probably to Brent. On the page with regards to organics to landfill, and where it's saying there's 2,756 movements, and obviously that's full one way, empty the other, and it will trigger a change to the current resource consent. The term "it will trigger a change," there's no guarantee that we would be awarded or it would be accepted. Your comment on that?
Agreed. I haven't looked in detail about the merits of the resource consent application or what the processing by the Huanui District Council is likely to be. But I was involved around the edges when Cape Valley was first established, and one of the primary issues about establishing Cape Valley for the local communities was the truck movements rolling through their towns. So I would expect it to attract a bit of interest.
Yeah, I'd imagine there'd be a lot of pushback with regards to that. But so everything's going so well for us. If, for instance, that it wasn't approved, what would be the conversation around the discussion with regards to taking it somewhere else? Sorry, you don't have a crystal ball, nor do I. So that's probably why I'm asking you.
Yeah, we'll struggle with that one a little bit, Councillor. I don't know whether there is anywhere else.
So,
I'll pass that on to the technical folk.
Councillors, we're not aware of anywhere else that would be consented that could take the waste, the organics waste.
Yeah.
And the consent at Cape Valley, this is pretty unequivocal. It will trigger a change to the current resource consent. We know that their current consent would not be able to accommodate the additional truck movements that are described here.
That's right, yes. So we know that for a number of reasons, but one of the reasons, most recently, is we know that the truck movements associated with the wastewater treatment plant work and emptying the trickling filters will also be outside their consent, so they'll need to vary their consent to allow those much less truck movements.
And I believe that when this was first up, as Brent alluded to with regards to the truck movements, it wasn't just Amberley, it was every community that they went through. It's quite significant, so thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any further questions? Yanni?
Just to pick up on that, we obviously one of the submitters talked about the issue of using rail, and so I just, I guess when you reflect on the challenge, you've got a regional waste facility that's already established, that's operating for the red bin, the rubbish, and that other things. And I know I put the question through, but I just think it would be really good to get an answer. Is if we wanted to directly procure or choose a site like Cape Valley and say, in principle, that's where we want the relocated site to go to, and we just want you to get on and sort out the logistics of transport, of technology, and how it can work with presumably the existing operator. What stops us from doing that today, just making that call directly?
The procurement rules and guidance and the legal feedback that we've had is that we can't do that. We also don't know that that is the best solution, long-term, best value for this community to spend, as Jane pointed out before, ratepayers' money. So the decision about moving, and to go back and reiterate, the decision to move from Bromley is not a lift and shift. It is a look at what options are out there that are best suited to the waste stream that we have, the future for our city, and the best value for the ratepayer moving forward. So the decision is a long-term decision. It's a 20 to 30 year decision. So it has major implications.
There's a health and wellbeing factor as well.
We understand that, and that is why we are doing this process to move.
Yeah, and just the only other question from me. Sorry, I didn't ask it earlier, but just appreciate that you've got the material going in close proximity. You would have heard from some of the submitters concerned that there is odour generation occurring. What processes and systems do we have in place to check on what's the result of the compost being redistributed in the local area? Like, what monitoring are we doing around odour or potential for odour around those?
Around the ponds.
Dimensions? It's around the ponds, and also, is there somewhere else it was going? I wasn't quite sure. The South New Brighton School.
Right, just going around the ponds.
Right. So there was work done initially. This started before the wastewater treatment plant fire, so the assessment was done prior to that, and that was quite close to Cuthbert's Road there. So once the compost has been tipped and spread to the depth of 300, pretty much within 24 hours it'll form a crust, and it's not going to, there's no odours associated with that, so there's no adverse effects. So that was all done prior, and that same system is what we continue to do now.
Does that include dust as well?
There's been no, and this is what ECAN have reported, no complaints of dust, and as also alluded to Lynette in the CLG, the dust that was found was not deemed to have been conclusive that it's come from it couldn't be that it's come from the compost facility.
Yeah, again, just like NIWA have got those devices. I just think in terms of if there's something we can do just to provide that greater degree of reassurance, because we are spreading the thing out away from the actual plant itself, it would be good.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it will give the elected members comfort, we can do some dust monitoring. It'll be probably not the right time to do odour monitoring around the ponds, but we can look at that down the track.
All right, thank you. The correlation of, the staff recommendation clearly is perfectly aligned with the previous decision that was made on the 26th of April, the previous resolution. If there was a different resolution passed that did move us along the track of closing the plant earlier. I guess this is probably a legal question as much as anything, or certainly a process question. How would those two decisions sit together, given that the decision that we make today would really preempt the final outcome of the other decision-making process that was put together, that was put in train in April? Because that was an in-principle decision, with investigation to be done and a report back in February for a final decision to be made in February. If the plant were already closed before February, then to some degree the environment in which that decision has been made and the ability to make a final decision not to close the plant at that time would be passed. So how do the two decision-making processes sit together if an outcome of today's meeting was to decide to close the plant earlier? And what are the implications?
I think that's a question for Helen, not for the team.
Can I just clarify something though? What we're reporting back on in February is the outcomes of a procurement process, not an investigation process.
Yeah, sure.
So it's more than just an investigation.
But
it is
one possible outcome of that procurement process that you report back on is that the costs are so significant, or the ability to do the thing that needs to be done to exit the current OPP is so difficult that a decision wouldn't be made to do that, despite we've got an in-principle decision in place to do so.
Could be.
If we made a decision prior to February to close the existing plant, in some ways that boxes us in, for want of a better expression, on that February decision.
It would reduce your options.
Yeah, so if the decision is to close it sometime before February, the plant would still be sitting there. The plant would need to be changed and that was the option that we've got still sitting on the table. So we had a design to enclose. That is the option that will be compared against the other options as a base case, if you like, if you want to think about it as a business case. You've agreed in principle to move it. So to reverse that decision, the alternatives would have to be significantly worse than doing the rebuild as it's currently sitting on our books. So the plant wouldn't disappear, it would just sit unused.
Yep, so the only difference would be that it was a mothballed plant, a non-operational plant that was the basis of that other decision, rather than a plant that had a contractor in place and was currently operating.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Sarah, and then I'll come to Aaron.
Thanks for that. I know that everyone's very keen to do this as quickly as possible, but we've heard that there are some quite clear legal risks in going down the immediate closure thing. Before knowing whether any of those legal risks would actually eventuate, which is very hard to tell, but there's a substantial risk of them. If we went to consult on closing it before we knew whether we could even legally do that, what does that do to trust and confidence from the community if we then find out that we've consulted on something we can't do? Does that make sense?
So you couldn't close it because there's no consented alternative for the organics?
Yeah, those kind of things. Like if there was actually ended up being nowhere else to put it.
Yes.
And we didn't know that, and we went out and consulted and said, should we close it? And people said yes. And then we said, well, actually we can't anyway. What does that do to our relationship with the community?
That could be quite problematic. And I think, we could come back with advice on how you might manage that. One of the options would be to apply for a variation or get the consent holder to apply for a variation of consent at the same time. The consequence of that, though, would be if the community has signals to you and you decide not to close the plant until a replacement organics processing plant is established, you've potentially upset the community for no reason, the community north will be upset. We know that from the previous consent process.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, it's a bit of a follow-on from Sarah's points before, because to be honest, I don't know where this is going to land today. and I don't think anyone sitting around the table probably does. But the one of the things that was really clear this morning is from Bailey's presentation that he sees an opportunity, and I think most people around this table have a lot of trust in that guy and some of the stuff he's achieved. He's done some impressive things, and he believes that we can do something revolutionary, and we're at that point in time, including world leading. How do we guarantee from today that he's in the tent as much as he needs to be to make sure if that is a viable option, we go that way and just flip the whole thing on its head and go away from the industrialised version that we've tried and has now failed, and we move to something else? How do we make sure that's in whatever we decide today?
So as Rowan said, it is part of the considerations and the project that we're now working on around the procurement process for an alternative.
Yeah, I just want to add to that I think as Ross or Rowan mentioned earlier, we are going out with a multi-stage procurement. We're not saying this is what we want. We've got objectives and requirements, and we're going to work our way through that process with the market. And we might come back with more than one option, or there might be one definitive option. So we just need to be careful when we are preempting decisions, because you are limiting the market yourself by doing that, by giving them an indication that it might be a preconceived idea that we will do this, or we can't do that. We are looking at all options. There is not just one person who can provide a solution. There are multiple people that can provide a solution, and we need to afford all of those multiple options to come through before predetermining just one.
And can I add, sorry, the way you ensure that happens is giving us clarity of the outcomes that we want to achieve. And then we build that into the procurement process, and we make sure that we follow good, sound procurement practices to ensure that everybody has a fair chance.
The fear is that people like him and groups like the ones he works with and others that have popped up in our city in the last 10, 12 years, they don't fit in the traditional procurement policy. They don't fit in the way that councils and governments design solutions. They're essentially the opposite to it. And sometimes they sit on really good solutions. So it's just to make sure that...
So I disagree with that as well, and that we're actively working to ensure that we're looking at all the options.
Christchurch City Council's policy is definitely one of the most that is catered best to dealing with the smaller market, the more innovative ways of procuring than just your normal tick box standard procurement process. So yeah, most definitely not excluding them at all.
And remember, we will be coming back to elected members with the procurement plan for you to agree to, so that's probably where you could have that debate.
Yep.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Definitely.
So just to tease out Sarah's line of questioning a little bit further, if there was a desire to consult on a early closure, in an environment where we didn't yet know that there was any consented or consentable alternative, we would actually end up consulting on something that may not be capable of being implemented. Generally, when we consult, we work up all the details of a proposal, and we know that it's a firm proposal, that if the consultation supports it and we make a decision to proceed, it's capable of being done. Where do we sit in terms of the Local Government Act or other considerations consulting on something that may in fact not able to be done, even if the desire of the community and of the council was to do it?
Yeah, I think Helen might be the best place to answer that one.
Yes, if I may, Chair. So in terms of if there were to be a decision today in relation to closure of the plant, that there's insufficient information for you, including the views and preferences. So we've already made that clear, of the community as well as mana whenua. So we would need, because of the significance of the issue, particularly without a definite alternative, to communicate with the community as we've indicated. In terms of, so that means there couldn't be a decision along those lines without consultation today. That then would lead to another round of consultation, depending on the outcome of that, in relation to our waste minimisation plan and our obligations under the relevant waste legislation.
But so we would need to consult on changes to our waste minimisation plan, for example. But if we were going to consult,
No, that would be the second. That would be the second step.
Yeah.
Just being told we can't make the decision today.
No, the question
the
is around
decision to-
consultations. We can't
So-
consult on something that we can't do.
So what I'm talking about is process. If the desire of the meeting today was to close the OPP before an alternative was built, clearly there's consultation required. We know that. Clearly we can't make a decision today just to close it just like that. We know that. But the thing that we are consulting on in an environment where we don't know that there's a consented way of disposing of the green waste is very different than the way we normally go about consultation. Maybe I didn't make my question very
you're
clear.
right. So you're right. So it would be, we would have to be very honest about that. So you would go out to consult to seek the views, but you would be seeking views on closure on the understanding, and we'd have to make that very clear, that there actually wasn't an alternative consented option for the disposal. It would be a very messy consultation process. It wouldn't be impossible, but
so
it
I
would
mean,
be
Sarah's
very
comments are further teasing out exactly the question I'm asking.
That's right.
We'd be consulting on something that we don't know that we can do.
That's
is
right.
is that a valid consultation?
Can I move we lie the item on the table?
Well, the next step, once you'd got those views, the next step would be then to seek consent or a variation of the consent to enable that decision to actually be put into effect. So if the community said yes, knowing that there wasn't a consented option, and then went out and got a consent or not. So it would be a very long process to actually close the plant.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you'd run a consultation, if it was, you got the signal that the community was keen, we'd then ask Cape Valley to seek a variation. You'd probably then go back and reconsult on the policy elements.
Would it therefore not make sense to try and align the two decision-making processes? We've got one report coming back on February on procurement. That will then tell us how quickly and where and what and how much and all of those questions.
Yes.
If there was going to be a conversation about, given what we've just heard about the length of time the process that's just been described would take, would it not make sense to align the two processes, even if there was a desire to look at closing the current facility early? Would it not make sense to align the two processes?
So before you answer that, I still think there is an issue in terms of actually meeting our obligations under the Act in relation to the fact that by consulting, when we do not have any solution for the future, actually is difficult. So you can't.
That further assessment would need to be done, yes.
Yeah.
Fully.
Exactly.
So given that we've got, so just teasing that out a bit further, given that we've got a report that we know is coming back, we've been told there's some pressure around it, but we know is coming back in February on the procurement matter, would it, in an environment where there was a desire to close the current OPP as soon as possible, and realising that there's currently no alternative waste disposal stream, would it not make sense to consider this matter at that same time?
Yes.
And I guess that's me asking for advice.
Yes.
Just noticed Brent's got his hand up.
So Brent, yeah, thank you. So Brent, you've got some comment to make here? Some advice to provide?
Yeah, thanks for that, Chair. I'd like to, first of all, thank Councillor Templeton for raising this issue, because it's something that I should have covered off in the advice earlier today. It's a very good point that there are significant uncertainties about the resource consent that's needed for the extra truckloads to Cape Valley. And it's also a good point that the consultation with the community is a little bit unusual in normal council practices, to be consulting with the community over doing something that the council simply doesn't know whether it can do. It's not unique though. It does happen now and then, such as over Akurara Wastewater, where the council consulted with the community over options for disposal, saying that whatever the chosen preference is, the council will then need to seek resource consent to implement it. So it's not unique, it can be done, but it is a considerable uncertainty, and it's going to have quite a significant outcome in terms of the actual time frame if the council was to resolve that it wanted to terminate without having an alternative option in place for organics processing. because, as Helen was saying, there needs to be a round of consultation on the views and preferences of immediate closure. Then there needs to be a round of consultation on change to the waste management plan. There also has to be a variation of a resource consent application. And variations of a resource consent application might take, for example, 2 years if they're not directly referred to the Environment Court. So a resolution to start a process for immediate closure is describing a process that is going to take potential, well, it's absolute shortest might be 6 months. It's more likely to be years. So picking up on your point, Councillor Turner, it would make more efficient and practical sense to pull that decision-making process together with the one that the council needs to go through following the further investigation and procurement process for alternatives. Thank you.
So does that translate into not making a decision on the paper that's in front of us today and considering both matters in February?
Well, the paper that's in front of you today is making a recommendation that the council continues processing at the current site until another paper comes back to you in February. That recommendation from staff, I think, still stands.
Yeah, no, that's the staff recommendation. But if there was an alternative view, then it would be to refer the considerations in this paper to the February meeting where the procurement process is reported back.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I've got Mike and then back to Sarah. Mike.
Thank you. Look, I just noting in 3.5 of the report, obviously, if we were starting to close the plant and take everything to the landfill, obviously it has to go through the 3 transfer stations. One of them's right by Living Earth. That obviously requires actually some upgrades to those plants and potentially odours at those plants as well. Wouldn't it be better actually to spend that money to actually mitigate as much as we possibly can the odours now, including that, reducing the tailings and building the enclosure at Living Earth, which we can pretty much do straight away instead of going through a massive long process, potentially delay it to February to then make a decision to consult. So therefore the odour would be there for a lot longer. We can actually fix it now, or we try and reduce as much as possible now.
So staff advice to you is it would be much better to invest our time and ratepayers' money on addressing any issues with the current site in the interim while we find an alternative site. Yes. So even if we go through a consultation process and then support a resource consent variation process, that's all cost as well, cost in terms of time and money. Again, staff advice to you is that time and money would be much better spent on trying to do our absolute best for the current site.
Okay, so in terms of actually
recognising that the local community, nothing short of closing the plant now will be good enough.
No, I understand that, but in terms of actually putting more of an enclosure at the current Living Earth site and reducing the tailings, do you need any resolution from us to actually proactively go do that at a quicker rate?
No, we got that from your resolution a month ago. So you gave us authority, or the Chief Executive, I think, authority to invest whatever we need to invest in the current site to meet compliance.
Okay, and I think Pauline might asked it, but I'm just trying to work out what would be the time frame do you think you could actually get it enclosed and reduce tailings? Like, what would be the worst case scenario?
Oh, we would have to come back with you on that one, sorry.
We haven't had a chance to work that through yet.
Okay.
All right.
However, when you consider the potential timeframes, and I know you haven't worked it through, it'd be a lot quicker than actually going through delaying this till February, consulting, and then having to build enclosures at other transfer stations before we actually close the site.
If you look at the time frame that we've done up till now around the changes with the processing year, adding the probiotic, all of those were happening in months.
Yeah.
So all of these changes have happened over iterative processes over months, not over years. So yes, we're keeping working in the same way.
6 months? You reckon you get it done by?
I'm not going to put a time on it, sorry.
It may have to be consented if we're putting a structure on there too.
So we've got building consent.
But if a decision
but
was
yeah.
made, if the decision was made to do that, you'd be able to give us a further update.
Yes. Yes.
Within a matter of weeks, presumably. At least to give us an update on what the process was
Yep.
and how far down
Yes.
that path you were.
Yes.
Sarah. All right, Melanie.
And the problem I've got at the moment is that we've got this letter that says that council doesn't believe we're not compliant, and yet you're telling us that you want to do everything you can to make it compliant,
Yeah,
which suggests it isn't. So I am absolutely confused.
Yeah, sorry, I'm using the wrong language. So in a legal sense, we believe we are compliant, and that's the evidence that we have been given from our specialists. The view of ECAN and the immediate neighbours is different to that. So I think what we would do is, while we won't admit that we are not compliant, what we will do is take a very open view to the impacts that we may be causing across the boundary.
Thank
So
you.
going over and above and beyond.
All right. Are there any further questions? Okay, so Jim, we're back to where we started. Jimmy and then Yanni.
Because
that's not the beginning of a whole new round.
Okay. Because based on all the Q&A, the staff particularly mentioned, still go ahead rather than to close, etc. Because so many the reverse effect. But my question is, if we review the paragraph 8.4, here still highlight decision is one of high significance affect the whole city. So whether to close or not close, still need to go to the consultation with the citywide, am I right? Or not necessary?
Only to close would have to go to a consultation,
Okay,
not
if
to
not
keep
close,
open.
not necessary.
No.
Okay, but because why you putting here 8.4? I just don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the requirement for consultation is clear in the report and was well teased out in earlier questions. Yeah, thank you. Yanni.
So, do you know what the MFE guidelines state in regards to repeated exposure of odour, even if it's at a lower level?
That's why we have our independent expert to interpret the guidelines and give us.
Because my simple understanding is that the phyto factors frequency is actually one of the issues that is monitored around the impact.
Yes, my understanding from the conversations that we've had recently is that sensitivity to smell is also an issue, and other odours in the area is also an issue. So odour is a very complex field.
Right, but it's not unreasonable for us to think that if it's happening on a frequent basis, that it can be considered chronic, even if it's on a scale of 1 to 6, not at the top end of that scale.
So it depends. It really depends. If you would like some, a presentation from an odour expert, we can actually provide that to you. I mean, we're not odour experts, so we can't answer those technical questions. But I'll be more than happy to arrange a briefing from an odour expert who can talk you through the complexity of odour.
Right, okay. And just when there's some resolutions, Jake, did you want to move those or put them on the
So Mike had already indicated that he's going to move the staff recommendation.
I indicated
but
before.
But if there are what's that, sorry? So Mike is moving and Pauline's seconding the staff recommendation. I mean, if somebody wants to foreshadow a further resolution in the event that that fails, then obviously that's the process. The only thing I need to be very clear on is that any resolution that's put, even if it's a foreshadowed resolution, is legal and is capable of being implemented if it passes.
It's been provided with, I mean, staff have had a look at it, and it's, as I understand it, it's been accepted by staff as being.
So there is a foreshadow. So there is a further resolution that somebody would like to move as a foreshadowed.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So we need to look at that as well. All right. So let's work up exactly where you're going with the staff recommendation, which has been moved and seconded. But Pauline, you're seeking to make some changes to it.
Do you want to take a wee recess just to get all the wording sorted?
Why don't we do that? If we take, I mean, I'm conscious that this is taking time, but we need to take the time to get it right. Why don't we take the time between now and 3:45 to sort out where we're going, and then we'll come back and debate and vote. So let's take an adjournment till 4:45. Thanks for the suggestion. have got a resolution on the table. The mover and seconder between them have agreed to some additional wording which reflects some of the discussions that we've had. So that's additional resolutions 6 and 7. So that's been moved and seconded. And a change to 4, adding the methods or adding the words or method. Yep. And or method. 3 words. Thank you. Okay. So that's where we're at. Now, I'm aware that there's been some discussion around other alternative wording. I'm not hearing anybody moving anything or foreshadowing anything or doing anything different than dealing with this matter that's in front of us. So, Yanni.
Jake had a
We've already
foreshadowed motion.
You've already seen
Right,
it.
so this is the first time I'm being told about this in a formal sense.
Yeah, okay.
So
Sorry.
I know there's
I thought-
wording. So you want to move, somebody wants to move that as a foreshadowed motion?
Yeah.
Yes? And does somebody want to second that as a foreshadowed motion?
Melanie.
Melanie does. So this is moved by Yanni, seconded by Melanie. Can we see what it is that you're moving?
It was up there before.
There we go.
That's all that green stuff.
Yeah, the green stuff.
All the green stuff. Okay.
Well, it is now that Pauline.
So receive the report and the information contained in the report. Request staff to fully assess the costs and benefits of closing the awareness process. How much of what's in that 2A is already covered in the report that we're considering would be my question there.
No.
Right, okay. Undertake consultation process to obtain the views and preferences of manufacturers and cities.
So if you want to take advice on that, technically we need to suspend staying with us because we're in debate.
Right, okay. So we're already in debate. So the advice I'm receiving, and thank you, Helen, is that we're already in debate because we've got a resolution which is moved and seconded on the table. If we wanted to take any staff advice on this foreshadowed motion, because I'm very keen to know that it's capable of being implemented if it was passed, we would need to suspend standing orders in order to do so.
I don't think you do, because we checked with staff when in the drafting of it. We've just foreshadowed it. I think what you have to do is put the substantive, and if the substantive fails, then you come to the foreshadowed motion.
So it's not
and then we would take
it's
the
a
advice
foreshadowed
on it. So
motion.
you're comfortable to
So
take
it's
the
just
advice
to
on
let
the
people know
resolution
that
at
this is
time.
what's on the table
All right.
if this loses.
All right, let's do that. All right, so we're now entering into debate on a motion which has been moved and seconded,
Can you bring it back
knowing that there's this foreshadowed motion on the table, which only becomes an issue in the event that the motion which has been moved and seconded fails. So I'll now call for any debate. We've been through questions already. Yeah. So is there any debate? So I've got Melanie and Pauline.
Concerning Council's independent expert disagrees with the findings of ECAN. I find that amazing, actually. We've got that slide that says Council does not agree that there's a breach of the resource consent condition. I do not believe that all of Council thinks that. In fact, I know that's a fact. And I know that what the community believes is something else as well. I'm astounded to read that Council believes that ECAN was wrong to issue the Notice of Non-Compliance on the 1st of February. I'm flabbergasted to read that Council is listening to expert advice that it cannot be reasonably concluded that low levels of odour from the site on its own could be offensive and objectionable. I find this statement not only offensive to ECAN, but to the community and beyond objectionable. It seems to me, and I hate to say it, there's a willingness to deny any wrongdoing. I think that we do this at our peril. If Council is working with ECAN, we should stop debating the points and get on and fix the problem. What I wanted to say as well is that there's a range of policies, obviously the climate and the waste policies that we've mentioned, that we're in contravention with if we were to close the plant without having another option, as well as legal risks. But what we haven't considered is we also have a social wellbeing policy that has not been mentioned, and it talks about living standards that are sufficient to ensure everyone can meet their immediate needs, participate in society, and develop their potential and to live. And one of the priorities in that policy is to reduce disparity. By not going ahead and closing this plant, I believe that we're contravening that policy. I support closing the organics processing plant as soon as possible, and if that means we must consult first, well, so be it. We need to get on and do it. Council is not doing enough to solve the problem. Action is needed now. If this was happening next door to this building, if it was happening in Fendleton, if it was happening in Hagley Park, it would be shut. I've stolen Jake's line, sorry. But the people are suffering and they deserve for us to get on with this, and anything less is completely inhumane.
Thank you. Pauline.
Yeah, I fully understand and appreciate what Councillor Coker is talking about with the consenting issues, and I'd like to put that aside because I think that the fact that we have voted in principle to look at an alternative model and site actually shows us that we're not interested in fighting this, we're interested in appeasing the community and actually solving this. So I can't at the moment see any advantage for anyone in going out for a consultation when we know that that initial consultation will take 6 months. Then if that comes back and we agree that yes, we will pursue closing it, that will require a special consultative process or procedure, and that could be another 6 months. Then we have to go through all these obstacles with consents, etc. Meanwhile, it uses up all the resources and staff time, when actually I think we'd be better off investing in mitigating the existing plant. And we've put, suggestions in there which staff have assured me that they are actually already doing. They're looking at investigating moving the tailings and covering parts of the plant. And you'll notice I've always also put in that the request that we support and enhance the community organisations which have got composting initiatives so that we can reduce the volume going to the plant, and that will help considerably, and I think we can do that. So by continuing to reduce the odour, we will be addressing the community wellbeing issues. While continuing to do the right thing environmentally and in line with our climate change targets, because that just does not sit well with me, taking it all to Cape Valley, even if we could, and we don't know that we can. And even if we could, we don't know when that would be. So when we looked at this upgrade option, when it came to the TWE committee in November 2020, I was really recommending the upgrade option because I knew to move it would take years, because I knew the history of Cape Valley and that took years, and it's the consenting issues that hold that up. However, when the cost flew out from the 21 to the 39 million, we had another look at it and thought this is an opportunity to appease the community by moving it and look at a different technological model that could be more up to date. So that's the path we've gone down. And that's because the community wants it moved off that site. That's where we're going. We are, in principle, moving it at this stage, pending the report in February. So to actually slow all that down and waste resources, in my view, on a consultation and a huge long process on something that we don't know what the outcome is going to be, to me is not the right thing to do. Even though it sounds like it is, it would be good to do it, but I don't think it's going to give the best outcome to the community. So I'd rather use that time and resource and staff resource to mitigate what's happening now. And I'd also like to, I'm glad I asked for this report because it's given us a really, really good understanding of what's involved here and the complexities of this project. And I really want to thank staff for actually having this report to us in the 1 month that I asked for it. And I know it's a lot of work, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Aaron.
Thank you. I'll just quickly touch on a couple of points. The first one is, for those that haven't gone down and tasted this, it's not that pleasant. And I say taste because if you stop at the Dyers Road garage, like some of us do now and then, to grab a pie or an ice cream, you come out and it leaves you can actually taste the air. It is that bad. And so I feel really feel for the residents that live around there and the people that work in the area during the week as well. It's quite an offensive odour. It's quite different to the other plant down the road, but this has been there for a considerable amount of time. And I look forward to actually in this, and you'll see the wee change in 4 that staff will look to expedite a procurement process for an alternative facility and or method. And we got a good heads up this morning from 2 different deputations. One mentioned something that's dear to my heart, and that's why we're not composting at home. Why do we give someone a green bin to go at their gate, but we don't give them a recycle bin to go in their house, which is not going to have a carbon footprint at all? Let's be really smart, and let's get the kids back at school right through the entire community back into their recycling at home, at source. So that would be the first. And then the other one is the claim that Bailey Perryman made, that he believes we could be world leading. And that's what we should always, as a council, aspire to be, especially when it comes to environmental and, in this case, social issues. So the sooner this is fixed, the better. And I look forward to hearing back on 7 as soon as possible to get those tailings out of there, because we've let them down in that community on that as well.
Jake.
Yeah, it seems kind of obvious that we would close this plant as soon as we can. We're quite frankly in the wrong, and when you're in the wrong, you have to stop it. It's not acceptable. There are no qualifiers that say that because this is expensive to do, that we don't do it, and there are no qualifiers to say that just because it's Bromley, it's less important than any other area of town. And there are no qualifiers to say that just because we're currently making this community's life hell, that's any more acceptable to continue to do so. So in my view, we're just plainly and simply wrong, and we need to go out and consult on closing this plant as soon as we possibly can. And to not do so would be just absolutely shameful. I think the question you all have to ask yourselves is if we could save 40 million or 30 million, depending on how long this takes, by dumping all this stuff in Hagley Park, would we? Of course we wouldn't.
Sarah.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but my mother's favourite saying comes to mind after listening to Councillor McClellan, and that is that 2 wrongs don't make a right. This is really, really tough. This has been incredibly tough for the community for many, many years. But the solution that some want today, which is to close it immediately, is also not the right thing to do. There are no easy decisions here. This is not easy, but we need to mitigate as much as possible. The recommendations today are quicker to lower the odour. It will take years to close this down with consenting issues and all of those other things. And in fact, the consent for Cape Valley isn't even our consent to apply for a change to, and it isn't our council that will process it. There are no guarantees on that whatsoever. The recommendations today are also better for the environment. Significantly, the production of methane is really bad. Methane doesn't get produced with composting, but it does in landfill. And that's not good, as well as the soil and moisture retention benefits that brings. And it doesn't divert our staff from the key priority, which is moving the plant. And we really need to get that done as soon as possible. This is not easy, but there is no simple wrong and right. There are many of both, and 2 wrongs don't make it right.
Celeste.
I just want to acknowledge the people that have come and spoken today. I know it's hard having to come in and say the same thing again and again, and I recognise that it's a really distressing experience, and we know that there's an issue, and I thank you for drawing it out to our attention, and I'm sorry that we haven't been listening. I know that we need to take action now. However, I also don't think we can do the wrong thing for the right reasons. We know that shutting down the organics plant immediately without an alternative solution has significant implications, and we have obligations to reduce our emissions from transport methane. But we also need to support residents by every means possible while we move as quickly as possible to solve this issue. So that means taking action now. We need to take all necessary measures to mitigate the odour. We need to invest in home composting, larger scale commercial composting. We need localised hubs for organic waste. We need a citywide campaign to reduce food waste. And we need a relief package, I think, for residents to support wellbeing. we need to work with our communities to co-design a solution so that they can rebuild faith and trust in us that we're taking them seriously. We're going to take action now.
I'll come to you to close the debate. Yanni.
Cool. Thank you. Ina ke te moho ko wai ko e anga mai ko I hea, ke te moho e koa, kia te anga atu kia hea. That's a Māori proverb that says, if you know who you are and where you are from, then you will know where you're going. As a young boy, I lived in Bamford Street, in a small workers' cottage that was old and cold. And every day I walked the length of Garland's Road, past the unpleasant and obnoxious smells from the industrial sites, over the busy railway tracks and across the narrow Apawa footbridge, through Hanson's Park to school. A journey of interesting, perhaps enjoyable experiences for a 10-year-old, but as a grown-up, as a parent, and as a city councillor, a journey that highlights to me the importance of representing an area that has a number of competing interests that impact on the well-being of our community across the economic, the cultural, the social, and the environmental spheres. And while one's perspective may have changed with age, one's memories of what they experienced can mould them in to who they are today and why I'm here on this council. Being sick, suffering from asthma because the air I was breathing was no good, because the place I was living wasn't ideal. That's why I'm here, because environmental inequity exists in our society in the poorest neighbourhoods throughout our city, and it should not exist at the health and well-being of our people. So I think we do have an obligation to address the issues that people have raised. And it hasn't just been since March 2020, as ECAN have put in their timeline. This issue has been going on since this plant was first located here. But even in terms of joint monitoring between Council and ECAN, we said we would work together since 2015. And every single year since we agreed to do the joint monitoring project with ECAN from 2016 with a formal resolution has been a struggle to get this council to accept that there is a harm being caused in our local community. That is not good enough in my view, and that needs to change. And I take huge exception to the idea that we are not in breach of our consent. MFE's own guidelines state classification of odour effects as chronic and acute. Acute and chronic effects are covered by the definition of effect under the RMA, which includes temporary, permanent and cumulative effects. Depending on the different combination of FIDOL factors, offensive and objectionable effects can be caused by high intensity and or highly unpleasant odours occurring infrequently or for short periods, and or low intensity and or moderately unpleasant odours occurring frequently or continuously over a longer period. That is exactly what has been happening on this site. Both of those apply. We are in breach of our consent. I am on no uncertain terms. And the idea that we cannot go out and consult on something when we've got a report next on this agenda for a library that doesn't have enough money on budget, that's going to be consulted on next year, and we're being asked to make a decision to rebuild it today while we're told we can't make a decision to close this plant, I find offensive and objectionable.
Okay, no further. Oh, Jimmy, and then I'll come to Mike to close the debate. Jimmy.
I'm not eloquent like Yanni, good speaker, but I think this is the significant, crucial, and also this contentious issue, because we heard from the community affected residents for several times, but also we received the staff officers' comprehensive the report in here. But it looks like they have two different the kind of the situation. So make a decision very hard. But because I think the process justified should be very the crucial, because this kind of refer issue is not happen one day. It's actually is extension for the several years. It's more longer. But we in the community affected resident side, today we heard from them. The deputation also we heard from the officer the comprehensive report. One is affected their quality of life. Second is particular crucial. Yanni mentioned earlier, negative impact their health and the well-being. So this one is quite a serious, because there's a kind of physical, mental, or psychological one for several years or even longer, etc. However, the other side, we are all aware, if one day if we shut down, however, increase the bigger the cost, inconsistent with the council the waste management minimization plan, even bigger impact from our the climate change the strategy, and also the need to negotiate with the current the contractor, the living earth, etc. But like I mentioned earlier, because this one, if we make decision on our own, I think probably best way still go to those consultation process, let the public, because this is a significant contentious issue, affecting probably the citywide interest and affected resident community. So that's why if we review the original move and also the schedule, there one difference is whether consultation or not consultation. The ratio part, probably the 95% is exactly the same. But because due to those parts justify, I would like to go to this whole schedule, this one. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I also use the gas station on Dyers Road from time to time, and I've also smelled that smell. I think maybe even seen you there, actually. And I have smelled that smell from time to time, and I think that's the point, from time to time. Whereas people that live in this neighbourhood have obviously got that to deal with on a far more permanent basis. And, again, I acknowledge the community members that we've heard from once again today, bringing us the same or a very similar message to the one that we've heard a number of times in the past. And what that leads me to is to want to make immediate improvements to reduce or to remove this odour. That translates into, from a technical viewpoint, removing the tailings, covering the plant, reducing the volumes, and if home composting and some education and promotion around home composting has got a role to play there, then that would be entirely appropriate as well. And at the same time as we're doing all that, we need to be absolutely expediting the permanent removal of this plant to a new and suitable location. And we put our staff under some pressure to bring a report back on procurement in February. And from what we've heard today, I've got every confidence that there will be the ability to make those decisions in February. On the other hand, the proposal to consult, a consultation, the proposal of which would be around uncertain outcomes in an environment where a consented alternative doesn't exist, is not known, and around which there might be considerable lack of confidence or considerable lack of certainty. I'd like to acknowledge Pauline for bringing this matter to the table. Had you not requested this report, we may not have had the opportunity for what actually has been a really good discussion this afternoon. It's teased out some facts around the alternative to what we were intending doing, or what we are intending doing. It's been a good discussion that I hope leads to greater understanding around the table, but also in the community, about just how complex this matter is. So all of that leads me to support the resolution that's in front of us, with, I think, the particularly useful additions that have been made to it. Mike, I'll come to you to close the debate.
Thank you, Andrew. Look, I'm sure the community that are listening and came online today would have loved for us to be able to say, look, let's just close it straight away. But I think the reality is making that decision will actually take is not a short process and will take considerable time. And that whole time they'll be left with the smell that they currently have, by actually trying to focusing on actually the new site, and also focusing on actually mitigating the smell that currently is there even more, with removing the tailings and covering it. Actually, it will have a quicker effect than actually trying to close down the plant. I think we also need to remember that councils work in 3-year cycles, and it's this elected council that has made the decision to actually find a new site. it was this council that actually had a look at seeing if it was possible to actually shut it immediately. And the information we've had, if we went down that path, it would take too long. So what we need to focus on is how do we mitigate that smell as much as we possibly can, and actually have a focused lens on actually getting a new site operational as soon as possible, because it's not fair what these people are having to live through. Obviously, the wastewater fire, the plant, has caused a new smell, but this has been an ongoing smell for some time now. And it is not good enough, and we need to see what we can do to improve the well-being of people in that area. This resolution actually, although it may not be what the community hoped for, is actually going to create a better outcome quicker than trying to close something that we know is actually going to be a struggle to do quickly and will take a long time to happen, and will need us to build more facilities in different areas, which we could just focus on doing that work now. I think another good thing about this is the fact that actually we've asked for a report to come back to council. That keeps it in the public eye, so you can see what we're doing and when we're making decisions. So I hope other people support this and are actually realising that we're trying to do this for the community, with the community's interest at heart, and actually trying to create a solution and outcome that actually is the quickest one to achieve.
So I'll put the motion.
You put the one separate. Can you just put two separate?
So what, sorry, Yanni, what do you want put separate?
Just two separate.
Put number 2 separate.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. So I'll put number 2 first then in that case. And then I'll put the...
Yes, you can.
Yep, indeed. So I'll put resolution 2 first on its own. All those in favour say aye.
We're doing a division, Andrew. Division.
Oh, right. So we'll... Okay, so we'll just take a division on each of them then. Okay.
Just number 2 first.
Do you only want a division on number 2? Not... okay, right, so we'll take a division.
Councillor Chen?
Yes.
Councillor Chu?
No.
Councillor Coker? No. Councillor Cotter? Yes. Councillor Donovan? Yes. Councillor Davidson?
Aye.
Councillor Gobb?
Yes.
Councillor Johansson? No. Councillor Kewen?
No.
Councillor McDonald?
Yes.
Councillor McClellan?
No.
Councillor Scandrett?
Aye.
Councillor Templeton? Aye. Deputy Mayor Turner?
Yes.
Mayor Dozer?
Yes. Have you counted them up?
No, so we'll need to go through and with feeling.
My apologies, sorry.
I thought
So
I'll mark them off. So if we could do that again, please. The Mayor?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Turner?
Yes.
Councillor Chen?
Sorry, all of them.
No. This is just paragraph 2.
No. You're a no? Sorry. Councillor Chu? Councillor Chu?
Sorry, it got cut off. What are we which one are we voting on?
Number 2.
Number 2. No.
Councillor Coker? No. Councillor Thomas?
Yes.
Councillor Donovan? Yes. Councillor Davidson?
Aye.
Councillor Goff?
Yes.
Councillor Johansson? No. Councillor Keogh?
No.
Councillor McDonald? Yes. Councillor Major?
No, it's
Conflicted.
Conflicted.
Conflicted? Councillor McLeod?
No.
Councillor Scandrett?
Yes.
Councillor Templeton? Okay, so for the yeses we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and for the noes we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's won by the yeses.
And then carrying on to the next bit.
Thank you. So then I'll put the balance of the resolutions. We're happy just to vote on this? Yes. Yep, so I'll put the balance of the resolutions. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. That's all right. All right, so now we'll move to item 12, the South Library earthquake repair options. So I could invite staff to the table, please, for this one. Yeah.
What else have we got on here?
Do we need to do this today, or could it be moved to council? Or can we get...
We could do this one and move the rest to council, couldn't we? We've got...
Yeah, we can. So,
You can do.
yeah. Can we find out how... yeah, because it would be...
Yeah.
True, actually.
Just
True.
ask the staff.
Yeah, because then we can...
We're just
Yeah,
we're just
and then we
checking.
can do the balance of the papers for this meeting today and bring this one to council. Yeah.
Yes.
That would work.
We're just checking if there's a timeline issue.
And then we can do the normal papers next, and then that's this meeting done.
I'll watch them, but I mean,
yeah.
Cool. Okay, thanks.
This one will go quite quickly, hopefully.
Yeah, it was. What do we need to do procedurally if we're going to move this to Sarah's committee on the 1st?
Well, you can leave it lying on the table, can't you? And then move it to that committee.
I think you...
Is it dependent on time?
Yeah. Yeah, so if we refer, we'll refer it to Sarah's.
Committee, yes.
I'd like to move that we
refer
this paper for consideration by the Sustainability and Community Resilience Committee next week.
I'm happy to second that. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. So that'll go on the agenda for Sarah's committee on the 1st.
We need to consult on it. Yeah. We need legal advice on options and consultation.
All right, so that leaves us then with the more regular papers for this agenda. So Christchurch Foundation item 14 is done. Tekahe, I'd like to remember to note. Okay, so key performance results for April. So Peter Ryan, and if we just run through these in the normal way, if you just give us the highlights as you normally would, we'll take questions, any debate, and hopefully we can move through these reasonably quickly.
Sure. Look, with respect, given the gravity of the debate today and the stability of these results, I think I can do them in fairly summarised form.
Thank you.
Is that acceptable?
That's more than acceptable. Thank you.
Okay. Look, as last month, levels of service are a couple of % down, and that's mainly due to COVID impacts on services that require overseas visitors. We have the wastewater plant, as you know, and consenting volumes. So basically, we are operating as normal despite the impacts of COVID, but there are some factors outside our control that have taken a few % off. Watchlist projects have been impacted by COVID. As you know, this is a long-standing subject. I won't go into all the detail, but we are still actually remarkably close on the watchlist projects. It's the non-watch list that are affected. In terms of planning for capital in years ahead, the planning for 2023 absolutely nailed, 95%. 24-25 is a long way out. It was always a stretch, and we didn't quite make it there. We got 70% done, but it still means that we've got years ahead worth of planning in the pipeline. In terms of operational budgets, we're working to a substantial operating surplus. That's fine, and delivery of the capital program is under budget, between 24 and 28%, depending on which forecast you believe, but that again is impacted by COVID. So that's the bottom line results for the organisation for April.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on this report? All right, so I'm happy to move that we receive the information provided in the report. Yanni will second. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 9, the financial performance report for April. Bruce, welcome to the table. Again, if there are any headline comments that you want to make, then we'll move to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The report is very similar to the previous month. Operating surplus remains very close to what it was the last month, and what we advised you the forecast would be. It's slightly better. Recreation and sport revenues have improved slightly from the COVID downturn that we forecast. So the COVID net impact is slightly lower than it was in our last report. In terms of capital, the capital carry forward is very similar to what was discussed in the annual plan briefings in the last week, around the 175 million mark. The Treasury breach we made you aware of last month has actually happened, so that's a breach of the funding risk. Our Treasurer is here just to give you perhaps a brief snapshot of what the OCR change meant yesterday in terms of this year's impact and potentially next year's impact.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. I hope the breach actually isn't controversial because we have discussed it previously.
The breach has been well covered in previous meetings.
Great, thank you. Really, for me, just to talk a little bit about the official cash rate change that most of you have probably heard about from yesterday. The Reserve Bank was rather more aggressive than pretty much all market commentators were expecting, and it has forced us to change our interest cost budgets for the next 2 or 3 financial years, so it will affect the annual plan. It's something I don't like doing when we do these forecasts. We like to make them, well, obviously as accurate as possible, but we also want to make it quite robust so we don't flap around every time the market moves. We've been quite good at that between last November and now during quite extraordinary times, but unfortunately this has been a significant enough move that we really need to change things. So our floating rate costs will be going up in our annual plan budget that we'll need to reassess. It's probably going to be around about 2 million in the financial year 23, but we're still working on that together to find out what the impacts are going to be on rates. I would just a reminder that 80% of our current debt is actually hedged for the whole of next year, so you're only talking about the unhedged portion and any new borrowing we do. But the numbers are obviously big enough that it does have a material impact on rates.
All right, so that increased cost, that'll be taken into account in annual plan decision making. Correct. And you're obviously working on that to firm up exactly what that looks like in view of yesterday's announcement.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
We've spoken to Auckland, they're doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah. All right.
So Steve, you're not of a view that you think you are around what a figure might look like at the moment?
Like I say, the interest cost figure for 23, so the next financial year, is around about 2 million.
That's about 0.4%?
About 0.3%. So it will take it the 4.2 we talked about in the previous briefings to about 4.5.
Okay, thank you. I think that's what I wanted members to hear. 0.3% shift in the annual plan position. Thank you.
The expectation in terms of this financial year, which isn't in this report, is probably under 100,000 will be the impact.
And that obviously is taken into account in the context of the surplus that we're carrying at the moment, or forecasting as well.
That'll be updated for the next report.
Indeed.
Yeah. It's virtually no change. The change is really because the expected increase in interest rates has been accelerated. It's very much faster and sharper next financial year, but for the next 2 months, it's not much different.
Okay, thank you. Phil, you've got a question?
Yeah, just so this increase is just on 20% of our borrowed.
Correct. Yes.
Ooh.
So about 300 million or so is unhedged.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, so we've got a recommendation then to receive the information in the report and note the breach of the funding risk policy as we have in the past. I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder? Tim Scandaris. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that now brings us to item 10, the Capital Programme Performance Report. And Andrew, welcome to the table. Now, we've had quite a bit of discussion on capital performance and capital forecasting as part of our annual plan discussions, not least the briefing yesterday. So again, if you'd like to just give us any headline comments on this report, and then we'll take any questions if there are any.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think your observations are spot on. So the briefings over the last week or so have, in effect, superseded some of this information, so they've been more current, the figures you've seen through the briefings. So this is a report to the end of April. Some of the issues we've discussed really, I guess, talk about the supply chain, the difficulty in achieving the program. Some of the larger projects, again, which we've talked about at the briefings, pose risk to the achievement of the FY22 budget, being the major facilities that I've listed there under item 1.3. And you've just been having a lot of discussion about one of the projects in the plan as well, the organics processing plant. I'm happy to take questions if I can take it as read and some of the more detailed stuff in the capital delivery report itself. But I think the discussions we've had over the last week have covered it fairly well.
Absolutely. I mean, COVID, situation in Europe, interest rates, other external factors.
I don't want to repeat it all, but
there are a number of things that have been well discussed that play into the position that we're in. And actually, when you track the figures over the year and you look at some of the graphs, it becomes very obvious where those effects actually came into play.
Yeah, post-Christmas you can see some drop-offs.
Indeed.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Questions? So I've got Mike, Jimmy, Yanni. Mike.
Thank you, and this may be a question for Lynette around the Northern Line cycleway. And I note that one of them's now been pushed out to April 24, but in section 1 it mentions the Hereward crossing, but the very last category for major cycleways for the Northern Line is the railway crossing. So I just want to know why the Hereward crossing's not in that grouping.
Hereward crossing was traditionally always in section 1, and when we got additional funding from shovel-ready funding from government for the additional crossings, I don't know what hasn't been split out. So I will have to take an action to get the project manager to give us a breakdown on all the costs. If I can, I'll do that by memo.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of, because obviously this is an ongoing thing with Kiwi Rail and their crossings, do they have a prioritisation list for their crossings?
My understanding is they do.
Do we know where Hereward Road sits in that?
So historical conversations we've had with Kiwi Rail with regard to pedestrian and cyclist crossing points is they have raised Hereward Road and Grove Road as the two highest on their list.
Across the country or city?
Across the city. Yeah.
That's right.
But that changes depending on the other challenges that Kiwi Rail face to their budgets and
but are we when we look at the work that we're doing with Kiwi Rail, because obviously for this one's identified as the highest risk in the city, if we look at the work we're doing in the city with Kiwi Rail, are they progressing other projects quicker than this one? Because obviously if we've identified this is the higher risk, then you'd hope that this would be the first one we could get across the line with them.
Yeah, yes. Frustratingly, they are progressing Tuckers and Barnes, which is great. We're progressing them, but they aren't as high priority as Hereward Road, that's for sure. So we're continuing that discussion with them, and we will add it to the discussion list.
Do we think we're getting anywhere though? Are we getting anywhere?
So Councillor Davidson, the Mayor and I are meeting the Chairman and the Chief Exec on the 27th of June, and we would like a detailed list of the very specific things that we can go armed with.
Yes, and we've got all that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair. One question, because based on your page 69, emphasize improved communication with Kiwi Rail, give us more realistic view of the likely project timeframe. So that's good. My question is regarding to the the page, the Horseway Junction Road. Which page? Okay, yeah. This one, the timeframe. I just want to mention the timeframe. Here have the approved delivery date and the forecast date. Let's update or not yet update this one. The June 23, that's is after the consultation with the Kiwi Rail, the date, or just keep the original date.
When was this report written to?
To the end of April, yeah. And this report's to the end of April.
So it will be
Yeah,
it will be updated post the information from
So
Kiwi
not yet update. Even we have a discussion with the Kiwi Rail, am I right?
The
Need to
report,
waiting for update. Oh,
the report is valid up to the end of April.
yes.
We had the information from Kiwi Rail prior to that, so it will have been updated with Kiwi Rail information.
Yeah, so not yet update.
Yes, it has been updated.
Okay, if it has been updated, so the Horseway Junction Road extension will be finished in June 23.
If that's what the project manager has said on the sheet, then that's when it will be finished. That's when they're proposing to finish. Yes.
Okay, that's good. Okay, and
But over 12 months away. That's the
yeah.
plan.
Okay, but the budget not yet. Budget because during the annual plan you mentioned, that's seeking the channel approved by the council. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, the section 1 of major cycle route from the High to the Templeton Jones Road. So last time you mentioned maybe typo mistake. Mentioned is the original July 22. But you mentioned it's July 23. But now it's December 24. For the 1.5 years. That's after you talk to the Kiwi Rail.
So, councillors, the information in the report is the updated information from the project manager. I will come back to you on an update.
Yes.
And we have committed to giving the community board an update on these projects every 3 or 4 months.
Yes. Yeah, but you mentioned update, already regarding to the Horseway Junction Road, but this one you didn't update, so I just get lost. Why some of the project update, some project not update?
I don't understand, sorry, councillor.
I mean, the delivery forecast date is December 24.
10, 11.
I just don't know. Let's get lost.
There was a question through the annual plan process, but I was saying that it wasn't right, that it was December 22, or January 22, whatever it was.
Yeah, but here is December 24. So I just don't know why every time that...
We will give you an update on the process for Horseway Junction Road. There have been challenges, as we've raised consistently around Kiwi Rail at Parker Street.
Yeah.
And that has been updated recently, so that will be the reason for the change in the forecast.
Yeah. But how about the major cycle route, section 1, section 2, section 3?
They're being
here,
built.
no
Section 2 and Section 3 are being built at the present time.
Yeah.
They're currently being
maybe
built.
if there's detailed questions on this,
get
Jimmy,
lost.
you want to take
Why
it
some
offline?
project update, some project not update?
All of the projects are updated in this report every month. Our project managers provide an update every month.
Your delivery date is December 24.
Can you just tell me what page you're on so I can get aligned with it?
It's external the project shovel ready.
Yeah, we'll come and have a chat
I think,
afterwards.
there's obviously a need, Jimmy, for a detailed conversation. If you take
Yes,
it
yeah.
offline with staff, and they'll be able to answer all your questions.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
All right. Now, I did have questions from Yanni, who has reappeared just in time.
Every time it's different.
Just wanted to check on the if there's any way that we can accelerate the acceleration projects. Like, I'm just concerned at the low spend of the CRAF. I see that some have spent money, but then I'm presuming the ones in my area.
Most of the boards have only just made their decisions on what projects to be done. The staff have not been able to get progressing on them because there hasn't been decisions on what is being done. So,
Well, Riccarton,
They
like,
have-
the tender's been awarded, and
the tenders for all of the craft work have been awarded. We've got those going. Right, they've been awarded.
right,
In order to get them going, we needed to know what we were doing, and we've committed through multiple briefings recently to do a briefing on an update on where we're at with CREF and how we're going to move it forward.
right. But I just want to pick up on that. The tenders have been awarded for the road renewals as well, or
Not for the major projects, but there have been tenders awarded for construction contractors for the CREF work.
okay. It's just that obviously just trying to get like we've done with Condal. I know we've got like, I think, quite a lot of money in the 205 road renewal budget, and just don't want to lose
It's
the
not
opportunity.
CREF. It's not the same thing. That's conflating different issues.
There's been a request from our board to look at adding a street or two to the package, the CREF package, right?
Well, the longer it takes to make the CREF decisions, the longer it takes us to get started.
We've made the CREF decision.
Okay.
We've got the outline of the timeframes, which still seem quite long. I guess I'm just wondering, you're going to come back to us and advise on what we can do to speed it up? Or?
To be fair to the project manager around the CREF stuff, all of the boards have had multiple briefings on this, and they've spent a lot of time with the boards to agree what they're doing moving forward. The boards needed to make those decisions. We still have two outstanding areas.
Sorry, I'll be more explicit.
Just need to.
Now that the board's made the decision, I'm concerned that the delivery timeframes for an accelerated capital program are still quite slow, and I'm wondering if there's any way to speed up the delivery programs that we've been advised.
The delivery program you've been given is a realistic one, and that's what we're asked regularly by you as council to give you, as a realistic timeframe on what we can deliver and when we can deliver it, because a lot of the work still needs to be consulted on. So a lot of the work under CREF still needs consultation. If it doesn't need consultation, we'll be starting to move ahead with it.
All right, thank you. Are there any further questions?
Just on Lancaster Park, I was just trying to understand when, and thank you, like, obviously really appreciate having it on the watch list. Just scroll through to it. I'll give you the page number, page 90. So it's listed as amber, and goes on to say operational funded project. Simply a reflection of the fact the retaining wall will be completed after the park is open in early May 22. And then it goes on to talk about running close to the budget because it's been possible to de-scope a proportion of the enabling works to sports field development. But I'm just wondering where we've got to with facilities actually going on, like the sports pavilions or toilets going on the park, and if there's any sort of update that we can get.
I'll have to get Andrew Rutledge to give you an update, but there is work happening with the sports bodies and that around, and workshops being done to determine what happens with the facilities on the site.
Yeah, it's just, I think the community concern is that the community process around detailed design is still going on.
Yes.
But the sports fields is likely to open ahead of that.
Yes,
and there's
correct.
Obviously challenges with some of the budget being de-scoped or moved across.
There's another project. There's two projects. There's the effectively the work that's largely completed to get the park open, and now there is another project going forward with funding for the work that you're talking about, getting the facilities set up. So there's another project.
Could I maybe just request that we add that other project on here so we can get visibility,
yes.
Particularly if budgets are changing between projects.
Yeah.
And just, just very quickly to say that the fences have come down, which is great, and it looks really, really good. So appreciate what you've done on that.
Yeah. So the two projects are listed there on
Page
90.
Page 90.
There's the enabling works and then the redevelopment, which is in its earlier stages.
So the enabling works is the one that is largely finished.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the development work is the ongoing program of work on the park to get the facilities set up.
Oh, okay, cool.
So that will continue to be reported.
Sorry, I thought, that was the Memorial Gates. Okay, cool. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is the relationship between the budgets, between the sports fields, the second line and the top line. Is someone able just to describe what the
enabling works was to finish the demolition work that was not quite complete and get the park open. That was what the enabling works was all about, is just to get the park open, which is largely now happening or happened.
Yeah, great.
And so that's the enabling works. The redevelopment is all about now developing the park with facilities as appropriate. So that's working with the sports bodies and users of the park to develop the park going forward.
Okay, but what's the amber risk? Is it just around the opening date or is it around financial?
It will be Amber.
Date. I'd say.
Just the date?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's the date. Yes, it is the date.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because the current forecast is June to be opened and the approved delivery date was March. So it's around the timing of the project completion.
Thank you.
Cool. All right, thank you. So we've got a resolution to receive the information in this report. Pauline, you're happy to move that? And somebody will second. Mike will second. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Then we've got item 13, the Local Government Funding Agency Q3 Performance Report. So, Linda, you're here for this one. Welcome to the table. This is reasonably self-explanatory, but are there any comments that you want to make on the report? We can certainly take it as read.
No, I was just going to take it as read
Yep.
and take questions if there are any.
All right, are there any questions on this? All right, so Mike, did I hear you say that you're happy to move this? Tim will second. This is just to receive the performance report. We've got Catherine online as well. So I'll put the motion.
Disappearing fast.
All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. And then that's the end of the open agenda. I'm just checking what's happening here.
We've done the Local Government Funding Agency number 13.
Oh, that was the last one. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's that. Foundation.
Yeah, it is. So before we go in, because if it's just the minutes that we need to do, we can just do those in open and let that be that.
You've got the insurance update.
Excluded. Mike will second. And there's some wording around who we're allowing to remain as we go into public excluded.
One going out the door.
So we'll just wait. Yeah.